Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2023
Hult Prize
Global Finals.
This is where the best and brightest entrepreneurs from around the world come together to tackle the most important problems of today. And this year, it's all about sustainable fashion. So, of course, we're here in Paris, the city of fashion. I'm here with Mia Mohamed, the spokesperson for the United Nations on Sustainable Development Goals, but you also might know her as Miss Brazil.
Thank you. And my partner in crime today is Zain Hussein. He's a British actor, lawyer, and entrepreneur. And we're so excited to be with you here today. We're going to be taking you backstage so you can get to know a little bit more about the judges, the people that make this event happen. But most of all, I know you want to get to know a little bit more about the bright minds behind all of these startups that are changing the world. So we're going to be asking the questions that are in your mind right now. Stick around because today is a day to remember.
Of course, and I can see Mr. Chow just waiting here. He's one of our campus directors from Savannah College of Art and Design. Come through. Hi, how are you doing?
Pretty good. How about you guys?
We're doing great. We're so excited about the day. It is raining outside, but we want to know a little bit more about what you do and your role in all of this.
Okay. So basically, I'm the campus director for Hult Prize at SCAD, and actually, it was the first time we did it. So basically, I funded the program, and it's just so amazing. I just love having the community at SCAD, just instead of just a competition, just building a community where I can make friends, everybody can just meet each other, and it's fun.
What made you fall in love with Hult Prize to found it?
Just the initiative and just building a community again. I feel that just networking is the best thing that you could do.
Well,
Thanks
thank you so much, Javier.
Our next campus director is from Addis Ababa University. Please come through. Could you tell us all your name and where are you based?
I'm Titanaz Ago. I'm based in Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia.
And if you could give me just one word, how you're feeling about everything that's happening today, what would it be?
So excited.
Awesome. And
do you have a team here with you today?
Unfortunately not, but I'll be representing the entire Ethiopia team.
Tell me, do you have a team that you're like following and cheering for?
Not yet.
okay, we'll see. Thank you so much, and we'll definitely see you later today on the stage.
Thank you.
And
we
next,
have
Isabella.
Pivot. Join us. So tell us about your role in all of this.
Yeah, so I am the campus director at Northeastern University, and from doing the Hult Prize at this university, we've actually started our own organization called the Sustainable Innovation Network, focused on creating for-profit, for-impact companies.
So can you tell us a little bit about Hult Prize, how it has changed your life?
It's really changed my life because I feel like at Northeastern, we are really at a point where we're expanding entrepreneurship, and a lot of the pull from Hult Prize is that it's the combination of business and social work at the same time. So a lot of people used to think that startups or business was all bad because of just making money, but we've actually flipped the script a little bit, all thanks to Hult Prize, because of our ability to now show people that there can be good too.
I love what you're saying because I say this all the time to people. For many years, people thought it was mutually exclusive for you to be making money and doing good. So to anybody back home who's thinking about joining Hult Prize, what would you say to them to give them that boost of confidence?
I always say that everybody can be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is a mindset. Being entrepreneurial minded is about looking for problems in the world and finding many solutions to solve it. So I really say, if you're not a business student, that's the right place for you to be. Anyone can be an entrepreneur.
I love that. Thank you so much for your time. We'll definitely see you later today. Next, we have Lorian Lecker from Florida Atlantic University. Another
Welcome, Lorian.
So, could you tell us about how has the last year been for you being a campus director?
So being a campus director at Florida Atlantic University has meant so much to me because it taught me so many valuable lessons like leadership and taking initiative. I'm so excited and grateful to be here today.
And is there any particularly memorable moment you've had at your entire time as a campus director?
Yes, I think the memorable moment was when we had our on-campus round and you just saw everyone come together and it was just really the place to be, and it was a really we made it moment, you know, and I couldn't have done that without my committee and without everyone else who supported us, our school, and just everyone involved. It was amazing.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. I would like to ask Subi to join us. She's also a campus director. Come on in.
Thanks.
Thank you. So you look beautiful today. Can you please tell me Where are you from? And please explain to me this incredible outfit that I can imagine is from your home country.
So I'm Subi and I'm from Nepal and I'm wearing an ethnic dress of Nepal. So this is Dhaka and this is called Haku Patasi. So I'm proudly representing Nepal here today.
Thank
What
you so
I
much.
love about Hult Prize is that it brings people from all over together. So what are you hoping to see today?
I'm hoping to see the impact Hult Prize has created, and this year I'm looking forward to all the startups, what they have prepared for, and yeah.
Great. Well, next year I hope to see Nepal competing for the $1 million.
Yes.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Thank you so much.
We've already gotten to speak to so many people. We'll be speaking to many more just after a quick break. Thank you for tuning in.
And we are back from our break with more conversations with campus directors. It was really nice to get to know a little bit about the backstage. Have you been a campus director?
I've not been a campus director, but I have been here with all the startups, kind of helping out. So I've seen everything they've been behind. And I have a lot of stories to share.
Well, I can't wait for us to talk a little bit more about our experiences. He was at the Accelerator. I was in Dubai and Rio de Janeiro for the semifinals. But I know that we have somebody waiting to join us. Kuriko from Japan. She's a campus director. Join us.
Kuriko, again, tell us, and I love asking this question, is how are you feeling today? Everything's just started. We can hear loads of stuff at the background. How about yourself? How are you feeling?
I'm so super happy and excited to be a part of this amazing event and also be representing my university, Hokkaido University, Japan, and also behalf of the last year's campus director, Mr. Gaurav. I'm so happy.
And I'm sure in this role, like getting together so many teams across the university, it must be some difficult parts as well. What's probably been the most challenging part in your role?
In Japanese universities, the language barrier is the huge problem. But thanks to Mr. Gaurav and our organizing committee, we succeeded to have amazing on-campus programs.
Thank you so much. It was good speaking to you.
We have Alan Liao waiting to join us. Thank you so much, Kuriko. Alan? So you have also been a deputy campus director. How has Hult Prize changed your life?
Oh yeah, it was definitely a fun year for sure. We literally just restarted the program because we haven't done that for a couple of years, and to having to do the whole planning ahead of the whole campus director program beforehand, and also starting the whole program throughout the year, and also just trying to get people engaged throughout the years, and also the program as well. It was just overall quite fun, and just having that like experiences throughout the year was just yeah, it's quite different from what I had before, and so obviously for that year it was exhilarating. So yeah, for that.
Well, I'm sure this will be one of the most memorable ones today. It was lovely speaking to you. Next, we'll be speaking to Alejandra Vazquez, who's from the Hult Prize Foundation and our regional manager for the...
So you are from the Hult Prize Foundation. I keep telling people that Hult Prize is so much more than just $1 million award, but really it's a movement that you're starting around the world to change people's minds. So I want you to talk about this ideology, about the movement that you are creating within the young generation.
Definitely. Well, I've been just for 1 month in the LATAM region, but definitely I can feel the vibe from all those young people and minds that are willing to change a statement and doing everything for the world to be better. To be honest, it's life-changing as well.
So Hult Prize is really showing people that you can make money by doing good. Is that a value that you share, and where does it come from within you?
Yes, definitely. I mean, every single time that we're doing something like trying to develop an idea, we definitely get to do it.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. We have someone else waiting to speak
Yana,
to us.
come through.
Come, Yana.
So I had the pleasure of actually getting a sneak peek of your speech earlier at the rehearsals today. So if we want to hear a snippet, what's been the most exciting, most memorable thing you've had in terms of being in the MENA region for Hult Prize?
Definitely. First of all, just being in the MENA region gives you that exposure to young people who are very much talented. They have the creativity, they have the inspiration, but sometimes they maybe are missing some opportunities. So with Hult Prize, we are giving those opportunities for everyone. And this is, the most special thing about the MENA region. Everyone's so talented, and we are the ones who are, united everyone together and just making this whole community together, united.
So please stay tuned in because you're going to hear a speech and it's incredible. It's really inspiring. Next, we have Joanna, who's actually also from the Hult Prize Foundation as well, a regional manager on the OnCampus program.
Welcome. I want to hear a little bit more about what the Hult Prize Foundation is trying to accomplish as their mission.
So the Hult Prize Foundation is all about impact. So is our on-campus program. Representing the on-campus program here, I'm very, very glad to say that we've had more than 100,000 young people with us with our on-campus program all around the world with more than 100 countries. This is amazing, and we have created so much impact around the world. We couldn't be prouder.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us a little bit. I know it was very short, but we also have Supriya waiting to join us. Come on up. She is also a regional manager of the Hult Prize Foundation, and I got to be with you in Dubai. Well, congratulations for the work that you did in Dubai. It was an honor to be hosting. I'm going to talk to you about that experience a little bit later, but I want to know, what were the biggest challenges about, creating an entire semi-final?
I think more than challenges, of course, geography was one of the biggest challenges, considered it was in Dubai, but I don't see it as much of a challenge because summits are one of the most crucial part for us because the larger community of the on-campus program comes together. So yeah, it was just a lovely experience, and we got to have you there, which made it even better, so thank you for that.
What is a memory that you have from that summit that brings you so much joy? It makes worth all the effort because I know you had a lot of work.
So I am the regional manager, so we work directly with our campus directors in Central and South Asia. Summits are one of the biggest places where we get to have a larger community behind all the action that happens to get us here to the global finals. So I think just connecting with the community, hearing all the startup ideas before they could make it to the global accelerator is one of the best parts that we could have.
Thank you so much, Supriya.
Thank you. Our next guest is Mustafa, who's all suited and booted. Tell us, what are you here today on the stage for?
I'm one of nominated to the Best Campus Director this year from MENA region. I'm Egyptian, from Mansoura University. Nice to meet you.
There's a team from Egypt in the global finals as well.
It's my team.
It's your team. Oh, that's incredible. What was the journey? How, what's been the challenges in making it happen, and the best part?
It was very hard to come here and arrive here. We make a very large steps and hard work. Yeah, and a lot of meetings and work to arrive here.
It's probably one of the most inspiring stories they've had. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Mustafa.
I want to thank you for your audience. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back, introducing you a little bit more about the team behind this event and the global final.
Thank you everyone for coming back in. Now, we met the campus director from Egypt, and one of the most amazing and inspiring stories was about the team effect. They went through so many challenges in not being able to obtain their visa. And I think for me, one of the most memorable moments when they actually ended up turning up on the accelerator. So for the longest time, we thought they were going to be joining us digitally, but they're here on stage. And to talk about a lot of these challenges, I'm really excited that we're actually going to be speaking to the person behind a big part of the program, Hamdi bin Almi.
Oh, it is such an honor to have you. You know I'm a big fan, and I have to start by saying, you look great. Handsome.
Thank you.
Well, you always look great, but I want you to talk to us about the awards ceremony that is coming up next.
I don't look as great as you both do, but I don't look as great as the participants that we have here today that are here for the On-Campus Awards. It's going to be an exciting day. Hult Prize exists thanks to the Hult Prize community of volunteers and organizers all over the world. This year, almost 10,000 volunteers came together to organize events in 2,000 universities. Wow. And they helped us recruit 40,000 entrepreneurs. So this impact is thanks to the volunteers and the on-campus program directors and volunteers that you see here today. We're celebrating the best of the best.
We're celebrating you as well. You've been a big part of making it happen. I think one of the things I was just talking about was a challenge with effect and borders. And to me, the most beautiful thing that Hult Prize does is it finds a way to bring everyone from around the world together. What's your view on this, and how does Hult Prize the Hult Prize?
I want to ask you a question. So you said there were 10,000 volunteers. What do you think about Hult Prize that touches so many hearts and moves so many people to work on it and make it happen?
Hult Prize wouldn't be possible without them. I mean, I know we help our students learn more about themselves, get leadership opportunities, make their communities bigger, give them access to global stages, but what matters is that they make the Hult Prize work. So thank you for every Hult Prize campus director and volunteer that made what we do possible.
Well, thank you as well from us. We have Parul. Thank you so much, Hamdi, for speaking to us. You are a huge inspiration to me. So, Parul, can you join us on stage? Welcome. You also look beautiful, and I like that smile. Even though it's raining cats and dogs today in Paris, you have a huge smile on your face.
So tell us, again, how are you feeling about today? How are you feeling about the awards and just your entire experience at Hult?
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling very excited for today. It's my actually second time in Paris, so it's really fun to be back. And my first time at the global final, so I'm so happy to be here, experience the event that I've heard so much about. And what was the second question?
And I mean, just your second time in Paris. I will also want to ask, what's your favorite thing about Paris? What do you love about the city?
I would say the Sacred Heart Basilica and the views from there is so pretty.
The views are incredible. Thank you so much, Parul. We'll definitely speak to you later today as well.
Thank you, Parul. And up next, we have Michael Boyle, who is also a regional director. Being a regional director is a lot of work, but I know it is extremely fulfilling as well. What moved you? What about the values and the work that Hult Prize does that inspired you to commit so much of your time and energy?
Yeah, I think that there are so many reasons to maybe feel pessimistic or worried about things in the world, and having the opportunity to connect with students all across my region, the United States and Canada, as well as students all around the world, it inspires you and it gives you hope for a better future, because there are so many amazing, brilliant students who are dedicating their time to give us that.
Can you give an example of maybe one person that you saw was affected and changed by Hult Prize?
Yeah, so it's easy, of course, to mention the teams that win the Hult Prize, right? But there's a lot of talk about them, so to have the opportunity to connect with students who maybe they're not participating in Hult Prize to win the $1 million, they're just doing it because they want to build their own confidence, see themselves as a problem solver, seeing their impact, I think that's, to me, what has the most impact.
And that is something that I noticed. Watching all of the startups, it is incredible how much these students grow. And it is not just about the $1 million. It's about the experiences that make you better, make you a better leader, make you more confident, make you a better public speaker, and really help. Thank you so much, Boyle, for speaking with us. Oh, I hope we get to talk to you a little bit more later. And up next, we have Othman Alabed from Qatar University. Welcome.
Welcome, Othman. So, Hult Prize. What is about the mission? What are the values that you feel like resonates with your own values?
Okay, so since I started the program or sparked it in Qatar, I wanted to inject innovation in the students of Qatar University, because we're very focused on academia, research-based. So, no, we need a little bit more of an active lifestyle around entrepreneurship, risk-taking, and so on.
Could you tell us about one of the teams from Qatar University? Which team is the most impressive, innovative?
Yes, there was this team called Divert. They did not make it to the Hult Prize. However, they believed in the mission, and I have kept on motivating them. So they got incubated in Qatar by a Qatar Development Bank, and they have their first investment now.
Oh, congratulations. I think this just talks about the Hult Prize. It's sure it can be seen as a competition, but in the end, everyone really wins.
Everyone is a winner. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. And up next, we have Noor from Tunisia. She is this. Are you dressed today in Hult Prize pink?
Yes, of course.
Can you give us a little spin, because you look great and you can't see it back home, but her shoes are green. You are killing today, and we're talking about redesigning fashion, and this woman is fashion embodiment.
Thank you.
So how excited are you to be in Paris, kind of Paris Fashion Week?
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. Actually, it is an amazing experience. I came yesterday, and I am having a very good plan to discover Paris.
Okay, so what is it about Hult Prize and maybe this challenge, redesigning fashion, that has changed your life?
Okay, first, I believe that this topic is very important, because, you know, fashion is one of the biggest industries that is polluting the entire planet. So considering this thing is a very good initiative from the Hult Prize.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. You look beautiful. We hope to connect a little bit. We hope to connect a little bit later.
Thank you. Next, we have a university representative from National Taiwan University, Chelin Chen. So, I want to ask, can you remember when was the first time in your life you heard about Hult Prize? What was that moment, and what led to you joining?
Actually, I heard about the prize actually last year, because our student actually entered the global final last year. So we actually make it 2 years in a row. So our student also here today. So yeah.
What was the name of this team?
Last year it was Kusi, and this year it's Reverse.
Reverse. Oh, of course, they were in the finals. And what was the last team about, and what is Reverse about? I'm sure everyone would love to hear what they do.
Yeah, they both focus on social enterprise, and then they try to help, for example, last year, to help disabled people to find a job. And then this year, we try to recycle the fashion materials and then to make it useful and to make it useful and to find application of those materials.
Thank you. And if you want to see more about Revest, then of course, stay tuned. We're going to be taking it to a quick break and we'll be back with you soon.
And we are back from the break. Thank you for sticking around with us. And we're so excited to be introducing you more about the volunteers, the people that make this happen. I love that Hamdi said there were 10,000 volunteers. You know, for you to move this number of people to work, it's because Hult Prize really is a movement and changing people's lives.
Yeah, it's a global initiative and they've got people of all ages from around the globe. Again, it's all about the mission and the values, which is why they do it. And yeah, we're going to
You were a volunteer and I want to hear next what moved you. But first, I want to ask Mounia Chabon to join us. Mounia, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que tu peux parler un peu de votre expérience avec Hult Prize?
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je suis très honorée d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui, de participer à l'aventure Hult Prize. Alors en fait, j'étais embarquée par mes étudiants dans cette aventure, donc je me sens très heureuse de représenter mon université, également mon pays et aussi mes étudiants. Alors, Hult Prize, c'est une aventure, c'est un programme international vraiment qui booste l'entrepreneuriat social, et c'est bien pour notre, on va dire, pour notre monde, surtout avec tout ce qu'on entend sur le changement climatique, avec tout ce qui nuit à l'environnement. C'est impeccable, vraiment de consolider cette aventure et aussi booster les compétences de nos étudiants dans ce sens. Et merci beaucoup, merci pour toute l'équipe. Je suis désolée si je ne peux pas parler en anglais, mais parce que je me sens très à l'aise en français. Alors, so thank you very much for staff of Hult Prize, and je suis très contente aussi de faire durer cette aventure, même avec nos prochains étudiants dans notre faculté.
Merci beaucoup, Monia.
Merci. And thank you so much. And next, we're going to be speaking to Mohammed Zakaria from the University of Jordan, one of our campus directors. Jordan, my favorite country.
And we're back in English.
Oh, of course, we're back in English.
in English.
Now, what's funny is I actually snuck into the University of Jordan once with a friend of mine, and I didn't speak Arabic. So the moment they found out that I'm not a student there was when they asked me a question. I was like, I don't know. So I want to ask you, what's your experience been like in Jordan? Because there's a bustling entrepreneurship scene there. And what drives people in Jordan about social entrepreneurship?
Actually, the entrepreneurship in Jordan is going amazing. So everyone, especially youth, are trying to build the startups and trying to be an entrepreneur through Hult Prize, through another competitions. So I think the entrepreneurship in Jordan is going to be great.
And how has it been in terms of being part of Hult? Has it just been about the startups, or has it led to you making friends as well? How much of an impact has it had on, I guess, your social life?
Okay, actually I was a competitor with Hult Prize before 2 years, and then I became to the campus director thing. So my experience with Hult Prize as competitor and as a campus director was so different. Being a competitor, trying to learn more about entrepreneurship and trying to pitch your idea and convince the judges, and in the other side, trying to be the campus director, leading a whole team of maybe more than 30 great organizer. So Hult Prize give me the opportunity to enhance my skills and make great connections through my university or through my professional connections.
Sure, and you were a competitor before. I'm sure there are competitors here who are listening, future competitors. What's your #1 tip for them? What's something...
Oh, I love that question.
To all the competitors out there, not just Hult, but anything in pitching, what's your #1 tip?
Honestly, pitching advice is good for everybody out there. Everybody needs that tip.
Okay, my tip about pitching or about pitching?
I guess we're pitching.
Be prepared, because luck always loves the prepared.
I love that. Thank you so much, Mohammed. We'll definitely be seeing you later today.
And up next, we have Veronica Platin. She's also a campus director, but before we talk about her experience, my God, she looks good today. It's like you're going, I love that you dressed in gala, long dress for our pink carpet. I'm gonna switch into gala later, but I want you to talk about your experience and how has Hult Prize helped you with your confidence?
Well, sorry. Hult Prize have helped me with the confidence because being a campus director, it's managing a lot of students and managing a lot of things that they are not like in your hands. So when you learn how to guide those things and like make everything happen, that is the moment when you feel confident. And obviously being here, being in a nominee in Paris, that is awesome.
I really want you to incentivize other people to sign up to be campus directors. So what is one quick message that you could give them?
Okay, so for that person that loves inspiring, for that person that loves entrepreneurship, that they already have something of knowledge, that they have contacts, that they can help other people. This is a way to help people like working on their dreams, helping everyone that has a really good idea, make it real. So if you are someone that helped that diamond that is like, you know, like Aladdin, the diamond that you have already discovered, that is the person that you like need to start believing in.
So one thing that you might have noticed is the smile on her face the entire time she was saying that. So please sign up to be campus director, find out more on the Hult Prize website, and we'll be right back. Quick break. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you. And we are back. Did you check out the Hult Prize website while we were on a break? I hope so. And if so, I hope you're already signed up to be a campus director.
And next, we're going to be having someone who I actually met before when I was volunteering at Ashridge, which is one of the other places where the accelerator takes place in the UK. Funnily enough, that place actually inspired some Harry Potter scenes, so you can already imagine it's like one of those magical castles and everything. So I can see you waiting there.
I'm a huge Harry Potter fan.
So you're a campus director. Please tell us the university you're a campus director for, the region, and one word to describe how you're feeling today.
Okay, so I'm campus director at ITAM in Mexico, and one word I would use is excited. That's just it.
And one of the feelings I have whenever I get involved with the Hult is reunion. Do you have any amazing reunion moments that you can share? A story about reunion with everyone?
Oh my God, I have so many. I just arrived here and I saw so many people that I hadn't seen in 2 years, and it was wonderful to see them. When I saw you here, I was like, wait, we've met before. And it's really exciting to see what everyone's been up to and that they have all followed great careers. So it's really exciting.
I'd love to ask about one of the teams at the university you've been doing. What's been one of the most innovative teams? What do they do? And what's been the most challenging moment in building what they build?
I have so many great teams. I just have to give them a quick shout out. Villanova, Campo, I'm forgetting, no, Reborn, Growing, and Fruit Weave. They're great teams. They all made it to the regionals. They're brilliant. And I think I'm gonna highlight Centillia because they were in the accelerator, the virtual accelerator. They do clothes for people with disabilities. So they are trying to make fashion for everyone. And I think one of the most challenging things for them at the beginning was figuring out what the main problem was, understanding their consumer and what their problems were. So I think that was.
So we're talking about redesigning fashion and sustainable fashion as a whole. You are dressed like a fashionista, so I want to ask you, what is one advice that you can give people back home on how they can practice sustainable fashion in their life?
I think the key to sustainable fashion is quality, not quantity. Let's not purchase from fast fashion, instead look for quality items from small shops because they usually have much more ethical background in their production, and it's a lot better and they will last for much longer. So that's my tip on sustainable fashion.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. Welcome from Mexico. Welcome all the way. So now we have Professor White. Come on, join us, Professor. So from your standpoint as a professor and your experience, how has Hult Prize and this topic of redesigning fashion, why is it so important for us to be having this conversation at this time?
I think it's good to just let people know that Hult Prize commit to the sustainability, but it's not just like typical things that people think about. It can extend to innovation, to fashions, to a lot of things. So people can realize that innovations and sustainability is surrounding us. So it's like closer than what people look. Yeah, so that's why I think it's important, because like people start to realize about the sustainability in their life. And more important, when you talk about Hult Prize, they go to campus, they start with kids, with people in college. So people can realize that, can start thinking about this much early in life. It's not like waiting until we approach the problems and we have to solve the problems. Like we think about it before we have the problems, and then we can just go in a better way that world can be.
I think that is the secret. We shouldn't be trying to remedy the situation. We should start preventing it from ever starting. Thank you so much for speaking to us. We'll talk a little bit more later. Up next, we have Belén Marina. Belén, join us.
Come through.
What a beautiful smile you have on your face. I saw her yesterday, and this smile hasn't left her for the past like 24 hours.
Just like yours. Just like yours.
So everyone was super excited when you walked into the room yesterday. You look after America, if I'm not wrong, the American region?
The Asia Pacific region, yes.
So are any of the teams that you've looked after here today?
Yes, they're gonna be pitching for the $1 million today. We have campus directors, country coordinators flying all the way from Japan, South Korea, Australia, Taiwan. So I'm super proud of all of their work and all of the things that they have been doing in the region. It's so inspiring and amazing to see the hard work.
Belén, I have a question for you. What is the startup from your region that is pitching today? And then can you explain what the solution that they're bringing to sustainability to the fashion industry?
So the startup that is representing the Asia Pacific region is Reverse from National Taiwan University. And just like the others, they're trying to connect different industry leaders, providing us a more sustainable solution to the challenge that we have for this year at the Hult Prize.
So just like we had up next before you also are a fashionista. I can see buy your outfit, buy the red lipstick, this beautiful jewelry that you're wearing right here. Can you please give a tip to the people back home how they can practice sustainable fashion on their day-to-day? Or maybe how do you practice sustainability?
Yes, it might sound cliche, but something that I really do is just try to shift or give them something new, but something that I already have. Is just like try to reuse it more, try to find that little flip that it's gonna make your outfit look better on day to day, but things that I'm wearing today have for more than 5 years, for example. And that is something that we can practice easily at home.
I love that. Reuse, recycle, share with your friends and family, upcycle it. I mean, this outfit as well, I make sure every time I get the experience to be on stage, to be talking to people, be in front of the camera, I like to reuse an outfit that I have already posted on Instagram to really bring this message that it's okay for us to repeat outfits. Actually, we should be repeating outfits. Thank you so much, Billing, for speaking to us. Up next, we have Yoo Ji Moon.
She's one of our country coordinators for South Korea, an entire country. I want to ask, do you feel like your involvement with the Hult Prize or Hult Prize in general has had an impact on entrepreneurship or the scene in South Korea? If it has, how?
Yeah, well, actually, I've been working as a country coordinator since 2020. And yeah, it's been 3 years and like about 1,000 more people, students, participated in the Hult Prize through our community. And then entrepreneurship isn't very popular in Korea. So from the Hult Prize experience, lots of students experience the social entrepreneurship. And I'm very excited that I was the one who shared this entrepreneurship to the South Korea. Yeah.
Are there any stories of someone you might have met who they hadn't heard of entrepreneurship before, but then they understood it through you? What was their journey like and what kind of sparked that within them?
Actually, this year I had a team from Seongshin University, and the team name is Groom, and they've been participated in Hult Prize, and they went to the Taipei Summit and went to the 6 finalists in their summits. And it's their first time having the entrepreneurship and having the business on their own. And I think it's very a big growth for them, since they started their journey from the beginning, and then they went to the top 6 finalists in the summits. So yeah, it's...
Oh, that's incredible. From learning about it all the way through being in the finals.
All right, so I want to ask you about one of the startups that was part of the competition in Korea. One of the startups that you really saw them develop as human beings and develop as entrepreneurs. Can you tell us about that development? Because a lot of people sometimes won't compete in a competition because they, oh, I have no chance with the prize. But the prize is so much more than the $1 million. Is that Hult Prize will really change your life. So could you give us an example of a life that has been changed?
Yeah, sure. It's from same university, Seongshin University. The team name is LID. And one of the team members was actually the first time having to be a leader in their team. And then she told me that even though she didn't win in the competition, that she says she learned the leadership and she learned about the entrepreneurship, and her life changed, and she wants to be in a social entrepreneur like this ecosystem. And then now she's trying for the internship in this system. So I think it's very good for the Hult Prize to have this message, the entrepreneurship and about the social problems. And yeah, she's now involved in this community, and I'm happy for it.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us.
That's just one story, but I'm sure there's many more. And actually, speaking of Seongshi Women's University, we have Hyojin Kim, who's going to talk to us about it.
You know, I mean, I get emotional when I hear these stories, these personal stories about people's lives being changed, because that's what made me fall in love with Hult Prize saying. All right, so enough about me and my opinion. I want to hear your opinion. Ask away.
We heard about personal stories. How do you feel like entrepreneurship is in South Korea, and what's your personal story and involvement? What's a skill you felt like you've developed through Hult Prize that you maybe didn't have before?
Maybe like I started to realize how the social entrepreneurship is important to our world, and I also gained a lot of leaderships and like working capabilities and teamworks through Hult Prize. So it was an amazing time for me as well, just like everyone did. So it was just perfect time for me, and I hope everyone and more youth can come into this community and feel and realize the impact that this competition has. Yep.
Gosh, I feel like all of these interviews fly by, and I want to hear more what everybody has to say, but we have to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you can learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do.
And we are back.
Yeah, it's been incredible. And one of the kind of things I was talking about, and I'd love to hear when we speak to startups, is, fun fact, they've not just been here in Paris for the finals, they've been in France for 2 weeks. They've been in a forest with an amazing castle, just spending a lot of time together working on their startup. So
Have you ever lived in a castle?
Well, Hult Prize, they love castles. I mean, the Ashridge Accelerator, that was in a castle. France is in a castle. Castles everywhere.
I might just do Hult Prize to live in a castle for a couple of weeks. That just sounds awesome.
But for now, we're going to be speaking to someone from Ecuador. Kerly Baca, please, we'd love to speak to you about your experience being a campus director.
Well, you look beautiful. I love all the outfits here today. Can you talk a little bit about your experience within sustainable fashion?
For me, it's incredible, this stuff and all the participants with the clothes. Oh, it's amazing. It's another view to the world and how we can be doing connections here. So it's a great experience. I feel a little nervous, so sorry. Yeah.
If you had a superpower, and within that superpower that you could solve something in a world issue within the fashion industry, what is the first thing you change?
Oh, it's a lot of things that we could do, but the first maybe to get sustainable clothes that help in the process to the trash, to help this to another level. So involve some incredible facts that also did with the ideas, the teams that participate in Hult Prize. And yeah, we have many ideas here, so try to do it and motivate to the teams that the dreams come true.
Well, thank you so much. I love how she's like, I want to make dreams come true. That is beautiful. Thank you so much for speaking with us. And up next, we have Clémence Mosquet. She's from France. So you're at home.
I'll just live like half an hour transport from here.
Oh, wow.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this amazing competition taking place in your home country, in France?
It's all very new to me. Like, I've only knew Hult Prize for about a month, and now it's right here. So I think it's perfect. It's just like the perfect timing, yeah.
What did you, when you first heard about Hult Prize, how different is it to what you expected?
I think it's bigger. Like, in general, I thought it was like an amazing competition, but from not knowing about it, I couldn't realize how big that was, how many people were involved from like everywhere, all over the world, which I think is just bigger than what I thought, which is great.
I mean, the stage is big as well. It was so good speaking to you. We'll definitely see you around here.
And next we have Juha from Qatar University. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Juha. I know it's awful to get people's names wrong, but it just shows how international Hult Prize is. So you came here all the way from Qatar?
That's correct. I'm originally from Finland, but I've been living in Doha, Qatar for 11 years.
That is amazing. Well, can you tell me what inspired you to join the Hult Prize movement?
One and only thing, people. I think the people that are involved in the organizations is just fantastic, and the spirit and the, I don't know, I want to say customer service, but the approachability, if that's a better word for that. But I think that's it. And then the fact that it's super international, like you mentioned, countries and cultures and, you know, mixing and the whole 9 yards. And especially in Qatar, we have a lot of local competitions. But really the international ones, I think Hult is the best kind of next step towards, you know, our startups. So.
I kind of want to know a little bit. I know that the Middle East is doing fantastic work towards sustainability. So this is not a direct question about Hult Prize, but more about the country that you live in. What is an initiative that the country is doing towards sustainability that you think it's inspiring, and maybe other countries or other people should follow on?
Absolutely. So I think everyone knows that, especially places like Doha, Dubai, Abu Dhabi are very oil and gas rich. So in a way, we could possibly rely on it, but instead we want to have an impact and just, you know, selling and producing oil and gas. We want to take the greener approach. So there's a lot of solar energy nowadays, especially, you know, we know how much sunshine there is. So we're starting to harness that and make sure that also the funds that have been received from oil and gas are used, you know, smartly, not only in Qatar, but also internationally. Also investments, decisions, Qatar Investment Authority, which is it's a huge organization that funds startups and corporations the world over. They are going more towards sustainability, and that's a big sign.
Well, thank you so much for really clearing that up. And we're going to go on a quick break and be right back.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
back, and we're going to be speaking to even more people. We're going to get to know them more before we actually head for the On-Campus Awards. We have some exciting people. And first, we have Rafael.
Rafael is from Brazil, so this interview is going to be in Portuguese. Rafa, você participou do Hult Prize e agora você é um Regional Director. Eu quero que você me fale sobre a sua experiência como participante, como que o Hult Prize te apoiou, te transformou.
Eu participei do Hult Prize em 2017 como Campus Director e em 2018 eu participei do Accelerator e depois do Global Finance em Nova York. Isso mudou muito a minha realidade porque eu comecei a empreender e saber sobre empreendedorismo com o Hult Prize. Então, eu passei a participar de mais eventos estudantis, de empreendedorismo social, e é uma realidade totalmente diferente, principalmente no Brasil, que tem um tamanho continental, e a gente não tem tanto acesso a essas oportunidades internacionais.
E eu queria te perguntar como que foi a experiência diferente participando do Hult Prize e depois sendo um Regional Director?
A responsabilidade é muito maior, porque a gente tem que cuidar de todos os detalhes para as pessoas chegarem ao nosso país e poderem participar da melhor forma possível. Então, no começo, eu comecei organizando localmente na minha universidade e depois eu fui participando de todas as etapas até a final, até conhecer o Bill Clinton e poder ver toda a final e o grande finalista para depois organizar uma das etapas que é a semifinal no Rio de Janeiro.
Eu tenho uma última pergunta para você. O que você diria para as pessoas em casa para eles participarem do Hult Prize?
Que o Hult Prize tem uma grande possibilidade, de até um grande lema um pouco mais antigo deles, que é liderar uma geração para transformar o mundo. Então, participar de eventos como esse podem ser realmente uma grande porta para outras e outras oportunidades.
Obrigada, Rafa, por falar com a gente. Depois eu te encontro. Thank you so much, Rafa, for speaking with us. Later we're going to catch up. So he's a huge friend of mine from Brazil, and I love interviewing friends. Up next, we have Sergio Osson.
From Haiti, come through.
University representative.
I love the blazer. I love everything about it, for sure. How long have you been involved with Hult Prize?
It's been like 2 or 3 years I've been involved.
2 or 3 years. One of the things I wanted to ask about is Hult Prize every year tackles a different theme. What are the other themes that you've been, in your time when you've been involved, that you've come across, and how much have you learned through that?
It was about energy, and it was very important for us because, in Haiti, we have so much trouble, but we have had a lot of people that brought a lot of ideas about it. So it was amazing to see how young people, they are eager to solve this issue.
Are there any ways in which maybe a team or something that's come out of the Hult Prize whilst you've been there has really changed someone's lives in Haiti? Could you tell us about that?
Well, we have had one team who achieved a lot with their project. It was Bober. Actually, he's working in Haiti, and he worked with Waters, and it was a really important team for us.
Thank you so much.
I need to ask a quick question. Is this a teeth?
Yes, it is.
From what animal?
From a horse.
Wow. And is that something from your country, or is that just your style?
I think it's my style because horse for me represents passion.
All right, we've got a very passionate person right here. Thank you so much for talking to us. I couldn't stop looking at that necklace. It's awesome.
Thank you very much.
And up next, we have Carolina. She's actually Hult Prize winner from 2020.
Wow.
Is that right? We have a millionaire here with us. So tell me, what was it like? Actually, no, I've got a better question. Can you tell all the startups out here, what is the secret to a winning pitch?
Passion. Everything is about passion, and all the effort that you put in a company should be shown in the pitch. Like all the effort, all the training with your Hult Prize, all the sacrifice that you did must be shown in the pitch.
It must be shown in the pitch. Can you tell us about your startup and how that 1 million has helped you grow to where you are today?
Well, we are Gelwear, and we produce eco-friendly diapers. We use waste material from organic waste material. We process them, and we create eco-friendly and biodegradable diapers. And we are based in Ecuador. And I'm from the 2020 generation, which is the generation of COVID. So it was a very harsh process to undergo, but it was very I'm very grateful to be part of the Hult Prize and all the impact that I can create thanks to the Hult Prize, to my community, to the moms that work with us to help more moms. It's really inspiring.
And this took place in 2020, right? If I'm not wrong, did the finals take place online for you? Was it in person? What was that experience like?
Yeah, unfortunately, everything was online because of COVID. So actually, we were like very excited to go to Boston, and then we had to postpone, but then everything was held online. But at the same time, I think it was a personal growth, and we grow all together in our generation because it was online, but we had our hands together, and you had the opportunity to meet amazing people to all the world. So it was taking advantage of that as well. And it was really nice because we are not only one winner, we are actually 10 winners. So we had the chance to support 10 companies from all over the world, which we got the prize from the Hult Prize in the 2020.
That's incredible.
Wow. And thank you so much for speaking with us. We'll be taking a break really quickly, but the message was passionate. So I guess we really have to ask ourselves, what are we passionate about? And I think that is one of the keys to success. Yeah. Really quickly, Zane, what are you passionate about?
What am I passionate about? I think the reason I'm here today, it's about impact. The other thing I'm passionate about is just seeing people experience the happiest moment of their lives, really. That's something I love seeing. And with this award stage, we're going to see that today. We're going to be, after the break, following the people into the theatre, where we're going to see the awards, the first awards of the day. Thank you and stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do.
Please welcome your host for the day, Bianca Foley.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2023 Hult Prize On-Campus Awards. My name is Bianca Foley and I'm a podcaster, fashion writer, sustainability consultant and digital content creator based in London. It's my great pleasure to be your host for this important and exciting event. And as you know, the Hult Prize challenges young people around the world to solve the planet's most pressing issues through social entrepreneurship. Each year, students pitch startup ideas that address the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Their pitches are evaluated by expert judges, and the best ones move through successive levels of the competition to be eligible to compete here in Paris in just a few hours for a $1 million prize. Woo! None of this would be possible without the student organisers we are recognising here today. These optimistic and energetic young people gather together to execute what we call an on-campus programme, consisting of local pitching events, symposia, fundraising events, and so much more, all designed to engage their peers in solving real-world problems within their communities. And that's what the Hult Prize On-Campus Awards are all about. It's a chance for us to celebrate the incredible impact that these outstanding programmes have already made at their universities. These amazing teams of volunteers, led by a campus director, channeled their passion to change the world by hosting pitch competitions on their campuses and establishing Hult Prize as an annual event at their schools. From creating unique team uniforms from upcycled clothing, to overcoming internet connectivity and electricity outages when hosting their events, to presenting Hult Prize to their country's president, these nominees have truly gone above and beyond. They've leveraged media, founded centres for social entrepreneurship, and orchestrated large-scale collaborations between schools and sponsors. Truly, their creativity and passion are limitless. Today, we'll be honouring one on-campus programme from each of the Hult Prize's 7 global regions with our Regional Programme of the Year award. They were chosen in part by our selection committee based on their measurable impact and in part by popular online vote. They've already proven themselves to be rebel changemakers, amazing entrepreneurs and sustainability heroes, and they deserve our deepest appreciation. But that's not all. We will also be announcing our Global Programme of the Year. All of our nominees have made live pitches to our selection committee as to why they should be chosen to represent the on-campus programme during the 2024 competition cycle, and the winner will receive an expenses-paid invitation to next year's global finals. Now, I do not envy our selection committee one bit. The field of nominees was extremely competitive, and I'm told by several of the committee members that arriving at this year's winners took hours and hours of deliberation and impassioned debate. But before we find out who our winners are, we're going to be hearing some inspiring words from someone who is passionate about all of the values that Hult Prize embodies. As you know, this year's Hult Prize Challenge topic is all about reinventing the clothing and apparel industry to make it more sustainable. Our keynote speaker and award presenter is the first Filipino-American to win Miss Universe and Miss USA. She's an eco-friendly fashion designer, model, and sewing instructor based in Houston, Texas, and New York City. Her sustainable clothing line advocates for ethical practices in the fashion industry by transforming upcycled and sustainable textiles into beautiful handmade garments, including the cape she wore for the Miss Universe competition. She's also the lead instructor at Magpies and Peacocks, a Houston-based non-profit design house that teaches sewing skills to women survivors of human trafficking and domestic violence to help them find sustainable careers. So we simply couldn't think of anyone more perfect to be our keynote speaker. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Albany Gabriel.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. It is an honor to be here. My name is Albany Gabriel, and I am a combination of a model, a sewing instructor, a sustainable fashion designer, and the current Miss Universe. Thank you. I got into sustainable fashion when I was a teenager. I grew up thrifting and going to vintage stores with my mother, and I saw how she would take home pieces that would not fit me at all, and she would go on the sewing machine and completely transform a garment. And I thought that was magical. And at a young age, I learned how to do that myself, how to take secondhand pieces and make them my own, make them into something new and fresh again. Actually, what I'm wearing today, my blazer, is a recycled blazer because I believe we should practice what we preach, and I kind of wanted to show you what I'm all about. But at a young age, I started upcycling without even knowing that this could actually have a greater impact. I was just doing it because my mother showed me how to. So you may be wondering, what does Miss Universe have to do with sustainability? And if you are unfamiliar with Miss Universe, we are the largest female empowerment platform, and there is a Miss Universe crowned every single year. And for my year, they give us the opportunity to advocate on what we care about, whatever that can be. And for me, that's sustainable fashion. And it was quite a journey to become Miss Universe. Where I'm from in the USA, you first have to win your state. I'm from Texas. Then you go on to have a chance to win Miss USA, and then ultimately, the ultimate dream is Miss Universe. So I'm gonna take you back to 3 years ago when I first got into pageants. I'm already graduated from college. I studied fashion design and fibers. I'm living in my hometown of Houston, and I'm recycling pieces. I'm in my studio all the time, building my sustainable fashion brand all by myself, not really understanding how to make a business of it, but I'm just doing my best. I'm fresh out of college. I'm modeling in Houston. I have dreams of becoming a model and a designer, and I'm also teaching sewing classes at a nonprofit that was mentioned, Magpies and Peacocks. And I'm working with women that have survived from domestic violence and human trafficking, because from a young age, I said, you know, fashion design is great. It's beautiful. The clothes are lovely, but how can I use my talents and my passion for the greater good? So post-college, I'm doing all of these things, and I'm wondering, when is my big break? How can I take this further? As some of you may be able to relate, once you graduate from college, you wonder, what now? And you're just trying everything you can. So I'm at that point, I'm modeling, and I'm at a photo shoot, and this lady, she's doing my hair. She looks at me as I'm reading a book, and she says, I think you could be Miss Universe. And I look up, and I was like, in my head, this woman is crazy. I, quote unquote, was not a pageant girl. I never thought about that. I said, I am way too busy and focused on building my career. I tell her all the things I'm doing, and she said, no, that's why you could be Miss Universe. And basically, I see this woman from time to time over the next year, and she keeps saying, you can be Miss Universe, you should join pageants, and I'm totally closed off from it. But then COVID hits, and this woman is so persistent. I have a little bit of more free time because of COVID, and I say, you should always give something in life a try once. So I decide to sign up for my first pageant. And before going to my state, Miss Texas, I do small little, we call local pageants, which you go and you compete for a city. My first one was Miss Kima. It's right outside of Houston. And I learned, you know what, I want to join this pageant because the Miss Universes that I'm studying, they can speak really well, which I have stage fright at the time. I can't communicate anything. These women are beautiful, they're models, but they advocate for what they care about. And these are things I'm already doing in my hometown of Houston. So I do my first pageant, I train for it, and I get first runner-up. In the pageant world, that's basically second place. I said, okay, I actually enjoy this challenge. You know, I'm learning how to speak better. I'm learning how to walk in the room with confidence. That's something I need to improve on. Let me try for Miss Houston now. Let me train harder. Let me evaluate what I can do better. A couple months later, I try for another city pageant. This is still a little bit small. About 60 women are competing. I go, I get first runner-up. I said, oh my gosh, you know when you're so close to something, but you're just not quite there, you get that itch to keep going. So now, I can go to Miss Texas. I haven't won anything, but I can still enter. If I win my state, maybe I can go to USA, maybe I can go to Universe. You know, I believe in this because at the end of the day, when I was a young girl, when I started my fashion journey, when I watched that documentary at True Cost and I realized the issues of pollution in the world, I learned about 92 million tons of textile pollution is going into landfills every single year. I thought, this is my opportunity to use pageantry and combine it with my platform to speak and raise awareness of this, because not everybody realizes that. But you know what? Everybody wears clothing. So actually, this pertains to everybody. So I'm going to Miss Texas, I'm training, and for those of you who don't know, I vastly underestimated what it means to train for a pageant. I became obsessed. It's day in and day out. I had 5 speaking coaches. I would do my hair and makeup, practice that for 3 hours, and then stand in front of a panel of judges 2 to 3 times a month, and they would interview me on the political climate. They would interview me on what's happening in the world, current events, my philosophies, where I'm going in life, all of these really great questions that were developing me into a woman that I never thought I could be. These were great questions, and I fell in love with the challenge and the journey. And I was always going back to, well, I started this in the first place because I have a voice and I want to be a leading voice in the sustainable fashion industry. So I'm going to Miss Texas, I'm training day in and day out. I go and I get first runner-up. So first runner-up 3 times in a row, and I am just completely defeated. I just felt so exhausted. I thought, maybe this isn't for me. I gave it my all. It's really intense in Texas, and I shot my shot. It's not happening. I'm financially exhausted, I'm mentally exhausted, I'm physically exhausted. I want my life back. But I've realized I have one more shot to win Miss Texas before I age out of the system. We have rules, so I thought, you know what, if I give it one more year, I think I could really make a difference. Despite what people say, despite me getting first runner-up every single time, despite basically dedicating all my time to this and giving up my life, I believe in this greater picture. I believe in sustainability for the future. And you know what? Every single time I got first runner-up, I was gaining more confidence to speak on what I care about most. And I was making pieces in the studio, and I was wearing them in interview rooms, and I was showing people how you could upcycle fashion. And I don't know if people were really understanding it, but you know what? I believed in myself. So fast forward to a year later, I train. I said, you know what? I'm going to outwork everybody. And thankfully, I win Miss Texas. And then I have 3 months. I'm making my pieces, I'm in the studio, I'm finding all these different pieces from the thrift store, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna make a lot of my pieces and I'm gonna show people how we can be sustainable. This is my mission. I go to Miss USA, and thankfully, you only have one shot to win it. Thankfully, I won it. Thank you. So as you can imagine, this is a 2-year journey. I'm feeling on top of the world. But you know what? That feeling didn't last long. You know, when people see somebody winning, others will try to bring you down. Within 24 hours of me winning, controversy hit out of nowhere. Some of the girls that I competed with at Miss Texas started spreading lies on social media saying that I rigged it. And there was false allegations. They went to Good Morning America, all the major news outlets, and we're making up all these scenarios saying that I rigged the pageant. I thought, all of my hard work, and everybody thinks I'm a liar. Let me tell you, it is not a great feeling to be negatively portrayed in the media. My entire media week as Miss USA, I thought I would walk into interviews and be able to speak about my platform. I was excited to tell people about all the pieces that I made and how I made them from recycled fabrics, and really just promote the idea that we can be fashionable and it can be environmentally friendly. I'm so ready to tell the world about this, but instead my interviews are all about this controversy that people are hearing on social media. And I thought, what is this? All of these failures and first runner-ups and all these rejections, and I make it to this point, I feel on top of the world, and then I feel shot down again. But y'all, I think when we have a vision, or we have this larger picture for life, or if we're entrepreneurs and we're starting a business, there's so many setbacks, there's so many people that do not believe in you. And when I won Miss USA, I was fighting with lawyers and I was investigated. They were trying to find how I rigged the pageant. They were trying to find facts. And surprise, they didn't. They didn't find any through a thorough investigation. But I say this because I feel like when we have such a big dream and a goal, some people don't understand it. Just like I felt like being the first Miss USA to promote and advocate for sustainable fashion, maybe not everybody understood it, but that was always my purpose and my core of starting this journey in the first place. And that's what always picked me back up when I placed first runner-up. And that's why I'm gonna keep going as Miss USA despite this investigation, and I'm still gonna train. I have 3 months for Miss Universe. I don't know if I'm allowed to compete because this whole investigation is going on. They've stripped my prizes. I'm supposed to move to LA. I'm supposed to have a PR team. All of these have been stripped because of the controversy. I'm mentally drained talking to my lawyer, but I always go back to my mission. As a young fashion designer, there are so many issues that we can tackle with the fashion industry. Pollution is my number one. We're the second largest polluting industry in the world. And you know what? I still have to do it at the end of the day, no matter the setbacks. So this crazy journey and short journey as Miss USA, I go to Miss Universe, I get cleared to compete. The lawyers found nothing. I go to Miss Universe, and thankfully, the most triumphant victory, I win Miss Universe. Thank you. January 14th of this year, I thankfully win Miss Universe. I'm the first Miss Universe to advocate for sustainable fashion. And I think all of us in this room, we have something that we believe in. Maybe sustainable fashion. In some rooms that I walk in, it's an unpopular opinion, or people don't believe it's an issue that we really need to tackle, or they don't understand why I work so hard and dive so deep into this industry. But I will never allow that to stop me. Miss Universe has given me the opportunity this year to speak in different universities all over the world to the future generations of designers and tell them why it's our responsibility to push this industry into a more eco-friendly future. I mean, I most recently went to South Africa, and I worked with the kids in the sewing classroom. We exchanged knowledge and ideas because I believe we should continue to plant seeds for the future as well. And I'm standing on this stage today because of my mission and my purpose that brought me here, no matter what the setbacks are. So my message to everybody here is the entrepreneurs in here, the dreamers, the visionaries. The journey, as we know, is rough. There are many setbacks, but the more failures we have, the more failures I've had in life, it's just like one door closes and another one opens. In times where I felt like giving up when I was Miss USA, when I was working with the lawyers, I always knew that I had this mission to use my voice, and I believed in myself. When you feel like no one is believing in you but your team, that's okay, because it's our responsibility to push this industry and this world into a more environmentally friendly future. You know, all of these challenges, I believe, are put in front of us in life. They're like hurdles. And hurdles are there for us to jump over. I believe mountains are there for us to climb. And environmental issues are here for us to solve. And the best part is, we can do it. There's so many ways you can do it. In the fashion industry, in the food industry, or whatever field you are in, there's a space for us. And I encourage everybody to continue to fight for that. Keep rising to the challenge, because when you challenge yourself, I believe that's when we're growing. And when you're growing, that is when you are truly living in your ultimate potential. And when we live in our ultimate potential, that's when we're at our best. When we're at our best, that's when we're happy. And if we're not happy, then what else is there? Thank you.
So thank you so much, Albany. You're an inspiration to us all, and we wish you all the best as you continue your reign as Miss Universe 2022. Now it's time to announce this year's regional programme winners. Here's how it will work. Each manager from our 7 geographic regions will come on stage one by one to introduce their top programme. If you are a regional winner, please come up on stage when your name is called to receive your trophy and have your picture taken with your regional manager. Let's get started by welcoming to the stage Belen Marin from Taipei, who manages our Asia Pacific region.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Although I grew up in the beautiful landscapes of Paraguay, I found my second home in the diverse, pulsing heart of Asia. A region where I've lived for almost a decade, chosen to raise my 2-year-old son, and where the Hult Prize effect first found me. Little did I know that this journey will allow me to lead the Hult Prize initiatives in the region and stand before you today. The Asia-Pacific region has been a powerhouse of innovation, from the sun-kissed shores of Australia to the innovative technological centers in Japan, South Korea, and beyond. The magic of Asia is its unity in diversity, which echoes our mission at the Hult Prize. The Hult Prize has reached more than 15 countries and over 100 institutions in the region. It was so inspiring to see thousands of student entrepreneurs answer to our fashion challenge with our on-campus programs. And out of all those exceptional programs, a few have truly stood out. The nominees for the Asia Pacific 2023 Regional Program of the Year are Chulalongkorn University, led by Bhuvet Sangarak; Hokkaido University, led by Gaurav Das Mahapatra; National Taiwan University, led by Han Yu Tsai; Songchin Women's University, led by Hai Jong Kim; and De La Salle University, represented by Mariah Oliveras. Let's give them a round of applause. This year's Asia Pacific Program of the Year is led by a student who show exceptional creativity and unwavering determination. With an amazing team of volunteers, they have recruited the highest number of competing startups of all programs in the region. Our winner also united students from 5 different institutions in a groundbreaking collaborative initiative focused on sustainability and sharing resources. And it is not a surprise that one of today's finalists for the $1 million prize comes from her very own program. The winner of the Asia Pacific 2023 Regional Program of the Year is National Taiwan University, represented by Campus Director Vicky Tsai. Unfortunately, Vicky can't be here today, but the award will be accepted on her behalf by Professor Challington. Thank you so much. Well, it's now my pleasure to bring to the stage Supriya Jangre, our Regional Manager for Central and South Asia.
Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. In 2022, at the Global Finals, President Clinton reminded us of a remarkable team that won the 2012 Hult Prize. They were from the NYU Abu Dhabi campus. And what stood out about this team was their diversity. One from India, one from Pakistan, one from China, and one from Taiwan. He asked them what it was like to be working together, and they said, "We want to work together." These words resonate with me daily as I witness our young leaders in Central and South Asia coming together, transcending borders and prejudices. Central and South Asia is a region rich in its diversity, in its culture, and yes, in its challenges. But we've come together stronger than ever. For the third consecutive year, the largest number of programs participating in the Hult Prize Foundation come from this region: India, Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Tens of thousands of students have participated, and over 3,000 volunteers have hosted thousands of Hult Prize activities. From this incredible community, 5 programs have truly excelled. We have the University of Rajshahi, represented by Aisha Akhtar, St. Xavier's, represented by Umang Agarwal, Pulchok campus, represented by Bishal Bashyal, Kathmandu College of Management, represented by Subi Kaple, and the University of Malakand, represented by Fazli Subhan. Today, we honor a trailblazer who's not just in the business of starting businesses, but in the business of changing lives. From hosting 80 startups at his on-campus event to running a Run for a Cause marathon. He even secured $20,000 sponsorship and captured the attention of the President of Nepal. Our winner is truly what we mean when we say impact. And the winner of Central and South Asia Program of the Year is Pulchok Campus Team. Our campus director, Bishal, couldn't be with us today, but I know he's watching us live stream with his team. So I'm thrilled to accept this award on his behalf. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to welcome our regional manager for Europe, Gada Fechichi, to the stage.
Bonjour à tous. My journey with the Hult Prize began in Tunisia and it continued in Portugal, where I have been honored to spearhead our expansion across Europe. Today, I am very proud that not only 1, but 2 European universities are competing in the global finals, a testament of our collective hard work. But it's not just the winning teams that overcome huge odds in our region. In Turkey, one of the most devastating earthquakes in the area in the recent century did not stop our community to run their programs and engage their fellow students in redesigning fashion. I would like to also acknowledge that there have been terrible natural disasters in Morocco and in Libya recently, and we are extremely proud of the resilience of our participants in these regions, as well as we give them all the love and the courage as they continue to recover. from our extraordinary cohort of European universities, 5 programs have stood above the rest. Cranfield University, represented by Angelica Marie Santos. The Higher School of Economics, represented by Ekaterina Bilianina. University College London, represented by Andrea Ko. Hult International Business School London campus, represented by Sundus Zarruqi. And Ihsan Duramashi Bilkent University, represented by Koray Karada. Let's give them a round of applause. Our winning program this afternoon is a true underdog story. Starting from scratch at a university that never had a Hult Prize program, this campus director rallied 19 innovative startups and brought together more than 80 students in the cause of social enterprise. I should also add that one of the teams competing in the global finals today comes from this very university. Now, let's unveil our winner. Please join me in congratulating our 2023 Europe Program of the Year, Cranfield University, represented by Angelica Marie Santos. Unfortunately, Angelica can't be here today with us, but the award will be accepted on her behalf by the university representative, Oksana Koryak. We are now ready to welcome our regional manager for Latin America and the Caribbean, Alejandra Vasquez, to the stage.
Thank you, Gara, and buenas tardes a todos. I'm Alejandra, and I've been with the Hult Prize for just 1 month. Before joining this incredible organization, I spent more than 5 years with EF Education First, opening the world through education. I've known the Hult Prize for quite some years, but never fully grasped its impact until I saw it firsthand. I'm so proud of what has really been accomplished, and I can't wait to see what's come next. Exactly a decade ago, the first on-campus program ever hosted outside the Hult International Business School was in my hometown, Monterrey, Mexico, at Tecnológico de Monterrey. Since then, hundreds of thousands of students from Latin America have participated in the Hult Prize. 3 of our past winners were from Latin America. And tonight, the CEO of Rootopia, one of those winning companies, will be a judge in the global finals. I'm excited to introduce the 5 programs that are in the running for Latin America and the Caribbean 2023 Program of the Year today. And they are Colegio Mayor de Nuestra Señora del Rosario, represented by Verónica Ardila Platín. Escuela Superior Politécnica de Chimbazo Sports, represented by Kerly Baca. École Supérieure d'Infotronique d'Haïti, represented by Brunine Einstein-Punjur. Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México, represented by Hayat González, and Pontífica Universidad Católica del Perú, represented by Andrea Melo Andía. Let's give them all a round of applause, please. Amazing. Our winning team actually recruited more than 60 startups to their program by traveling to 3 different campuses to publicize the opportunity in person. They also brought more than 15 sponsors to provide participants with prizes such as tablets, computers, and full scholarships to participate in a program offered by International Research Group. Their efforts were rewarded with lots of goodwill from the university community as well as media exposure for the program. Now, the Latin American and Caribbean 2023 Regional Program of the Year is for Escuela Superior Politécnica de Chimbazo and Kerly Baca. Muchas felicidades. Thank you. Now it's time to announce the Middle East and North Africa Program of the Year. Let's welcome our regional manager from MENA, Jana Debajin.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Yana, Regional Manager of the Middle East and North Africa. I can confirm from my personal experience that people from diverse places and backgrounds can collaborate for a more promising world. With both Syrian and Russian roots, having been born and raised in Jordan, I feel like a real citizen of the world. My experience in the MENA region have exposed me to the remarkable creativity and inspiration of young people. Everywhere I go, I am truly impressed by their entrepreneurial spirit that has no geographical boundaries. The on-campus program in the MENA region is vibrant and extensive. Just this year, thousands of impact-driven events have been organized in the MENA region, and real difference was made in young people's lives. In fact, the MENA region have had more on-campus awards winners than any other region in the world. So, with this rich history, this great community brings us to today's nominations. It is my honor to introduce to you the universities that are in the running. Mansoura University, represented by Mustafa Nasser. Qatar University, represented by Uthman Al-Abed. University of Jordan, represented by Mohammed Zakaria. Faculty Pluridisciplinary of Khoribga, represented by Abdul Quddus Fedi, and Tunis Business School, represented by Noor Labedi. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. The winning program is led by a campus director who not only exemplifies what it means to be a leader, but also the transformative power of the Hult Prize. They started as a competitor and returned to inspire an entire community. Their vision? To scale this impact, not just on campus, but nationwide. The MENA 2023 Regional Program of the Year goes to the University of Jordan. Congratulations, Mohammed Zakaria. Congratulations to the University of Jordan. And now, please help me welcome Michael Boyle, our Regional Manager in North America.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Boyle. I'm the Regional Manager for North America. Very excited to see all of you here today. Hope you're enjoying yourselves so far. I'm based out of Boston, which for Hult Prize is a really important city because nearly 15 years ago, that's exactly where Hult Prize started, on the campus of Hult International Business School in Boston. And we are having really big impact across North America. I'm proud to say that within the past 1 year, we've grown the program to about 400% increase in terms of university participation, which is something we're really proud of. Thanks. Yeah. Students across the United States and Canada have gained skills like teamwork, public speaking, human-centered innovation, and strategic thinking through partnerships with local experts and mentors, by participating in pitch competitions, and by learning from amazing speakers. Many of them are in the audience now. We're also incredibly proud that 2 of the startups pitching for the $1 million today came from North America. Here are the programs that, through their creativity and hard work, were nominated for the Regional Program of the Year in North America. Hult International Business School, Boston, led by Caleb Garcia. Northeastern University, led by Isabella Pivo. Rutgers University, led by Parul Joshi. Savannah College of Art and Design, led by Javier Chow, and Florida Atlantic University, led by Lorianne Lecca. Please give them a round of applause. Our North American Regional Program of the Year is led by a campus director who launched the very first Hult Prize in their campus's history and found success through partnerships. To spread the word about Hult Prize across campus, they executed a clothing swap in collaboration with other student organizations on campus. Their pitch competition even sent a team to the semifinals, which for the first year is absolutely incredible. All of this in a university setting that you might not assume has an entrepreneurial focus, an art school. Please give it up for Javier Chow and his team from Savannah College of Art and Design. Congratulations to Javier and the whole community at Savannah College of Art and Design. It's my pleasure now to welcome to the stage Jefferson Mwangolo to present the award for Sub-Saharan Africa.
Asante. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jefferson, a four-year Hult Prize community member and staff member. I'm standing in for our Africa Regional Manager, Cliff, who unfortunately could not join us today. Cliff is watching the live stream instead of being on stage today because his visa application was denied. Travel restrictions, political conflict, natural disasters, and economic challenges are just some of the hurdles our teams have encountered. But don't imagine that we have given up. These challenges may be formidable, but they also drive innovation and resilience, and we are resilient. That brings me to Cliff's mantra. We solve Africa's problems with African minds. Last year, our Hult Prize winner was from Kenya. Ikobana is working tirelessly to bring sustainable and affordable period products to women and girls across the country, and we are thrilled to witness their progress. So we are also incredibly proud to have operated programs in over 1,000 universities on the continent since we first started Hult Prize in Africa, and we've engaged students in over 25 countries just this year. Now, to our exceptional nominees, who exemplify the best of what Africa's young leaders can achieve. Addis Ababa University, represented by Tihitina Tsegao. The University of Nairobi, represented by Mitesh Vasanimite. Kenyatta University, represented by Winnie Jeruto. Bells University of Technology, represented by Daniela Ulelu. And Alneline University, represented by Bara Mawia. Thank you for that round of applause for them. Now, each of these universities and representatives have moved mountains, but one program stands out, setting a new standard for excellence and serving as an example of what's possible in Africa. Their team led a program that produced a local competition of over 120 startups. It's my great pleasure to announce that the Regional Program of the Year for Sub-Saharan Africa is Addis Ababa University, represented by Tihitina Tsegao.
a huge congratulations once again to all of our regional program nominees and winners. I'm now going to ask Albany Gabriel, reigning Miss Universe, to rejoin me here on stage to announce which of them has been voted Global Program of the Year. Albany.
Wow, what an inspiring day. Seeing the extent of the impact that our 8,500 volunteers have had, engaging hundreds of thousands of individuals and supporting over 40,000 student entrepreneurs is absolutely awe-inspiring. That said, out of the 35 incredible nominees competing for this grand award, only one can take home the honor of being the best on-campus program of the year. Let's find out who that is. The 2023 On-Campus Global Program of the Year is Team Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México, represented by Campus Director Hyatt Gonzalez. Come on up, Hyatt.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you to Hult Prize because this is not my first time around with you. After participating in 2021, finding my voice, it's inspiring to see great judges and mentors, startups who I get to meet again, on-campus directors who inspired me to become one myself. And I just want to encourage everyone out there to be a change maker and to do everything you can. Whatever you dream, you can achieve, and it's an honor to be here and to get this award. I have no words, so thank you, everyone.
So congratulations once again to all of our on-campus regional program winners, especially to the Program of the Year. So we've now reached the end of the on-campus awards, but the day is far from over. We'd like to invite you to head back to the Elysée space where you entered this morning to enjoy some lunch and some networking. Our next event is the pitch competition for $1 million, which starts at 2 p.m. sharp. We recommend you make the most of this time and join us back in the room a few minutes early. I guarantee you won't want to miss a moment of what we have prepared for you. For our friends watching the live stream, we'll be giving you live updates from our networking space as well as the studio, so please do keep watching, and we'll see you all back here at 2 p.m. Bon appétit!
Welcome everyone. I hope everyone had a lovely break and actually getting to watch the On-Campus Awards, where we got to see where the Hult Prize really starts in hundreds of universities across the world. This is where it all begins, where the ideas first come and then they begin to compete. And we're actually going to get to speak to the winners here as well and just understand how they're feeling, their entire journeys, just learn a bit more about it as well. So first, Javier, congratulations again. Thanks so much. Let's see the trophy. Let's have a look at the trophy. Wow, it's quite heavy as well.
Yeah, it is, right?
Sure. And when your name got announced and you came up on stage, how was that initial feeling?
I was excited, I was confused, I was without words, because I feel that all the other nominees, they are great, they did a great job, so it's just like, everybody has the same opportunities here, and I was just, it was such a surreal experience. Like, I didn't have words, and I still don't have words. I'm just still shaking. I'm still perplexed.
That's just talking about like how happy you are with this moment. I guess let's take a step back. This time maybe 6 months ago. Right now you're a winner, but this time 6 months ago, what were you doing with the Hult Prize? And yeah, what were you doing right now at this?
I was creating a community. I really wanted to, instead of just spreading the word around about the Hult Prize, I wanted to create a community between students that they can have a space for them to like spread their word about like entrepreneurship, their ideas, their creative ideas, and just have fun, have friends, and have a family.
Sure. And for any other person who's, I guess, a regional manager out there, maybe in the future, maybe right now, what kind of tips or messages do you have to them about creating the community that you described? How did you do it and what's your advice to them?
I would say just go for it and do it how it would make you happy. I feel that if you have that sense of happiness, it will be worth it at the end.
Thank you. And one last question. With your entire journey with Hult so far, what's been the most memorable moment you've had?
I would say the competition, because that's like the culmination of all your work. And it's just insane, like seeing all the teams like doing their best and just having fun and being happy about like presenting.
Thank you so much, Javier. I really will hope to get to see you again. And congratulations once more. The next winner we have is Oksana Koryak, who's the winner of Europe, the representative of the university. Actually, not Oksana right now. We're actually going to speak to the Program of the Year winner, Hayat. Come through. Let's invite you to the stage again. I can see you dancing in the background. You're very happy. And let's, again, look at the... Oh, my goodness. How heavy is it?
It's pretty heavy. I'm concerned about my luggage going back home. Yeah. It's pretty heavy.
Well, you're a two-time winner, aren't you? Yeah. So let's talk about the entire journey. You were a competitor before. What was your startup? How was that feeling? What made you transition to, I guess, in being in this role? And how does that feel now?
Well, it's a long story. I started Hult Prize in 2021 as a competitor. I went through all the stages of the competition. I even went through wildcards. I really tried it all as a competitor. And at the end of the day, my startup won during 2021, and we are still working on it. Propel Foods is still running. We're about to raise our next round of investment. But what led me to become a campus director was seeing all this capacity that was in my campus, all this talent that was not being focused on entrepreneurship. And after we won, an entrepreneurship center was open at my school to inspire other students to start their own social ventures. So since nobody was starting a Hult Prize on campus at ITAM, I was just thinking, this changed my life. I'm certain this can change so many other people's lives. So that's why I decided to become a campus director and design a program that was focused on the things that I felt that I lacked when I started, because I didn't even know what a pitch was or a business model. So I knew everyone in my school didn't know that either. So I really focused on tailoring the program to make it perfect for my students and make the teams from scratch according to their psychological evaluations, making it complementary during the teams, also having them pitch every week in person, because that was something that was terrible for us at the castle, and just trying to inspire them with my experience and trying to solve their questions, because I went through what they went through after me. And yeah, that's what led me here, and it's really exciting, and it's such an honor to be here and get this award. I'm still in shock. I really wasn't expecting.
No, because you deserve it completely, and that's some amazing framework, I guess, for anyone else who's part of the whole community trying to change as well. Thank you again, and congratulations. Thank you. And again, Oksana is here with us now, so we'd love to speak to you as well, one of our winners. Congratulations. No problem. And one of the things I've been speaking to and asking about is just your advice, your message for someone who's in your position right now at Hult. What made you kind of get to this position, and what would you tell them? How can they build that community?
Can I just say that I'm standing in on behalf of Angel Santos, who was the on-campus director, but I am one of the people who teach entrepreneurship at campus, and we've supported the on-campus program. So what I would say to young people wanting to embark on this competition is to believe in your dreams, have the ambition, have the courage and resilience to persevere and make your dream a reality. I'm reflecting on one of our finalist teams that just started with their project in January and how far they have become because they've believed in it and because every time they stood up and went for it.
Which team is this?
Innovius Echo.
Innovius.
One of the teams in the finalists, we're really, really keen for them to make it into a real business and to make the real change, regardless of what happens today.
Definitely, and actually we're going to get to speak to them soon as well. So I'd want to talk more about entrepreneurship. What is it about entrepreneurship that you think Hult does right or does it differently?
I think it is putting it into practice. That resonates with what we do at Cranfield as well. It is encouraging students to get exposed to the industry specialists, to have mentors, to continue those relationships with mentors, and also that hands-on global accelerator experience has been absolutely invaluable to our teams and to our students. And we sort of try to implement that as well early on campus.
And that's just not about Hult. Well, Cranfield, I believe it's the first time they're actually having the Hult program, and they've got people in the finals as well.
The thing is, it's such a pity that Angela cannot be here with us today because it is her foresight, it is her vision to bring it onto campus and to make it all happen for us.
Well, sure. Thank you for being there on our behalf, and congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. And the next person, before we actually head off for a little break, is someone you've spoken to already, but he's going to speak about the experience more. Hamdi, come through.
Thank you for having me.
How do you feel about the winners, the on-campus program, everything?
I was unfortunately not in the show.
Oh, no.
But I heard that it was so exciting.
Yeah.
I was actually with the judges in the judges' room as we were getting ready for the big show. 6 finalists will be pitching today for $1 million freaking dollars.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be big, it's gonna be amazing. The judges are ready. We gave them their orientation. They were going through the whole process that they will follow to this Hult Prize $1 million. And I can guarantee to all of you, you have to watch these 6 finalists because they're literally changing the world.
And the on-campus program is where it all begins. It's huge already, but I want to ask about the ambition. Where is Hult going with this? How much bigger are they planning? What's the vision with it?
Our ambition is to get to every single university in this world. As of now, we've reached over 2,000 universities historically. We've been doing amazing work with hundreds of thousands of individuals, and we're just getting started. We want to get there to every single university. So if you're a university student that believe in impact, that believe that youth can make a change, this is the platform for you to do that. Our applications to become a campus director for the 2024 competitions is open. So go to hultprize.org and apply to join this amazing movement of change makers.
Another thing, before we move on to actually speaking to the startups, you've been there with the startups the entire time in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Describe that. How hard have they been working? What have been the challenges? Everything around that.
We've seen it all. We've seen them fail and fail and fail. We've seen them succeed. We've seen them pivot. We've seen them get out there and get their first customer. We've seen them get there and get their first partners, and they're ready for that. The most important thing that we've seen is, and this is one thing that you might see on the stage, they're not competitors today. They felt like one community, one family. We've seen the entrepreneurs working together, helping each other to get better at pitching. So you will see not only 6 competitors today, you'll see a family and a community that shares the same vision for this world and that have the same goal of redesigning fashion to make it more sustainable.
Thank you so much, Hamdi. Good speaking to you. See you soon again. And again, we're going to be welcoming Mike from North American region. Mike, amazing.
Thank you.
I have one question to you because you've been a big part of it. Community. How does Hult create a community? How does it do it different to others, and what's essential to it? It's created a global community, and how's it done that?
So I think there's a couple of things. What you said, the global community, I think is a big part of it. You know, students, younger people now, they're thinking way more about being a global citizen in ways that students, people may not have as much previously. So I think something that Hult Prize has to offer that's uniquely special is unlocking this global community, bringing students from all over the world to potentially make a new friend in a new corner of the world. And whether that student and one day ends up becoming a business partner or a mentor or just somebody whose couch they could sleep on when they're traveling to a new city. It's an opportunity to really bring students together. That's a huge part of it. And then the other one is just the mission. You know, what Hult Prize represents. For a lot of students, that resonates. They see the problems that have been passed down to their generation, and the time of being able to take those problems and pass it to the next generation, it's over. You know, we need a generation that's able to step up, is able to solve some of these problems, and I think they understand that, and that's why we have this amazing community all around the world of students who are willing to do that when others weren't.
It's just organic as a social network, I guess, as well. The other thing we heard on the On-Campus Awards is how quickly Hult has scaled in the North American region. What's been your role in this, and how have you made it happen, and what's the future looking like in North America with Hult?
Yeah, a big part of it is connecting directly to university stakeholders who understand the importance of mobilizing their community and getting them interested and involved in learning about the SDGs, empowering them to think of themselves as people who actually can step up and try to solve problems. So I think the key to what's worked best across North America has been that, really finding amazing stakeholders within universities who want to be the local champion, who want to work directly to the students and provide that on-the-ground support. That with Hult Prize being a small team, as you know, there's directly on the ground support, we can only do so much. So we really rely on these universities to take up that position.
I'm guessing there's 2 American teams in the finals. So I'm not going to ask your favorite, but yeah, thank you so much, Mike. And yeah, we're going to take a short break very soon. After the break, we're actually going to get to speak to the finalists.
We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you can learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do.
Wait, should I go stand on their side? So
You guys go. You're gonna do an intro. Okay, ready? We're back and we're going to be speaking to the finalists. And as Hamdi just mentioned moments ago, these startups have been spending so much time together in a castle in France, working 24/7. Some of them have pivoted. Some of them had their first customers during this period, their partners. And we're going to get to speak to all of them. But first, I want to speak to one that interests me quite a lot. Banofi, come through. So this is going to be a bit of a test and a bit of a pitch. So one line, what do you guys do?
We make plant-based leather from banana crop waste.
Awesome. And one word, how are you feeling about everything today, about the finals?
Excited?
Okay, excited is a good one. And what's the first thing? If you win, what's the first thing you're going to do to celebrate?
I think we're going to go get dinner and a glass of wine because it's much needed after the past few weeks.
I think one of the things everyone's going to get to hear about is your idea, what you do, all of that. But I want to hear about the personal story. I want to hear about the moment where Banofi first came about. What was that story? What was that day?
So Janali and I were working on a project, and our very first project for our Masters in Sustainability, and we were looking at crop waste. And so that was kind of where the early idea started. And then I actually brought together Janali and Maggie in a circular economy, sustainable fashion event, and that's kind of where the design aspect came in, and so we've been building off it from there.
Cool. And I also remember somewhere in this, there being a hospital involved. Can I ask about that?
I had a skiing accident and I had surgery, and so I was on crutches for a while. And during that time, we got a lot of headway with the Banofi idea. So Izzy and I spent a lot of time when I was in the hospital working on Banofi.
And again, this is a competition and all of that. But you guys are a community as well. If you were the judges, which is your favorite startup to come out of this?
We love all of the startups, but to intro them, we love Labware coming right up after us.
Okay, that's what's up. I'm going to, guys, leave you to it to prepare and practice, and we'll see you on the stage soon.
Thank you.
No worries. And next up, we're going to have Labware Studios. Bring it in. The team from Switzerland we've got coming. And fun fact, they're all dressed in the clothes that they make. Let's come a bit more forward. So, I'm going to ask the same question. One word that describes how you're feeling today.
Stress.
And when you win, if you win, how are you going to celebrate?
We're just going to celebrate with our friends and family who are here.
Nice. And again, the pitches are happening that's telling about the startup. But what's the founding day? What was day zero when you all came together as a team and realized what happened? What was the story?
Looking back, I think it was the Sneakerness in Zurich 2021. That was the first time I think our core team actually came together and set up an event.
And let's talk about what you guys actually do. So can you give us sort of a brief intro of what Labware Studios does?
Yeah, pretty much. We manufacture for small fashion brands. So we are a kind of intermediary, a platform in between the fashion brands and the factories.
Interesting. That's super exciting, and we'll hear more about the pitches. And in this, there's been plenty of challenges. I'm guessing you guys have been working on this for months. What's been, I guess you mentioned stress, you were stressed before. What's been the hardest moment or the hardest day so far in this entire journey?
I guess the journey in general has just been hard because we have a daily business going on, and that's also why Nicholas is saying stress, because his inbox is absolutely full. People are running in our doors, and we're not opening up the doors at the moment, sadly.
And so you're all competing right now, but there's going to be more and more competitions, more competitors next year. You've made it through to the finals. That's a huge achievement. What would be your biggest advice to future competitors who are just starting out and looking to make it to this position?
Well, I think to start off, you just really have to have a strong vision. You have to have something that you're passionate about and just really make your business all about it. If there's no passion, you're not going to succeed, truly.
Thank you so much, passion. We'll look forward to seeing you on the stage. Thank you so much, guys. Whichever way. Okay, we've spoken to two and another one. Oh, their outfits are exciting. You have to wait to hear this. Graf, come on through. Welcome to the pink carpet. Wow. Why this color? What led to it? Whose idea was it to have like a full uniform color?
Well, I can take this one. So it's the color of our brand, but our brand is too green. So we decided to have something that is a shade of green, but not that exact green, to give, it's our brand image basically. So we choose this emerald green because we are united as it is, you know?
And we're sustainable.
We're sustainable, we are green, we're making the fashion greener, so
yes.
I think it's...
And I want to ask the day zero story, the first day where you all came together and realized you want to do this. There's this mission you have. What's the story? We want to hear about it.
Okay, so basically we start our MBA September 21st. And I started talking with Julia and then with Ricky. We were talking about all this situation and everything that is happening right now with the sustainable fashion. And then Ricky bring our tools for us and we start Graph, deciding to create something for the world.
I think looking so dressed up, you guys make it look easy that you've gotten to the fun with this part, but there's been some hard days, I'm sure. Can you think back to what was the day where you almost kind of felt like giving up? What was the hardest day and you really had to motivate yourself for what you were striving towards?
So I think we've never thought to give up, never. Even when we lost, the finals or the summit in Boston, I mean, the day after, we were at Frost House and we were planning to, okay, we need money. Let's list a list of VCs and so on. Let's list our tasks. So we are a team that never, 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 never give up. So this is Graph and this is us.
Oh, but I have to say, the hardest day was in the chateau. We've had like the hardest week there. It was...
I mean, you've all been in the chateau, I've been there too, but for people who have no idea, just describe what the chateau was like. The castle in France, it sounds very glamorous.
I'd love to take this question. So the thing about the chateau is the scenery was beautiful and we could really connect with nature. And a lot of the times we just went and sat down on the grass. And I think that's where all our creativity came from, when we became one with the world.
Thank you so much. Best of luck with the pitch, guys. I can't wait to see it. Thank you. And next, we are going through so fast. Oh, we have another uniform team. Reverse, take the stage, come through. Outfits, I have to, you've all gone all in with fashion and everything. Same question. Nice, of course, yeah, you live and breathe fashion. Whose idea was it? What's the color? Talk me through everything with your outfits.
So this is actually Evelyn's brand. She's a sustainable fashion designer and she has a lot of awards, has been featured in fashion weeks. And you know, we just love fashion so much and yeah, we really appreciate her work. So we really want to use this as a representing color of our team.
For, I guess, people who are listening to you for the first time, could someone tell us about what Reverse is? What do you do?
Our solutions is trying to use textile waste to rebuild another application and trying to solve the problems.
I've been asking a lot of the teams about the hardest moments they've had so far, but I kind of want to change it. What's been the happiest and the best moment you've had on the accelerator so far?
On the accelerator,
the
entire journey, I think that we are the global final 6.
Oh, of course, that's a big.
Yeah. You want to add up?
Yes. We really make lots of friends during the whole competition. And from different countries, share the cultures. We encourage each other, and that's really inspire.
I also want to ask about day 0, the first day where Reverse came as an idea, where you thought this was something possible, where you thought this was a problem. What was that day, that moment where you realized we want to do this?
Okay. Everything can say it.
So I think it would be last year. Johnny and Evelyn met in school, and then we kind of talked about fashion because both of them actually are from the fashion industry. And Evelyn has been trying so hard to solve textile waste problem with her brand, but it's really difficult to just have one brand to do this. So we really need everyone's effort to do it.
Thank you so much, guys, and best of luck with the pitch.
Yeah,
thank
you so much.
It's good this way. Thank you. And the penultimate, the second last team we have, really excited to welcome to the stage. Effects come through all the way from Egypt. You all are you joined very recently, everyone involved and everything. Just tell us about that journey. What were the challenges you faced? And secondly, what do you do as a team? What is Effects?
Okay, I'm gonna start by our visa situation. So we came late because we couldn't get the visa earlier. Yeah. But we're so grateful that we made it here in the finals in Paris. It's better to be late than not come at all, you know? And yeah, I guess I can say whatever we do.
We do a lot of things. We can sleep all over the past 3 weeks. We do a lot of works to be in the same stage, in the Hult Prize stage. But we are here. Effect is the compact team. We come from the second chance. We come after the visa, hard process visa, but we are here. Thank you.
Amazing. And all these challenges, all the journey you've gone so far, the biggest achievement you've had is you've made it to the global finals. There's going to be future competitors in the Hult Prize from all around the world who are competing and trying to get to the position you are now, the finals. What's your biggest piece of advice to future teams about how to make it through to finals?
Just be ready, because like in 1 minute, like something happening, and in another minute it get cancelled and everything. So just be ready. Like you don't have to tie your shoes to run. You can just run without your shoes, you know? Yeah. So yeah, just be ready.
And I want to paint a picture for you. You do your pitch, the judges go into their deliberation room, they're talking, you're waiting anxiously, and they're announcing the winner and they call the name Effect to win the $1 million. What's the first thing you're doing to celebrate?
Scream, cry. We will say our story. We said don't give up. We don't imagine to be here at least winning $1 million. We don't imagine it right now, but we do our best to win the $1 million.
Well, I'm excited to see you all pitch in person for the first time. So best of luck and thank you again. Thank you, sir. And the last team we have before we take another break, we want to speak to. This is a team from the UK, and it's actually the first time this university has actually had the Hult program and made it through to the finals. Please let's welcome Innovius. Of course, the first question I want to ask to all of you, just one word, how you're feeling about today.
Excited.
Mixed feeling.
Super excited.
Nervous. I'm pumped.
Pumped, nice. The other thing is, I want to ask about day zero, because we get to hear about the pitches, of course, what you do. But I want to hear the founding story, the first moment, the first day where you all came together to realize you can be a team and you can be a team who can solve this problem.
It's a bit long story, actually. So I'm just going to summarize this in small. It's like we just started with a Hult competition, and like after participating in Hult competition, we thought now we have to do something about the idea and all. And then there is a room in our university, room number 57. We used to sit there and like we did brainstorms. We thought about so many ideas, and then we selected this particular part of fashion chain people generally avoid or like don't think about it. And yes, like from there we started this idea.
And so for the people who are listening to you for the first time, could you tell us what Innovius is and what they do?
Well, we are a sustainable packaging company that provides innerwear packaging for fashion clothes. For fashion, and our products are 100% biodegradable. We have a huge impact and a potential to affect the entire global economy with our products, and we are very confident, and we are here to deliver on that.
And you've spent a lot of time together with the other startups and everything. Is there any particular startup that you're excited to see pitch on the stage?
I must say everyone. Everyone have brilliant ideas, so we loved every ideas.
Of course. And the last thing is, you've made it a huge achievement so far as you've made it through to the global finals on this stage, the final 6. There are going to be future competitors from all around the world trying to get to this position. What's your biggest piece of advice for anyone going through the competition or the accelerator?
Just be bold, be persistent, and like break your limit, do your best, that's all.
Thank you so much, and best of luck. I can't wait to see the pitch on stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've spoken to the startups, we've spoken to them who've been working on their ideas, but behind all of these startups are expert advisors, flown in from every country in the world, from every industry, and they've been spending the time with the startups 24/7, going through every kind of problem. One expert I'm really excited to announce from Kenya is Debisi. Debisi, come through. How are you? Good to see you again. Good to see you on the 2021 Accelerator. Good to see you in Paris again. One word to describe how you're feeling at the moment.
Excited, nervous, but relieved.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I want to ask why you volunteer your time with Hult to help these startups. You've done it many years. What is it about the Hult Prize, the mission, the values that resonates with you, and why do you do what you do?
Well, entrepreneurs are going to save the world. Social entrepreneurs, especially, with a heart of focusing on the things that matter most to humanity. And I think it's my way of giving back. These are people who are committed to solving the most intractable problems of society, and seeing teams committed to the cause is something that gets me excited, gets me up in the morning every morning, and I'm happy to support this cause. Yeah.
And I'm sure you've kind of been, giving pep talks to the startup before they go up on stage. What's been your pieces of advice that you've given to them before they go up on the stage?
For today especially, it's enjoy the journey. Enjoy the moment. You've worked hard to be here. A pluribus unum, out of many, one. One team will win, but that doesn't mean all the effort that you've put in, all the networks, all the connections, all the relationships you've built count for nothing. Everything is part of the process. So yes, one team will win, but everybody ends up winners today.
And to take it back again to when you first got involved with the Hult Prize, what was the moment you first kind of came across them? Could you share a bit about that?
It's a funny story. I don't think we have enough time for it, but suffice it to say, a member of the Hult Prize team reached out to me via LinkedIn. They found me, I suppose, and I was a little curious. I did my background research, learned more about the prize, the work that they were doing on the campuses, the campus programs. It got me curious. I reached out via Zoom. Of course, this was 2021, pandemic. And after the first couple of interactions virtually, I was sold. Of course, I ended up at Ashridge House helping with the first accelerator then, or my first accelerator, and I've been hooked since. It's my duty now to bring others along on this journey.
Thank you for the work you do, Debisi, and I'm sure you're excited to see the pictures as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jay.
We're going to talk more to more people who've been involved in the program before, again, as competitors. An alumni of the program, we have Carla, 2022 alumni. Good to meet you, Carla.
Nice to meet you.
Sure. Is it your first global finals? Have you been to one before?
No, this one is my first one.
It's your first global. How is it? How's the experience so far speaking to the startups?
I'm super excited to be here, to revive all the memories from last year's accelerator program. Just the vibe here, it feels amazing. You can feel all the powerful minds are here right now. It feels nothing else.
Have you been spending time speaking to the startups? I've had the chance to do so. Not yet. Okay, so you're waiting for the pitches. And you've been part of the program in the accelerator. If you had all the startups in a room right now, whilst they're going through, what would be your advice to them before they get up on that big stage?
Just believe in your idea, even though there's a lot of people that don't believe in your idea, just believe in yourself. I think that's the most important advice I will give them.
And as an alumni, you had a problem yourself that you were tackling. What was the theme last year, and what was the sort of solution that you came up with?
Okay, last year's problem was, the goal was to getting the world back to work, and we needed to help to make 2,000 works with your startup. And my project was helping indigenous communities back in Mexico.
Awesome. And again, there are different themes for the Hult Prize every year. Like you said last time, it was getting back to work. This year is about sustainable fashion. If you could wave a magic wand and choose a theme for the future, let's say next year, what do you think would be an important theme tackling a big problem in the world today?
I will say maybe something related to water, maybe problems.
Something related to water. Perfect. Thank you so much, and I'm sure you're excited to see the pictures today. Thank you. We're going to speak to some more experts, people who've spent more time with the startups working through the problem, and I'm going to invite Rodrigo to come through. Rodrigo, how are you doing?
Great.
How is it? Of course, how is it seeing the startups from, the castle in Jeanville to speaking to them now? How is the energy in the room at the moment?
Well, the energy is so high. Everybody's hyped to see what's going to happen. We are actually very excited for all the startups that are here at the finals. They have done a great job in the castle. We have worked a lot with them. They're amazing teams. And I'm actually very sure they're going to do a great job.
Amazing. And I guess you've been able to see the challenges, they've had challenges with pitches and everything. Where have you come in? How have you helped the startups throughout the last few weeks?
Well, at least in my case, I am always more like a business person. Fashion, I know a bit about fashion, but I'm not an expert. But building up startups is exactly what I've been doing for a living over the last 13 years in many different regions in the world. So I try to help them with the business part of it. Impact comes out of you having enough time to change the world, right? And for that you need a strong business to support the creation of the impact that you are looking for.
Definitely. And so the finals are taking place today. One of the teams is going to take down the $1 million prize, but I'm sure all these startups will continue to build their ventures. If you could get all the startups in the room right now and give them one piece of advice on how to continue to scale their startups? Not just them, but anyone listening as well. What would it be?
Well, first, let's focus on the 6 finalists. I would say that no matter what happens today, they are all ready to go and scale their business. They have very interesting products, very interesting and huge markets they're addressing. So it's going to be about going out there and finding the very next customer. To all the startups that are listening to us, depending on the stage they are, it's going to vary. But in general, the thing that's going to help you the most is finding the market and making sure your product is actually delivering value to a specific niche of customers to start with.
That's amazing advice. Again, thank you so much, and great speaking to you.
My pleasure.
Definitely. We're going to be taking a short break now, just some time so you can get some drink or something, but we'll be back speaking to more experts, maybe some judges, and of course, the competitors. We're back, and again, we're going to be speaking to more experts. Now, these experts, they're just not individuals amongst themselves. They're a team. They've also been working day and night with the startups, staying in the same place, and we're going to get to speak to them. Patrick, I'd love to invite you to the stage as well. Patrick, the startups are going to go on for the finals very soon. Probably the most nervous day of their lives. If you could get all of them in a room together and give them just one piece of advice before they go on the big stage, what would it be?
Just enjoy it. Just deliver as you've delivered all the time. Yeah.
And you've been with them for the last 2 weeks almost, you know, and you've seen the challenges they faced. Is there any sort of story you can remember where the startups maybe inspired you with their hard work? Anything in particular, a story that really resonated with you?
So it wouldn't be unfair to pick out one specific story. I guess when you work with them, you get inspired from the very beginning until the end. There were so many small things that happened. And I think the most impressive thing, what I've seen, what inspired me, was just to see them thriving as a team and how synchronous they work together, really understanding who has which kind of task, what kind of experience everybody brings to the table. So this was overall the most inspiring for me. Yeah.
That's incredible. Patrick, I don't want to let you go, actually. I want you to come here. There's experts waiting in the line one by one, but they're a team, they're not individuals. So I want to invite you all come through. We have Vinod, we have Sophia, we have Rodrigo again. And I want to ask Vinod, the accelerator, how is it? What's been the most memorable moment for you? What's been the thing you're going to take away?
the incredible passion of all the entrepreneurs and the amazing humility and grace with which the experts in residence have managed to support all of them with the kind of skills and confidence that they need to shine brightly on the stage so they have the best chance at the $1 million prize.
And you've spent time, of course, with the startups here. You've spent time with the Hult Prize before as well. There's going to be competitors, not just now, watching, but for the future. What's one thing you can tell them that applies throughout in terms of making it through the competition and building resilience?
Keep being an expert learner, keep learning, keep moving forward. The people who win the most in the long run are the people who never stop.
And Sophia, is there anything you'd like to share on that question as well?
No, I think the most important thing is really to have a learn-it-all mind rather than a know-it-all mindset. That's very, very important in this setting.
Sure. Rodrigo, you also spent time, and I think if we had more time, there was a story you wanted to share about the startups, an inspiring story that maybe you took away and how they overcame a challenge.
Well, I guess the important thing is to understand, even when you are like a finalist in a program like this, running for $1 million award, equity on a line, you're very close to your dreams, right? All your dreams coming true. And I remember this startup, I won't share the name, but they were kind of sitting down, looking beaten and broken. Exactly because it's very, it's exhausting. It drains your energy, drains your ability to deal with changes, feedback, all sorts of things. So it is very hard on the entrepreneurs as well. But the interesting thing was we sat down, we spent an hour and a half talking, and I was mostly listening instead of saying anything. And I made like very few questions just to guide their own reasoning, and they suddenly realized what was missing. And they brought that one piece back, and the very next day, we realized they were back in the competition. They were smiling and happy, and they were, like, the energy was different. So stories like this, we all have stories like this to share. And it is important to show our audience that, you know, it's not about being a superhuman, it's about never quitting, as Vinod said, exactly that.
Thank you so much. Just one more question I have, a really short question. It sounds like it's all been very difficult stuff in business. There has been a lot of it, but have there been any particular fun moments? What was the most fun moment for you staying in the castle? Patrick, you've had a few fun moments, isn't it?
Oh yeah. So I think one of the most fun moments was karaoke. Yeah, I didn't want to get in, but I had to. So they were so ambitious to pull us into the room. We had to deliver. I think it was even shared somewhere. I hope it got deleted because I'm not a best singer. But I think this was just a special moment for me because it also showed, despite all of this competition, I think everybody worked together because there was created such an area, such an environment where it was just fun to work in. And this was just one of the tiny things, I guess, what I could share.
Which is super important in these things. I'm going to leave you guys to it, and then I'll meet you later on in the room. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Next, we have another campus director from my hometown, London. Masha, come through. Good to meet you. I want to ask about the entrepreneurship scene in London, how you find it, being at UCL. What were the reasons you decided to get involved with Hult, and how do you feel like it shaped entrepreneurship at your university?
So I was at UCL in 2017 until 2019 a campus director, and at that time social entrepreneurship wasn't really well known yet. In my first year I joined a social enterprise project at another student society called Enactus. I really loved it, and so I decided to start the Hult Prize for the first time on campus. We had a lot of support by professors from the university because we had a school of management and also a startup hub called Base KX. Who supported us a lot throughout the 2 years, and also a lot of experts from the private sector in London who were interested to become mentors. And also for them, it was the first time mentoring startups that were having an impact for good, for profit.
So you've been spending a lot of time in social impact and entrepreneurship. Now, this year, the theme is about sustainable fashion. Last year, it was about employment, getting people back into work. If you could wave a magic wand and you were in charge of what Hult Prize chooses to be next year's theme, what do you think is the biggest problem in the world right now after these? And yeah, which do you think they should choose next for the theme?
That's a really good question. I think at the moment, unfortunately, the problems are layering, and there's one crisis followed by another. So if you asked me 1 year ago, I would have said it's hunger, because there's never enough funding for the programs that are solving food insecurity, hunger, also due to climate change, which is now being exacerbated. I think, but if you ask me today, also because yesterday it was the International World Peace Day, I would say it's peace. So it's important to solve conflicts around the world.
I completely agree. Another question I have, you've spent quite a bit of time as a campus director. Is there any particular team from UCL that you're most proud of? And could you tell us about what they did?
You mean a startup team from UCL? Well, I think the most notable example is the team, back then they were called Sunrise Rising, the winners of the 2018 Hult Prize in New York. Their startup was solving the Sustainable Energy Challenge, Renewable Energy Challenge, and their startup harnessed technology to reduce rice waste in Southeast Asia and also increase farmers' income, mainly in Myanmar. This is where their pilot project was launched. And the startup is still running, and they also made a lot of progress in the last years. You can find out everything on their company website, and yeah.
Amazing, it's still going. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
And next we have one of our winners, so campus director in Africa, Tihitina. Please take the stage. Congratulations, let's see the award. Is it heavy? Are you finding it heavy?
I'm still thinking about how I'm going to take it.
Okay. How long have you been involved? How long have you been a campus director for Hult?
I would say the program lasted for 5 months in our university. So since last year, December.
Wow. And what's been one of the most memorable moments you've had so far being a campus director?
The laughter and the friendship time that I had with my organizing committee. And at the same time, the way we passed through the challenge and the impact it brings is what I remember from everything.
A question that I've really been enjoying asking campus directors, because you've been able to meet so many teams, learn about so many different problems. This year, the theme's about sustainable fashion. It's a huge problem. If you were completely in charge and could wave a magic wand to choose next year's theme, I guess the biggest problem, what would it be?
Still, any title could be, but it has to be sustainability. It has to be sustainability, because in the current world we're living in, like, we're facing a whole lot of problems. So the time to act is now. We have to be more sustainable now.
Sure. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you again soon. We're going to get to speak to two more experts who spent time at the castle. Howard and Karen, would love to welcome you through. We're just getting some people through, so we're going to get to continue to speak experts. Karen, how are you? So we have Karen, Victoria, and Aaron. These are three experts that have spent time at the castle working with the startups. I want, just summarize, how's it been spending 2 weeks with them? They've been working day and night.
It's such a great pleasure to see how the students really develop over the last 2 weeks, and even actually from the very beginning of the program. It's amazing the progress that they can make in such a short time.
Aaron, if all the startups were in front of you right now, they're just about to go up on stage, what's one last piece of advice you'd give to them?
Just be genuine, be honest, and remember to tell the story that you came here to tell us all.
Victoria, all of you have been spending time working very closely with the startups. Victoria, could I ask, what's sort of been your role? How do you feel you've been able to help the startups the most in the last 2 weeks?
Well, I think that the whole experience is so exciting and inspiring for me, and hopefully I've been able to impart my own experience as an entrepreneur and been able to guide the teams.
Another question that I've been asking a lot of the campus directors, but I want to ask the experts themselves as well. This year, it's about sustainable fashion. Last year was about employment. If you were in charge, and I want to ask each one of you, of choosing next year's theme, what you believe is the biggest problem in the world, what would it be?
I think it has to stay in line with sustainability. I come from Canada, from the Western provinces, which are largely on fire now during half of the year. And that's a huge issue and growing issue across the world.
for me, coming from healthcare, it should be something to do with healthcare and decreasing the biological threats in the environment.
I would have to go with Aaron and stick with the climate change and sustainability because I see the world just declining.
Thank you. And there's been a lot of challenging moments throughout the accelerator as well. And is there any particular story you remember of a startup finding or going through a really difficult period? How did they bring themselves back up? Do you remember any sort of inspirational stories that in fact moved you as well?
I can start us off with that. There was on Pitch Friday, many of the teams felt a little bit dejected, a bit difficulties that they challenges and their story was not coming through to us, and it was very difficult for them to understand that so late in the game. But I have to say there was an amazing story of, I'm not going to name the team, but many teams, but one in particular, which sought the guidance of Rodrigo. He saw them in the field at the chateau and, really spent the entire weekend just dedicating time to understanding their mission and what they wanted to do. And when they pitched on Monday, the room was ecstatic. The experts were all invested. We were so happy. You could feel our energy that we were so pleased to see how well and how dramatically improved their pitch was. So really kudos to Rodrigo for spending so much time and all the other experts with that team.
I think that what I saw consistently is that they had been so focused on the details, is getting them to think from a macro level and really also be able to fully articulate the mission.
I also think sometimes the teams kind of regroup and rebuild themselves and reunite, and that's really important to keep going.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave you to it and hope to see you soon. And one of the last experts we have come through, Howard. How are you doing?
I am doing incredible.
Incredible. Did you have a good time at the accelerator?
It was a journey. It was a journey for the participants. It was a journey for us, and it was a global journey because people were from all over the world. The beauty was the diversity within the diversity, both from the countries, the cultures, but also the thoughts. Really incredible. That's what Hult is all about. A global problem, a global solution. Really incredible.
Definitely. The startups all here today, they're dressed incredibly well. They're ready for the stage. But that's not what it was like at the accelerator. They were going through challenging times as well once building the sort of solutions. What did you find was common amongst most of the startups? What they found was the most challenging part of this journey?
The ability to actually question your journey, where you're going, where you're heading. We all know in business, sometimes you have to pivot or perish, and understanding that and learning where I started is not necessarily where I'm going to end. Every entrepreneur begins somewhere, but doesn't necessarily end where they thought. Coming to that realization, dealing with it internally before you can express it, to the judges and to the experts, very, very important.
That's incredible. I'm sure we're going to get to speak to you soon as well. But right now, we're going to be going through to the finals. So everyone, we're going to take a short break. And after that, we're going to follow everyone through to the big stage, the big moment, what everyone has been waiting for. Stay tuned.
We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do.
Wow, hello everyone and welcome to the 2023 Hult Prize Global Finals. It is my great pleasure to be your host today. My name is Bianca Foley. For those of you who weren't here this morning, I'm a podcaster, fashion writer, sustainability consultant and digital content creator based in London, and I couldn't be more thrilled about this year's Hult Prize challenge topic, redesigning fashion to make the fashion industry and the apparel industry more sustainable by launching an innovative social enterprise. It's a topic that is very close to my heart. I wanted to tell you a little bit about my kind of relationship with fashion and my aha moment. So it came about 9 years ago, very, very early on in my career as a content creator. I hated how we were expected to constantly share these new in pieces and like the hashtag OOTD stuff back then, as if we never re-wore items from our clothes more than once. So I started my own business off the back of this idea and focused on a capsule wardrobe, and that's where my journey with conscious consumerism and subsequently sustainable fashion began. So needless to say, I leapt at the chance to host this year's Global Finals event in one of the world's undisputed fashion capitals. Over the past year, 40,000 student entrepreneurs from 2,000 universities around the world have pitched game-changing business ideas with measurable positive impact on people and the planet, all while supporting the United Nations in meeting its Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Throughout multiple rounds of competition, today's 6 finalists have risen to the very top. These teams are already winners, and by the way, having already secured $100,000 of funding as finalists, but there's so much more at stake. The team that is selected by a distinguished panel of judges will receive a $1 million prize to take to their company to the next level. Now, to get us started, please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of the Hult Prize, Laurie Van Dam.
Hi. Hello, everybody. First of all, Bianca, thank you so much for that introduction and for being our host for today. I am so delighted to be here. This is our first ever Hult Prize in Paris, and we are so excited to be here. I also want to welcome all our viewers on the live stream who are joining us from Mumbai and Nairobi and Tunis and Mexico City. Welcome, hello, thank you for joining us. Do you like my outfit? Thank you for that. So my outfit was designed just for this occasion by a wonderful Tunisian young designer named Zainab Ali. She's a sustainable designer, and the dress is made from end-of-stock fabric to reduce textile waste, and the tunic is a bed sheet, if you can believe, and it was thrifted, and it is accessorized by my beautiful silver pin with the Hult Prize logo that was made by a Tunisian artisan just for me. I have to say, I love this outfit for so many reasons. Not only does it represent who I am, it has a much lower carbon footprint than, of course, buying off the rack, and it gives a talented new designer a platform. So thank you, Zainab. I really love wearing your outfit. Round of applause. Yay! You know, I haven't always been that conscious about my fashion choices. Unfortunately, my generation, the baby boomers, is pretty much responsible for overconsumption and its negative impact on the world. My parents, who lived through World War II, really lived by this saying, use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without. But I grew up in an era of abundance when global consumption first became possible. So the more exotic, the better. In the 90s, we were all drinking water imported from Fiji. We were wearing pashminas made of Tibetan cashmere and eating bluefin tuna sushi that was flown all the way from Japan. My wake-up came in 2006 when I read Michael Pollan's The Omnivore's Dilemma. In his book, Pollan talks about the impact our food choices have on the environment. His message of conscious consumption changed my whole way of thinking. I started buying local food as much as I could, and I examined everything I brought into my home, from cleaning products to furniture, to make the most sustainable choices. Today, I always ask in the restaurant where the bottle of sparkling water came from, and if it isn't local, I just drink tap water. When it comes to fashion, I make choices with sustainability in mind. I think about the materials, the labor, transportation, and whether I can recycle or upcycle a piece. I've grown to realize that modeling my beliefs for others really does matter. My children both love to shop at thrift stores. In fact, my daughter now looks amazing in a pair of light-washed pleated jeans that my father had in his closet for 20 years. He hasn't been able to fit in them, but he kept them because they were perfectly good, and someday they would have a purpose, and now they do. We are not perfect. We do not always get it right, but we believe it's important to try. We're doing the same at the Hult Prize. To walk the talk, we've committed to making this event as sustainable as we can, starting with our check-in process and our digital program. And of course, you've all seen that our refreshments are vegetarian and vegan, and we worked with the caterers to reduce single-use plastics and disposable packaging. And of course, we've asked all of you to be thoughtful about what you wore to this event. Now, on that note, I have to admit, we just weren't able to get sustainable t-shirts for the staff to wear today, and that's a bit disappointing, but I know we'll get there next year. Progress, not perfection. The point is we all need to be a part of the solution. The idea that we can get there together is really central to how we run Hult Prize. And in that spirit, I want to take this moment to thank everyone who has made the Hult Prize possible this year. First, I want to give a huge shout out to our friends at our production team, 563, for making us look so good. For our competition, you know, it is really a global effort, from the startups themselves to our dedicated volunteers who make our local programs possible and work this event, for example, to our incredible pool of experts and mentors, especially our experts in residence who are all here. They have been with us every step of the way. Our incredible panel of judges, I urge you to try to meet them in the breaks. They are phenomenal. And of course, our compassionate, committed, exceptional staff. I'm so fortunate to work with all of you. And of course, none of this would be possible without the incredibly generous support of the Hult family, many of whom are here with us today, which we're really excited about. Please, let's give everyone a huge round of applause. I continue to be inspired by this generation of young people who are deeply committed to taking better care of our planet, being kinder and fairer and more understanding of each other, regardless of their birthplace or personal identity or cultural heritage, and dedicating their lives to a new way of doing business based on healthy, humane, and sustainable growth. To each and every one of the 200,000 people in over 110 countries who participated with us this year, I am hugely optimistic about the future you have envisioned. You have proven once again by joining over 1 million Hult Prize alumni that you do indeed have the ideas that will transform the way we live on this planet. We will be here to support you and inspire you in every way we can in making that happen. So, go change the world. Thank you. It is now my great pleasure to introduce you to Matt Lilly, who is the president of the Hult International Business School. As many of you know, yes, hooray! Hult Prize was born 14 years ago on the Hult Boston campus, and the Hult Business School has been a crucial supporter of our annual competition. So please help me welcome Matt to the stage.
Thank you, Laurie. Hello, everybody. My personal contribution to sustainable wardrobe, I guess not sustainable fashion, is a little different than Laurie's, but I've made an effort nonetheless. I'm sure some of you have noticed that I am wearing exactly the same outfit as I was this time last year. I have taken it off in between, but... As Laurie pointed out, the Hult Prize began at Hult International Business School, and we could not be prouder that this important competition bears our name. Beyond the name, though, we also share some really important beliefs. And I'm going to tell you about 3 of them now. The first is that we understand that people learn best by doing. Hult as a school was formed 20 years ago with a simple aim of improving the way that business is taught by giving students the knowledge and skills that employers need. People learn most when they roll up their sleeves and grapple with real-world problems in real time. And because of this, an education at Hult centers around putting theory into practice and learning through challenge-based situations that mimic what students will eventually be faced with in the workplace. Like Hult Prize participants, our students work in teams from around the world. They learn how to better collaborate. They learn how to work with people who are different from them. They become more open-minded to different perspectives. This improves their empathy, but it also makes them better at business problem solving. And currently we have several thousand students from more than 140 countries at our campuses in Boston, London, San Francisco, and Dubai doing just that. The second belief that we share with the Hult Prize is that doing good things is good for business. I've seen myself from my 20-year career working in enterprises around the world how business done ethically and sustainably is the biggest driver both of progress and of the growth and spread of prosperity across our planet. I'm incredibly proud to say that Hult International Business School is committed to putting ethics at the heart of business and equipping future leaders with the fundamentals of how to build a sustainable enterprise. At Hult, we've embedded sustainable business throughout our curriculum and created a research ecosystem around sustainability. Our Hult Impact Research Lab aims to speed up critical transitions that are going to be needed to achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals by connecting practitioners and researchers at the forefront of both industry and society and getting them to work together to advance knowledge and learning across their ecosystems. If you'd like to know more, there are details that you can find on the research section of Hult's website. The third belief that we share with the Hult Prize, and the last one for today, is that in the spirit of our founder, Bertel Hult, we have always believed in the power of entrepreneurs, like the student teams here today, to drive change, cultivate growth, and make an impact on the world. At Hult, we've always had a very high proportion of entrepreneurs. Many of our students go on to start their own organizations. Many of them are children of entrepreneurs from family businesses, big and small. Many Hult professors are or have been entrepreneurs. And so you'll find that our teaching and our whole community is a really great place for those who are running or hope to run their own businesses. Entrepreneurship is part of every program that we teach, but our fastest growing program is our Masters in Entrepreneurship and Innovation, as more and more people from around the world want to come to Hult to learn the skills and knowledge they'll need to start their own companies. And we're working really closely with the Hult Prize team to bring even more of our entrepreneurship teaching to Hult Prize participants like those here today. Our goal is that every participant in the Hult Prize learns something about building a business, about building skills, learns about themselves, and is able to take that away and apply it in their own lives. In closing, I'd like to congratulate each of this year's participating Hult Prize teams. During the last 12 months, you've been on an incredible journey, and I really admire you for that. For the 6 remaining teams, good luck today. Whatever happens, all the best in turning your dreams into reality and changing the world. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Kate Basseth, who's Executive Vice President at EF Education First, another one of Hult Prize's partners. EF's long been a supportive sister organization to Hult International Business School, and though we're separate entities, we share the same founder, Bertel Hult, as well as many of the same philosophical goals for the future of education. Thank you, everybody, and please join me in welcoming Kate to the stage.
Thank you, Matt. I am so thrilled to be part of this day. And in the spirit of today, I want you to look at my outfit too. It is from The Real, which is the largest online designer thrift store and one of my favorite places to shop, and obviously totally sustainable. So if you don't know about them, I highly recommend you check them out. So again, I am Kate Brisseth. I came to EF 23 years ago, but if I can just take you back a few decades, I grew up in New York City in the 1960s and 70s. My parents were academics, they were community organizers, they were very committed to changing the world. By the way, my friends never wanted to come to my house for dinner because my mom back then cooked things like black bean soup and lentil salad. She was very ahead of her time. And during and after college, I worked for nonprofits and political campaigns. I was also very committed to changing the world. In 1999, a recruiter called me about a job at a place called EF, an education company. I had been an activist all my life, yet the more I learned about EF, the more I realized they too were committed to making positive change by helping people understand more about the world, more about themselves, and more about the impact they can make in the world. For me, that was the big aha moment. Education is the key to change. As I learned more about EF, I was also drawn to the idea that doing good is good for business, just like Matt said about Hult. Yes, EF's business is education, but they're also committed to making a positive impact as a global organization. Let's take sustainability. It was a core belief then, and it continues to be today. The EF Forest Initiative has planted over 9 million mangrove trees in East Africa. And over the next 3 years, our goal is to reduce emissions at all of our offices and schools, eliminate single-use plastics in our operations, and make sustainability an increasingly important part of the educational programs we offer. But what was probably the biggest draw for me was EF's entrepreneurial spirit, which you feel every single day. EF was founded by one man, Bertel Hult, who had a clear vision for a new kind of education company, the same vision that propelled him to start Hult. As a dyslexic, Bertel struggled with traditional classroom learning, growing up in Sweden, but he realized during a summer job in England after high school that he was picking up English effortlessly by living the language, not just studying it. And that's what created the foundation for EF, immersion learning, learning by doing. For nearly 60 years, EF's educational philosophy has always been to help people experience the world firsthand. We create culturally immersive experiences that bring people together to connect, learn, and grow. Experiences that take you out of your comfort zone. Experiences that test your knowledge and sharpen your skills. Experiences that introduce you to different ideas, ideologies, and identities. Because it's when we challenge our own biases and beliefs that we grow as human beings. EF's mission of opening the world through education still resonates deeply with me. It's something that everyone at EF feels passionate and proud about, connecting people around the globe and helping them overcome differences of language, culture, and geography. That's because we're all driven by the same simple belief that the world is a better place when people try to understand each other. That's why all of the educational programs we offer at EF are culturally immersive in some ways. We like to think of them as learning journeys that positively change the way we think, feel, and act. This can take many forms: cultural exchange, educational travel, language or academic studies, even online classes, but at the core is real-world learning, just like at Hult. In fact, I want to go back to something that Matt said. that Hult is about giving students the knowledge and skills that are needed by employers now. If knowledge is the theory, skills is the practice. And at EF, we literally hire thousands of people every year. So as an employer, I will just say that what is increasingly important in our people, in our employees, is what they have learned and continue to learn through experience, on the job, in the world, with colleagues around the globe, learning by doing. And learning through experience results in concrete outcomes, a better understanding of the world, for a better understanding of ourselves and ourselves in the world, which empowers us to take action and have impact. We live in an increasingly automated and AI-driven world. I think this statement sums it up really well. We are currently preparing students for jobs that don't yet exist, using technologies that haven't yet been invented in order to solve problems we don't even know are problems yet. The future must belong to those who can connect and communicate and collaborate. Machines can't do that, humans can. And at EF, we believe strongly in the power of human connection. We believe it creates more opportunity for everyone. We believe it opens people's minds to finding new and better solutions, which is exactly what today is all about. So let's all take inspiration from this year's more than 40,000 Hult Prize social entrepreneurs who have taken themselves out of their comfort zone to learn more about others, and in the process, learn more about themselves so that they can connect and collaborate and communicate in multicultural teams to solve global challenges with never before dreamed of solutions. You are all truly making the world a better place, and you are what gives all of us hope for the future. Thank you, and good luck.
So thank you, Laurie, Matt, and Kate. It's truly inspiring to hear about the many ways your organisations, the Hult Prize, International Business School, and EF Education First empower youth to make positive change in the world. One announcement we'd like to make at this event, besides our grand prize winner, of course, is the topic of next year's Hult Prize Challenge. Those of you who have attended the Hult Prize finals in the past know that this announcement has always been made by former US President Bill Clinton. A huge supporter of the Hult Prize since the very beginning, President Clinton named the Hult Prize one of the top 5 ideas changing the world in Time magazine. Although President Clinton was not able to join us here in Paris this year, he could not resist the chance to announce the 2024 challenge topic, since it will be the Hult Prize's 15th anniversary. So he sent us this short video for us to enjoy.
I'm so glad to be with everyone in the Hult Prize community today. I've been involved with this competition since 2011, and taking part in it has become one of my favorite annual traditions. Even though I can't be with you in person this year, I'm very excited to have the opportunity once again to announce the call to action for next year's Hult Prize competition. But before we get to the topic for next year, let me congratulate all of this year's participants, especially the 6 startups that are pitching today. And huge thanks to the judges who have the very challenging job ahead of them, as well as the Hult family for increasing their commitment to support student entrepreneurs with high-impact ideas. That means that this year, every one of these 6 finalist teams will be funded to bring their idea to life, with a total of $1.5 million in prize money. Now, looking ahead to next year, 2024 will be the 15th anniversary of the Hult Prize. We also have just 6 more years to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. That means we have a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. And it's going to take everyone's best efforts. So this year, for the first time ever, we're putting you in the driver's seat. For 2024, the Hult Prize Challenge will be unlimited. That means you can pitch any idea you have for a social enterprise, as long as it's world-changing and aligned with at least one of the SDGs. If you need inspiration, look no further than the topics we've tackled over the past 14 years. Or if you've just been waiting for the right call to action to pitch your idea, Here's your chance. I can't wait to see what you all come up with. I believe that the Hult Prize competition offers a glimpse of the future we should all be striving for. And I wish you all the very best of luck in your quest to make that vision our reality. Thank you.
So thank you so much, President Clinton. We're always so inspired by your commitment to improving the world we all live in. And we're so grateful for your ongoing support. I'm excited to see how all of you make the most of this unprecedented opportunity to think outside the box and really maximize your creativity. So it's time to get to the main event. I want to start off by introducing our outstanding panel of judges who represent a broad range of industries and who share the spirit of social entrepreneurship with our participants. I'm excited to introduce them to you, and I encourage you to read their bios in our program. They're all incredibly accomplished. Our judges in last name alphabetical order are Ton Shasha Velvong, a fashion designer, creative director for Miss Universe and on-air mentor for Project Runway Thailand. Camilla Ferrani, president of G2 Capital and a former judge on Shark Tank Brazil. Olivier Gabet, director of the Decorative Arts Department for the Louvre Museum. Emiliano Iturriaga, CEO and co-founder of Rootopia and a winner of the 2019 Hult Prize. Aileen Lee, founder and managing partner of Cowboy Ventures. Tamara Hill Norton, founder of Sweaty Betty and chair of the Sweaty Betty Foundation. Runa Ray, advisor and founder of the sustainable fashion brand Runa Ray. Niccolò Sparaglia, fashion brand founder and head of the commercial development for Polymoda Fashion School. And Adawari Udachukwu, senior gender and economic inclusion advisor for Africa at the International Finance Corporation World Bank Group. So judges, I do not envy you in the slightest about the decision that you're about to make. And after hearing from our student entrepreneurs, because I know each of these 6 startups would make a really worthy winner. Finalists who are just waiting in the wings. I just want to wish you, each and every one of you, the very, very best of luck. You've risen from a field of 40,000 student entrepreneurs from over 110 countries. Making it this far already makes you a winner. You've worked around the clock at our intensive accelerator program to polish and hone your ideas into businesses that are ready to go to the next level. It's almost time to hear your pitches and find out how you'll change the world. But before we do, let's take a look at the journey you've all been on in the past year.
Close your eyes for a sec. And you're about to start the journey. The journey that will prepare you for that big day, for that big moment that you've all been waiting for. The Global Finals Day. It's the day you'll be pitching for the million. It's one of the biggest moments of your life so far. It's a moment that will decide the future of your businesses. Think about a journey that started a couple of years ago for some of you. You've competed against 40,000 entrepreneurs from all over the world. Don't believe it. And it's you who made it. 10,000 business ideas were presented during the local rounds of the Hult Prize competition. Out of those 10,000 ideas, only 6 made it here to where we are today, in a medieval castle at the middle of nowhere in France. They're living together and they're getting ready for their big moment, one of the biggest moments in their lives, the Hult Prize Global Finals, where they will pitch for $1 million.
This year we chose sustainable fashion as our challenge topic. There is a huge impact that the apparel industry has on our planet. And these students have come up with a really wide-ranging set of ideas to deal with all of the impacts that the clothing industry has.
There are 92 million tons of textile waste that end up in landfills every single year.
The industry has huge environmental impacts. There's a lot of toxic waste in the tanning process, it has a lot of carbon emissions.
At the source, that is manufacturing. We are trying to prevent waste before it's even created.
To other fashion companies, they are missing out on the smaller things. As I would like to say, the smallest thing makes the biggest impact.
There's textile waste and there's people that don't have clothes to wear. So we thought, why not take this waste and make something beneficial for it?
Sustainability is not only focused on the environment, but also social and economic. We can solve those problems together.
Your employees, you can impact the community, you can impact the country, the region, and then the world. So what role are you playing?
Fashion relates to every house, every individual on Earth. So it's time to start addressing the challenges that are creating this negative impact and to just change the way we work in order to achieve the sustainable future.
We do this by mass recycling the textile waste.
And therefore reduce overproduction. We also plan to absorb 3,600 tons of textile waste, which will remove...
The Hult Prize is fantastic at bringing together talented people from all over the world and giving them access to this unique pool of expertise and skills.
We tend to be very insular in our view of life, and we think about our own country and our own region. But we truly are living in a global environment, and I think that that lens and view is brought into a microcosm here in the Hult Global Competition.
Every other slide that you just... One shot.
It is a competition, yes, no doubt about it, but it's also like this great community that's been created over here. We're doing fun activities together, you know, we have all these classes and programs together. So you learn so much from each other.
Community is so different here in a very positive way from many other accelerators or competitions, where you'll see teams actually helping each other.
Right, but that's easy. The branding part is straightforward, right?
Big
corporation.
We have kind of that mixed feeling, both like, you know, like exciting, but, you know, like stress also at the same time. So.
You want that? I don't want it's not bad. This is $1 million. I want it's great.
It was rough. It was rough. It reminded us that we still had very big issues to fight on and still got a lot to do.
It was so hard journey. We faced a lot of challenges.
I think for me, the Hult Prize really brought out the hands-on experience of actually putting an idea into practice and actually developing it.
Yeah, I think we also realized, you know, the other teams are exceptional. And so if we want a chance of winning, we have to also be exceptional.
We've seen our students at their highest, we've seen them at their lowest. We've seen them fail and fail and fail, but we've seen them also succeed.
Yes, it starts with a dream, but we can make it. You're not gonna give $1 million to someone you don't think can make it, and we can.
Yes, we are ready.
We've taken a lot of chances and we're excited to showcase what we've come up with.
I think it's very rewarding. Like, preparing is not fun, but what happened during the journey is fun.
We've done so many things. We progressed so much as individuals, as a team. It'll be the beginning of a new chapter in our lives.
Winning the $1 million is not the most important thing. It's really about the value you're going to prove or bring to the world.
This year's Hult Prize finalists are ambitious, intelligent, very determined, and bound for success.
These last 2 weeks of the Accelerator have been intense for our entrepreneurs, but in truth, they've been working hard for over a year. But they know that all of that preparation comes down to this moment right now.
That was incredible. So, okay, it's time to hear some pitches. Each team will have 4 minutes to pitch, and then the judges will have 4 minutes to ask the team any questions they have. Once all 6 teams have pitched, the finalists will be invited to individual private 10-minute callback sessions with the judges. Judges will then deliberate, followed by the moment we're all waiting for, the announcement of the winner. So are we ready, everyone? Woo! Here we go. Our first team came together while studying at Yale University. Isabel was running a sustainable fashion symposium, and she invited Maggie and Janali to be panelists. They then realized that their unique combination of scientific and business minds could come together to create something powerful. If you'll forgive the pun, are you ready to go bananas? Please give a warm welcome to Banofi Leather. Okay, you can start when you're ready.
Growing up in India, I've seen the impact of the leather industry firsthand. Millions bathing in the Ganges, a sacred river where tanneries dump their toxic waste. Dead fish washing ashore. And tannery workers with skin rashes and cancer. But it doesn't need to be this way. We see a world where leather doesn't harm the planet.
We take banana crop waste and convert it into Banofi, banana fiber leather. We're replacing animal leather and upcycling crop waste. We're doing this by partnering with over 30 smallholder farmers to tap into an abundant waste resource. There's enough crop waste in India to replace India's leather industry 150 times over.
And we're the right team to do this. Between us, we have 2 chemistry degrees, environmental masters, an MBA, a McKinsey consultant, and 7 years of experience in the fashion industry.
Our novel process has been developed through years of R&D, and we have a plan to go from an 80 to 100% bio-based material. What's more, we have product and process patents filed.
The samples in front of you, the jacket, the corset, the bracelets, our shoes, and of course the bags are all made using Banofi. It looks, feels, and smells like animal leather. And as a former designer, I can confirm that it stitches and sews like leather. And as you can see, we offer a variety of colors and textures.
In comparison to animal leather, Banofi reduces water use by 95%, carbon emissions by 90%, and completely eliminates toxic waste.
Across sectors, brand leaders are starting to feel pressure. Recently, Kering announced that animal leather accounts for a greater impact than all its other materials combined. And Apple announced just this week that it's discontinuing the use of leather across all accessories.
We know that there are other plant-based leather players targeting the industry, but what sets us apart is our use of waste, which makes us more sustainable, more scalable, and more affordable. And we do this while maintaining 65% gross margins. We're a B2B leather supplier targeting the $250 billion fashion leather industry, and we're targeting mid-market handbag brands.
We've already started. 15 brands have received swatches of Banofi and an advanced discussion. 20 brands have already started to use our material to develop sample product, and we have 5 brands that are generating revenue. To date, we have made $40,000 in sales, and in the 3 months since our commercial launch, we have gained $60,000 in letters of intent.
The world is starting to notice Banofi. 3 months ago, we were invited to showcase Banofi at the world's largest sustainable material sourcing event.
And this month, we were featured by NBC and Vogue.
We've received awards for Breakthrough Material of the Year, SDG Achievement, and Circular Economy Innovation.
And next month, we're walking the runway at India's largest fashion show as a top 6 finalist for the Circular Design Challenge.
We are at the cusp, ready for massive growth, and we can deliver.
We've already built a team of over 16 in India with experience in R&D, leather, and manufacturing, and our team is over 60% women.
With 100,000 in grants, we've gone from an idea to a commercially viable material. Imagine what we could do with $1 million.
With the $1 million, we could further our R&D and invest in a sales team to hit our $10 million revenue target by 2027.
This translates to carbon reductions equivalent to planting 2 million trees, saves the annual drinking water use of 6 million people, and crucially, reduces the toxic waste that impacts millions. As our revenue grows, so does our impact.
Help us create a world where leather heals the planet.
What a way to kick off the pitches. Banofi Leather, great job. Judges, now it's your turn. What follow-up questions do you have? Shasha, would you like to go first?
Well, I have a question. In your research process, why banana? How do you come up with the idea of using it?
So we saw a lot of companies using plant-based leather, so we knew that there was science in using cellulose to create leather. We tried wheat straw, we tried mango pulp, we tried banana. The great thing about bananas is they're available throughout the year, so there's no storage that's required, they're not seasonal. But more excitingly, what most people don't know is for every 1 ton of banana crop, there's 10 tons of waste. The entire tree is cut, and that's burned or wasted. And so we saw an opportunity to take this waste and create a leather alternative.
Camila?
Well, first, congratulations, girls. So I would like to know about the price of Banofi's product comparing through the other in the market.
So Banofi is at $30 a meter. Other plant-based leather players are much higher, so about double. But animal leather is about 15 to 25. And plastic leather, which is the cheapest, is around $10 a meter.
Okay.
And as we scale, because we're still at pilot, we expect our costs to come down because we use a waste resource.
Okay.
Aileen? Sorry, go for it.
You mentioned that you might use a chunk of the prize money for additional R&D. Can you talk about what are the key milestones ahead to actually prove out this process, the manufacturing, the technology to actually be commercially and production ready?
Yeah, absolutely. So our material is already commercially viable, and we're targeting mid-market handbags, and our material is suitable for those applications right now. In terms of R&D, we've got 2 key focuses. The first is developing a leather at a quality that meets the luxury brand expectations. And so this will be in terms of like flexibility, durability, just enhancing that further, and also looking at a bio-based material. That's 100% bio-based. And we can see that will be tested by how it applies to different products, like shoes, for example, is something that we're working towards. And so we'll be working with our brands to figure out what works for them and meets their requirements.
Hi, very nice to meet you. Congratulations for the project. I have a question. The data you have gathered here are based just in India, or you made research worldwide analyzing the tanning process also in other countries?
Right now, we've used publicly available data to compare the tanning process. And so majority of leather does come from India, China, and some of these places. So we have looked at some of those general reports to look at tanning. But the toxic waste that's dumped in rivers is majority from India. Yeah.
Any other questions? Go for it.
Congratulations. So my question is, who is right now the biggest player in the leather substitute market, and what are your competitive advantage?
So the largest leather players, so there are so many different types of leather. So when you say, do you mean plant-based leather? Who is the largest plant-based? So there's a company called Bolt Threads, which is working on mycelium-based leather. They started about 10 years ago, and they've paved the way for a lot of other plant-based startups. What we've done is we've actually had the opportunity to learn from some of these players. Bolt Threads uses mycelium. Other companies use genetic engineered animal cells, bacterial cellulose. Some of these technologies are only suited for luxury, and they're not scalable. So we saw an opportunity to create something that was affordable, accessible, made from local plant-based ingredients, something that we as consumers would be able to afford. And so that's how we decided to create this. So a lot of plant-based leather players, but it's a massive leather industry, and there's so many different types of animal leather, so we see each having its own use.
Okay, Banofi, our time is up. Thank you, and the best of luck. Judges, you now have a minute or 2 to write your scores. Please give me a thumbs up when you're ready to proceed. I'll just give the judges a couple more seconds to finish writing their scores. Okay, are we all good? Yeah? Okay, so 1 pitch down, 5 to go. Is everybody excited for the next one? Me too. So last year, our next team dazzled the runway at Paris Fashion Week. Today, we're back here in the City of Lights, but this time for a different kind of spotlight, one that could be worth $1 million. Their vision for fashion is as radical as their outfit choices. So let's welcome to the stage, Labwear Studios from ETH Zurich. Please start when you're ready.
At Labwear Studios, we are redesigning fashion manufacturing. Over the course of the past few years, we have been talking to a lot of talented fashion designers, just like Tim here, and he had a great vision for his product and brand. But when it came to manufacturing, he was struggling to find a factory. So there, the industry is losing out a lot of talent and innovation.
This made us think, and we saw that Tim wasn't the only one who was struggling. If we take a look at the entire industry, we see that the system itself prevents emerging brands from even competing in the fashion market. Supply chains are generally set up for mass production, which means that brands have to order huge quantities, which then lead to an industry average of 20% of overproduction.
This is exactly why we launched our production services 10 months ago, and Tim was one of our first clients. He came to us to produce 50 t-shirts, and we managed the entire production. Whilst he received the live status feed. Once the t-shirt was done, we sent it out to him in time, and he sold out his entire collection and is working now on his next design.
Besides Tim, we have produced for more than 140 brands from 15+ countries. At Labwear Studios, we are providing manufacturing solutions for emerging fashion designers with very low minimums of just 50 pieces, fast lead times of just 2 to 6 weeks, and a truly user-friendly ordering process.
The production of a garment involves around 4 to 7 factories. Now, the coordination of these factories really isn't easy, and it traditionally involves a lot of emails and paperwork. With Labwear OS, we have our own project management software, which works across the entire supply chain. All of our partnering factories are connected to our operating system, from where they receive all the information they need for production and their production schedules.
The improved coordination of these factories allows us to prevent any unnecessary waiting times. This vastly increases the speed of production. This is why we can deliver within 1 month compared to the industry standard of 6 to 12 months.
Our brands are creating less waste by reducing overproduction. They adapt to trends quickly, and they're spending more time on building their brands. And just like that, small fashion brands will gain market share and force big fashion corporations to adjust their business model. And with upcoming regulation, this will force the entire fashion industry to change.
We found our product market fit with emerging streetwear designers. They are early adopters, creating the blueprints for the entire industry. Along the way, we've collaborated with leading brands and built strong partnerships with 11 factories in Portugal.
By providing a solution to people like Tim, we have generated more than $400,000 in revenues within just 10 months. And clients are running in our doors. So with the $1 million of funding, we can grow our sales team, increase our capacities, and advance our technology.
If brands could reduce their overproduction from 20% to 10%, this would already create 51% of the impact needed to align global brand operations with Paris climate goals. We have impact in 2 major areas. For one, our factories are paying a fair living wage. And on the other hand, brands that produce with us have already successfully decreased their overproduction from an expected 20% down to an average of just 6%, thus preventing a lot of waste from even being produced in the first place.
We're a highly experienced team in fashion, from working at Nike, running a secondhand store, or creating fashion brands. Together, we're committed to creating more opportunities and less waste. Come join our journey to redesign the entire fashion industry.
Congratulations, Labwear. So well done, everyone. Judges, now it's your turn. Are there any questions, please? Anyone? Go for it. Yeah, sure.
Hi, guys. Well done. Amazing presentation. Can I just understand, are you aiming pretty much for
sort of simple garments like t-shirts where there isn't so much involvement in sourcing, you know, zips and trims, and it's easy in terms of fit? Is that the sort of market you're going for, the sort of simple one fabric t-shirt?
Not just one fabric t-shirts like print-on-demand stuff. We are going for Paris Fashion Week, and the fashion designers have higher ambitions. So there might be some simple products, but we have a big range of custom fabrics, custom fits, custom colorways. The list is endless, pretty much.
Anyone else?
Is this project based just on clothing or also for accessories, leather goods or shoes, etc.?
So up until now, we've started out with clothing as we've been just bootstrapping our business, and we've already started with our first bag project, but mainly based on the fabrics that we're working with up until now.
Camila?
Congratulations first. You said about product market fit, right? And I didn't get it if you said we found the product market fit or we are aiming to find the product market fit.
We've already found the product market fit. That's why we've already generated 400,000 in sales and revenues. Mm-hmm. And they're basically running on our doors, and we have to increase our sales team because we enable them a new offering, basically.
Okay.
Congratulations. You talked about the operating system. My question is, it's not very clear. Is it an idea stage, or it is already the software operating for you guys?
It is already working. Actually, 2 of our partners factories from Portugal are here. They're using the software. It is very successful. So we are now increasing our software development, and adding new features to the software as we speak. But it's very important to have their feedback on the software so that we know that they are actually implementing it in the factory. Because if they're not implementing the software, it's pretty much useless.
Anyone else?
Yes. I love the fact that you are kind of trying to help designers and creating, you know, with no minimums and like 50 pieces. But my question is, when you are collaborating with these factories and trying to create these pieces, are you also monitoring the factory's waste that could actually happen? You know, like under the table waste, which is like 15%, like say, you know, the cutting and everything that happens in the fashion industry. How do you monitor that?
Yeah, so we are in the factories. We're not just kind of partnering with them, but next week we will be back in Portugal. We are on the factory floors. We know exactly what is going on. It's very important to be there, to know exactly what are the issues so we can fix them together with the experts in the factories.
Torn, you had a question?
Well, tell me about your obstacle in the process of, you know, creating this business. How do you overcome those obstacles or challenges?
So we are quite a diverse team in how we approach issues and how we think. So until now, we managed to pretty much overcome every issue by debating the issue and just, you know, looking at issues from different angles and thinking diversely about the issue, and then just figuring it out by just doing it, executing, and then we see as we go, pretty much.
Do you think you have good team energy?
I'm pretty sure. It's been
I mean, the rest of the team is sitting somewhere there, so.
Hey. Hey. Okay, your time is up, guys. Thank you so much, Labware.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So now it's time to hear from our third team of the day. This team truly embodies resilience as they did their very best to participate in our accelerator program over Zoom while they waited for their visas to be approved. We're thrilled that they are here in person to tell you about their vision for the future of fashion waste. Let's give it up for the unstoppable spirit of Effect. Okay then, when you're ready, you can begin.
Okay. In the streets of Egypt, we witness a heartbreaking sight every day: the overwhelming presence of the textile waste. It's not just a photo on the internet, it's our harsh reality. with our country alone generating over 212,000 tons in Egypt. This vast amount of waste comes at a high cost to our environment, consuming 159 thousands of CO2. To put it into perspective, that's equal to consume 18,000 gallons of gasoline. At Effect, we're on a mission to transform textile waste into something extraordinary. We repurpose discarded textiles into vegan board panel.
So, how we do it? We start by importing discarded textiles. All types of fabrics are accepted, then processed through automated machine, blended with plant-based resin, and processing through a hot press procedure. By 20 minutes, we can create one vegan board panel. So we validated our manufacturing process by registered utility provisional patent at United States Patent and Trademark Office. The market size of board panel has 3 main players: wood, MDF, and gypsum, which their value accumulate to exceed more than $350 billion.
A competitive edge isn't just about entering. As we're keeping our low manufacturing costs, we can offer high quality, affordable, and sustainable board panels. Our products excel in terms of durability and strength at half the price of our competitors. What's more, they are certified bacteria protection, and they also have humidity resistance. For $100, you can claim one vegan board panel that can create 1 table and 4 chairs with 49% profit margin.
Now, our suppliers of raw material can handle more than 20,400 tons of textile waste every year, and our production capacity can handle 36.5 tons of textile waste annually, allowing us to produce more than 7,300 board panels. This production is less than 1% of Egypt's market demand, which they consume more than 1.5 million panels every year. Just imagine, if we were to triple our production, we could manufacture and produce more than 25,000 board panels and accepting 125 tons of textile waste.
Our journey started by securing $1,900 by the Hult Prize Egypt. We have registered companies in UK and Egypt, and we also have a patent at the US. So TV ads and partnership, we made significant progress. Let me take you through our expansion plan in the Middle East. We want to put our sites in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Emirates. And here's why. Egypt's perfect location and our contacts of network in there, that make us our ideal starting point. We have already showrooms like El Dumyati for Nature and Alma to showcase our products in there, and in that way, we will meet the market demand for sustainable panels.
With $1 million, we can magnify our impact by reducing 93,000 kilograms of carbon footprint and also generating more than 5,000 job opportunities for struggling Egyptian women. What sets our team apart is a dynamic fusion of engineering expertise, textile and production engineering, coupled with business administration, foundation, and sustainability. And of course, our amazing advisors with 20 years of experiences in sustainability business engineering. Finally, this is
Effect,
making a green effect.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, Effect. Yeah. So congratulations, Effect. Great job. Judges, over to you. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much for that presentation. 2 questions. So have you subjected this to any durability test? Are there any, and how do they compare to other alternative sources for panels? And are there any certifications that you have or aspire to obtain in the future?
Yes. Thank you for this question. Let me clarify that. We already do a durability test in our university, Alexandria University, that our durability test exceed 200 megapascal, which is double the ratio of already wood board panels in the market.
And certifications?
Yes, and we already have a certification from our university, printed and stamped by the logo of our university.
We have a mechanical and chemical one, and we're planning to do a safety one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a fire safety.
That clarify that the bacteria in the port panel is in the normal average, the normal ratio that will be easy if any one of humans can use it.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So what is your marketing, or specifically to social media plan to promote something like this for consumer to understand?
Okay, our market is the port panel. Like we said, the market is exceed $350 billion per day. So this panels can enter in a lot of industries, like furniture, antiques, like this. Like this, antiques are made from the recycled. We recycled our panels. That's biodegradable, that we can use it again to make another antiques, another enter in a lot of industries.
Anyone else?
How are the sales going so far?
How the saying goes so far. Now, you can go for it.
Okay, yeah. So we partnership with the Dumyati manufacturer. It's one of the biggest manufacturers in Egypt and also like in the Middle East. So we sold 20 panels for $750 to them, and we're planning to sell it like with more.
Nice.
So yeah, $750 sales.
Are they going to order more from you?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Can you share more about what they're planning on doing with them? Are they samples? What are the applications they're planning on using them for?
Can you repeat this again? Sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
The panels that you sold, are they just samples? Are they planning on turning them into products? What are they going to use them for?
Okay, the panels, like the ones that you have right now, and they use it for furniture manufacturing.
And interior design stuff to decorate the walls and to make a lot of interior design stuff. Yeah.
Congrats, guys. How you address your problem of limited supply chain?
Supply chain, limited supply chain?
Yeah.
Let me clarify that. In Egypt, we have, like Hannah said, there's 212,000 tons of textile waste every year. So we have a lot of waste, and also the bio-based resin that we use is affordable and we can buy it. So the main components that we have, it already exist and exist with a tons of them. So this is what we use, and this already done.
And our supplier, like main supplier, is the Egyptian Clothing Bank. They get tons of, because it's a charity, an NGO, they get tons of
like we said, they get that 2,400 tons of textile waste every year.
I'm really sorry, Effect, but your time is up. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Judges, let me know when you've made your scoring. So we're halfway through the pitches. Coming up next is a team that flew all the way from Taipei to be here with us in Paris.
Okay.
They represent National Taiwan University, a university that is appearing on the stage for the second year in a row. Today, they're not only here to represent a university, but also the entire city of Taipei. If they take the $1 million home, they have plans to turn one of Asia's most iconic skyscrapers, Hult Prize pink, to celebrate. Let's hear it for Reverse.
We all know the 3 R's: recycle, reuse, and reduce. And we are all of the above. We are
Reverse.
We come from the fashion industry. Our co-founder, Evelyn,
is the owner of an award-winning sustainable fashion brand and has been featured in major fashion weeks. She realizes that having a sustainable fashion brand is not enough because we're still generating textile waste during production, and we cannot control how consumers handle their unwanted clothes. 23 million tons of textile waste are burned annually, creating 27 billion tons of CO2. This amount of CO2 needs 5 Amazon rainforests to absorb, and we need to reverse this problem. The fascinating part of fashion is creativity. We can make textile into any kind of design, but when it comes to solving textile waste, most people lack imagination. One of the possibilities is a brick in front of you. They are made of textile waste. We are Reverse. We are a social enterprise that brings innovation into fashion with innovative materials and capabilities. We recycle textile waste at scale and repurpose them into raw materials for various industries. Our trade secret is a formula and process on how we transform textile waste into retex and rewood. These two materials are the alternative for virgin plastic and wood plastic composites. They can be recycled and reused, achieving circularity. Our current capacity can solve more than 2,000 tons of textile waste and reduce over 2,000 tons of CO2 annually, fulfilling SDG 9, 12, 14, and 17. To enlarge our impact, we create an ecosystem. We connect the dots and integrate the value chain efficiently and cost-effectively. We protect this process with exclusive contracts with our partners. We have MOUs and LOIs with ESG-driven companies. Both of our materials can be processed with current machines that are already in the factories, and they can be applied into various applications. Coca-Cola Taiwan partnered with us in using retex to build storage for their sustainable projects. L'Oreal Taiwan and IKEA Taiwan are interested in using our materials to produce their current products. And we're excited to share that our latest partnership with Airspace, a fashion brand in APAC, Taipei Fashion Week, and GQ Taiwan. These cases prove that our materials can be supplied back to the fashion industry.
Working with subsidiary in Taiwan, we can scale with their headquarters and offices worldwide. I'm Rich, the Vice President of B-Lab Taiwan and the co-founder of Impact Hub Taipei. It's a social innovation network in more than 100 cities, giving us access to the global brands. With the support of the Hult Prize, we can build our own lab, investing more resources in R&D and talent recruitment, and we will reach 21 million in revenue by 2026. We foresee a market that will grow bigger than $140 million.
Our team also includes the innovation director of the world's top sports brand, a supply chain specialist, and a global brand manager. We are supported not only by the fashion industry, experts from technical, strategic, and financial background, but also our president. We cannot stop consumption and production, but together, let's connect the industry and make textile waste valuable. We redefine resources and rediscover value. We are Reverse.
I mean, wow, congratulations, Reverse. Well done. Judges, over to you. Would you like to open up the questions?
Yes, please. Thank you for that presentation. I really love the fact that you have a lot of use cases for the materials. I'm just curious about how you collect the textile waste. Do you have an insight into that chain and how it gets into the community? And can you share a bit more on that?
Yes. So currently, we work with many textile manufacturers from Taiwan, and we use their leftovers and material waste. And we can divide it into two different categories. The one category is using the pure polyester, and now we can turn into like a retex. We call retex. It's the PET injection materials, and then we can inject it into different plastic products, like a food tray, bin, clothes hanger, even including all kinds of plastic products. The other categories, we use the blending textiles. What we call the rewood is we use the heat and press to compress all the blending textiles, become we call composite products. And this is the materials you can see on your table. We use it for the architecture, furniture, floor, all kinds of different products. The reason why is we are looking for more opportunities is how we can reduce the waste, because that is the only way we can solve the problem of the waste. If you can find more applications, use more, and then we can reduce the waste faster. So that's the reason how we address the whole problem. Yes. That's a great question. Thank you so much.
Hi, congratulations for the presentation, for your energy. I have a question about the marketing strategy. I'm curious about how did you approach Coca-Cola? How do you convince Coca-Cola to use your product?
Okay, thank you for your question. And at this stage, we only work with the vision-aligned company. So Coca-Cola Taiwan, they have the ESG purpose, so they work with us. And then right now, we cover with Coca-Cola. It's called the project See the Unseen. We recycle the tax waste from the Coca-Cola employees and then made it into re-tax and then made into re-bricks. And then we build the storage building in the harbor, because we also cover with Taiwanese company, Taiwanese government, cover with Ocean Protection Agency. And then we clean the ocean waste from the ocean. And then we put that trash in the storage. And then we turn into the valuable goods.
Anyone else? Camila?
Okay, question about the selecting process for the clothing that for recycle. So when you pick what you can recycle, like fabric, what do you do with the buttons, zippers, and other things that come with the garment?
Okay, so let me ask. That's a good question. So the reason why we mentioned in the beginning is we starting from the manufacturer, the textile manufacturer, which the leftover and the waste without having the zipper and all the buttons. So that will be easier for us to access the market without having more cost on how we removing that. And second is we already plan with an NGO to work with the different parties and giving them more job opportunities to helping us with the removing zipper and buttons. So that will be totally two different business models we are addressing right now. Thank you.
Camila?
And congratulations, guys. So with Coca-Cola, you guys, you have MOU, right?
Yes.
So, so you're not selling to Coca-Cola yet, right?
We are partnering with them, and the project will start right now, and the building will build in next January.
I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. So thank you, Ruba. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. So over to you, judges. I'll allow you to do some scoring, and then just let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Yeah, this one is fine. This one is fine. Yeah, spread out.
Judges, are you ready for me to continue? Thank you. Okay, so we're now ready to hear from our fifth team. We're flying through these. So just a year ago, this team knew absolutely nothing about the fashion world. And then they heard about the Hult Prize 2023 challenge. That's when they decided to use their 40+ years of entrepreneurship experience in more than 5 countries to revolutionize the industry. Let's welcome Innovius. You can start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Many of us here have bought a shirt or a trouser just like this one. But when we get home and we unpack the shirt, we take out these inner packaging items and just throw them away without even thinking about it. Such single-use, unsustainable packaging is used in almost each of the 100 billion garments that are manufactured every year. Did you know that the carbon emissions from such unsustainable packaging annually is equal to taking 500 million flights between New York and Paris. We are using an alternative material that is a natural waste produced by areca nut trees to make our products, which are 100% biodegradable and will transform fashion packaging by replacing and eliminating paper tags and unsustainable plastic packaging. Our manufacturing consumes 99% less energy and emits 170 times less carbon dioxide as compared to plastic alternatives. The product in most demand and our entry into the industry is an alternative to paper brand tags. But you might be wondering, paper is already sustainable. But guess what? Our products consume 40 times less carbon dioxide and 40 times less carbon dioxide. Sorry.
Cheaper and better.
And are cheaper than paper. That's right. We are cheaper and better. We are doing this by initially outsourcing our manufacturing and supplying our finished products to garment manufacturers of multi-billion-dollar brands. Within just 6 weeks of our pilot study, we have secured almost $500,000 in bankable letter of intents from 15 fashion brands, including manufacturers of multi-billion-dollar brands such as Next and River Island. We have partnered with 3,000 farmers, 3 manufacturers, and we have a confirmed manufacturing capacity of 20 million pieces. And we have a 3-year tax break of our choice in our first 10 years.
With strong traction comes the strong impact, and we are reducing 3.6 million tons of carbon emission, replacing more than 400,000 tons of fashion packaging, and having groundbreaking energy efficiency in terms of manufacturing while addressing SDG 9, 12, and 13. This impact can be achieved at the scale as the market is growing from $8.2 to $12.3 billion in just 5 years. In our validated go-to-market strategy, we are successfully engaged with the manufacturing partners of global fashion brands while introducing our brand tags as an entry-level products. With an investment of $1 million, we will scale our business and reach the revenue of $200 million in just 7 years. Our business is viable, scalable. We are having a fantastic traction with a massive sustainable impact, and we are powered by a strong team of 5 co-founders.
I am Ish. I have led a company of 1,000 people, and I specialize in operations.
I'm Suchi. I have founded fashion and beauty company, and I have an expertise in sales and marketing.
I'm Kshitij. I've worked across European and Asian markets, and I specialize in finance and strategy.
I am Suren. I have co-founded 3 startups and scaled.
I'm Chinali. I work with Thai, and I specialize in product development and sustainability. And with our strong advisory panel, we are ready to scale our impact now. Dear all, with Innovius, let's change the way packaging is done. Let's unpack the future of fashion responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Innovius. Great job. So judges, over to you. Are there any questions? Anybody want to go first? Go for it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So with your packaging post-use, what happens to it? How quickly does it break down, and how do people dispose of it? How do your customers dispose of it?
Thank you for the question. So our product biodegrades naturally in the environment, in the landfills as well, within 90 to 100 days. As far as the end consumer's behavior is concerned, it does not need to be changed. Typically what we do, we take out the packaging, just throw it in the bin. We can continue doing the same process, and the product will biodegrade naturally in landfills.
I love the concept, it's fantastic. But I have a question. You're working globally also with this product, right? So with something as natural as this, do you have like global standards of compliances that you have to fill in?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the question. We are having ASTM standards, and it's like we just registered last month, and we are also applying for the global standards, American standards and European Union standard, and BSTN standard as per the Indian government. So we are applying for these certificates, and this industry is already tested. The material is already tested. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
So if you win the $1 million, which challenges do you think you're going to face, and how are you going to tackle them as a team?
Okay. Thank you for the question. I think one of the first things that we need to do is we have a lot of letter of intents that we need to fulfill. So our first step is to actually partner with the manufacturers, create the products, and start selling them. So that's the first step for us. Secondly, we have a very strong team based between the UK and India. And we have a huge potential to target so many different brands, and that's one of the next steps that we are going to be using the $1 million for. By the end of 9th month, we will be setting up a manufacturing unit as well. By that time, we'll have enough traction developed over the 9 months so that we can start manufacturing ourselves and get even better margins that we have at the moment.
How do you see your business in 5 years?
Sorry, I can take that as well. Sorry. In 5 years, we are reaching our revenue targets. Just for an example, one of our current manufacturers who supplies for Next, if we fulfill the entire supply for Next, in 4 years, we'll reach the revenue targets that we reach. We'll supply all the requirements that Next has. So just to give you a context as to what the revenue figures mean and how much you can supply.
Anyone else?
Thank you for the presentation. So the materials that you're recycling are tiny pieces of fabrics, sewed, and fashion products. How do you manage the inputs, the collection of those things, and your input products for the recycling? How do you do that? And to ensure that there's a good supply of it?
So I'm going to take this question. Thank you for the question. For these packaging material, you don't need to have a specific collection or anything. It biodegrades naturally in environment with an atmospheric condition.
Sorry, did you mean the sourcing?
Sourcing?
So the areca nut trees, dry leaves is falling naturally, so it's typically burned. So we just prevent the burn, the pollution itself. So we just utilize waste from the dry leaves itself.
At the same time, this industry already exists for the past 10 years. This material, the entire supply chain is set up because it's being used to make plates and cutlery and sold worldwide. So the entire supply chain is set up. We are going to leverage this and just use the same material, the same supply chain to make our products.
Amazing. So thank you so much, Inovius.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So judges, over to you. I'll allow you a couple of moments to just finish up scoring, and then we'll continue. I think we can all say that the pictures that we've seen so far have been absolutely incredible. I think we should give all of our panelists a massive round of applause. So, last but certainly not least, our final pitch of the day comes from a Hult International Business School startup. This team represents 4 countries from 4 different continents: Colombia, India, Italy, and South Africa. They came together just a year ago for the thrill and fun of a local Hult Prize competition. They've been inseparable and always dancing and smiling ever since. I want to see some of these dance moves, by the way. So let's give a warm welcome to Graph Inc. You can begin when you're ready. Start when you're ready.
united by fashion.
From the overconsumption in Italy
to the overproduction in India,
to the textile landfills in Colombia and South Africa.
It was our pain that brought us together to view the negative impact of fashion from a global perspective.
But the problem is not just the clothes. It's the mannequins, the racks, the shelves, but most importantly, the hangers. 20 billion of them every year are not reused, not recycled, just thrown away. And that is enough to fill up the Eiffel Tower 12,000 times. And that's why we created Textirial, our patent-pending material that can be made from any kind of textile waste, from polyester, denim, to cotton. Textirial offers a sustainable alternative to plastic. How do we do that? We start by collecting textile waste. We then combine it with biopolymers to create Textirial pellets. And we have also developed our own patent-pending manufacturing process that can be easily implemented in existing machinery. Textirial is truly from fashion, for fashion, beyond fashion.
Our first product is going to be sustainable hangers. Because plastic hangers break every 3 months, but proven by our pilot, graph hangers are more durable. They last at least 1 year and provide a 50% cost reduction. But the market screamed, and we listened. They wanted more than just the hangers. They wanted Textirial pellets, the very essence of our innovation. So we decided to offer both. We can sell Textirial for $1.4 a kg, and we can sell the hangers for 20 cents, because sustainability should not come at a premium. And you can see it. Attraction speaks for itself. In just 2 months, we have generated intent to purchase for over $2 million. Did you hear that? $2 million. Now imagine what we can achieve in 1 year. We have clients that want 110 tons of Textirial monthly, but with our current capacity, we can provide only 30 tons. This is why we need the $1 million, so we can scale our production and meet their demands. We can grow exponentially through this, and by 2028, generate a revenue of $32 million while still maintaining a gross margin of 43%. And the best part is, we do this by operating in a circular economy, where our clients can be our suppliers, turning their own waste into wealth.
Just like our attraction, our impact is massive. We can reduce CO2 emissions by 66% when comparing Textirial to plastic production. But that's not it. Imagine we could black out Paris for 6 days, how much CO2 you would save. We can do this by absorbing 13,000 tons of textile waste. And we're not only great for the environment, but our community too. We have partnered with Parsons University and an NGO with whom we give back through education and closed donation. We will start our first production plant in Colombia, where we have direct access to all our raw materials while still reaching our global clients, some of them who are here today in the audience to support us. This is thanks to our strong partnerships along the value chain, which have helped us build a solid foundation. We have the clients, we have the product, and most importantly, we have the team that can and is making the impossible possible. That's why you should invest in Graph. Our team is comprised of a finance director, engineer, business lawyer, project manager, and even an entrepreneur. Together, we bring 40 years of work experience to the table, represent 4 nations across 4 continents, and have managed over $1 billion in funding. We truly have what it takes to create a successful startup. Now join us as we go from fashion, for fashion, and even beyond fashion. Thank you.
Wow, just listen to that reaction. Congratulations, Graf, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
So judges, over to you for questions.
So what is your level of customization to your clients, designs, house demand in terms of the hangers, because they are part of how they present their clothing, so they're quite specific about the size and the look. What's your approach?
Okay, thank you for your question. First of all, hangers is the first product. The main one is Textirial, but we use hangers for logistics. first of all. So we sell our hangers to our customers, and they are going to use them to move their clothes from the warehouses to their stores and back. So the requirements are standard sizes, and this is how we are going to design our hangers.
So that means like customers can can ask for like a very specific type, can like make it bigger, longer, or anything like that? Can they do that?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Rina. Wonderful presentation. I have a question, basically two questions. One is, what percentage is your fabric composition in the hangers? And the second question is, when it comes to the end of life of the product, have you faced challenges when it comes to recycling this, and how often can you recycle it till you can't do it anymore?
I can take this question. Okay. So our product is under patent, so we can disclosure the percentage, but you can feel the percentage of textile and the biopolymer. Regarding the second question, the first risk that we have, of course, is that our hangers product or textile doesn't come back to the manufacturing. In the short time, we already achieved and we accepted this risk, but considering that our material is made by a percentage of this biopolymer, when it will end up, hopefully not, in the landfills, the biopolymer will biodegrade directly. So the percentage of textile left is very, very low compared to the 100%. And then we are planning also to, in long term, to partner with association and waste management in order to recollect our product and regrind it and reuse it again.
Thank you very much. So I was looking at your revenue projections and some of the assumptions you have made. I just need some insight into it. So you said the first 6 months of the production will be outsourced. To whom? Do you already have who you're outsourcing to? You did mention that you have LOIs. So it will be outsourced for 6 months to the plant setup is done. How long will it take for your plant setup to be completed, and how does this match with the current demands that you have with your LOIs?
I'll take this. So we already have partnerships set up. So we have MOUs signed with outsourcing manufacturers for our textile and for the hangers. With the outsourcing capacity, as you can see, we can produce approximately 32,400 hangers per production line, and we have 4 production lines available to us for the next 6 months. With the pelletizers, the next one. With the pelletizers, we have approximately 100,000 kilograms of pellets that we can produce through outsourcing, and that's also for 6 months. We've already spoken to the manufacturer from where we're going to get all our machinery, and they said that we should have everything set up and done by 6 months. So that's why we have the 6-month period. But we also have a 3-month extra period with the MOUs that we have signed in case we need to outsource more.
In terms of, sorry.
Excuse me, just a question. Can you help me to better understand how many categories of product can you reproduce with this one? Just hanger, no? Also mannequin,
yes,
chairs, and what else?
Okay, so our product, our pellet is possible to put. It is possible to put our pellet in all the injection molding machineries. So you can produce and generate different products.
I'm going to have to stop you there. Your time is up. So, Graphic, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the best of luck. So, judges, I'll allow you a couple of minutes just to get the final scores put together. So, today we've seen 6 tremendous teams, 6 amazing business ideas for redesigning fashion to make the global apparel industry more sustainable. Judges, you have an extremely difficult job ahead of you, but we know that you're up to the task. If you guys are ready, I'll send you off to go and do your deliberations with a huge round of applause. Okay, so now we'll take a 2-hour break to allow our judges the time to determine this year's Hult Prize winner of $1 million. I'll say that again, $1 million. So So in the next hour, each team will have 10 minutes with our judges to answer any outstanding questions, and then the judges will deliberate to choose our winner. And by the way, when we do announce our winner, we're excited to premiere our new theme song, Changes in Us, written and performed by Daniel Caratiana and Ivan Mikinko. For those of you here in the room, we invite you to our networking break in the Elysée Montmartre. I'll just give them a moment. Okay. So as I said, for those of you here, we're inviting you to the break time in the Elysée Montmartre. We've created some interactive opportunities for you to learn more about sustainable fashion, and our 6 finalists and our partners at EF Education First and the Hult International Business School. It's also an opportunity to enjoy some refreshments and network with colleagues from around the globe. For our friends watching around the world, we're continuing to live stream during the networking break, so stay tuned. You'll be able to watch some special interviews with our guests and get a feeling for what's happening in our expo area. And of course, you can check out the profiles and all of our startups on the website hultprize.org. If you are sharing on social media, please use the hashtag Hult Prize Global Finals 23. Enjoy your break, and we will see you back here at 6 p.m. sharp for a truly exciting conversation with a very special guest and the announcement of our winner.
are back from the break. You just saw our 6th finalists make their pitches. Inspiring. I mean, I cried at least 3 times. But as you can see, I'm wearing something new right now that you haven't seen. I brought out my Brazilian sash, the Miss Brazil sash, because we have a very, very special guest that is going to join me here on this pink carpet. I want to introduce you Miss Universe Arbany, and I am so happy to say that she's also a great friend of mine. Arbany, come on over. Surprise ever seeing you here. She didn't know. I knew for a while and I couldn't ruin the surprise.
You knew longer than me. We were just talking about that. I found out recently and I was already very excited about this. And then I found out you're here only last night. We haven't seen each other since January.
Since January. And she had to be here with us because her platform during Miss Universe, actually just her platform for life, is making the fashion industry more sustainable. So I want to ask you, what about the fashion industry today worries you and that you would like to see change?
There's so many things. I want to kind of keep it short. There's a lot of overconsumption happening. I mean, at the rate that we wear clothes and throw them away is just astronomical. How I got into it, because I was a designer. I started when I was a teenager, and when I would make pieces, I would have so many leftover scraps of fabric, and I would think nothing of it, and I would throw it away. And just me alone, I would create so much waste. And I'm thinking, how do these big companies do that? There's so much textile waste, over 92 million tons of textile waste. So that's why I said, you know what? I need to be a part of the solution. As a young designer, I'm so passionate about this, and that's really when I got into sustainable fashion.
And today you saw 6 pitches of the best startups of the year. Was there any startup that really brought out your attention or inspired you, or maybe that you're rooting for?
Ooh, all 6 were strong, so they all stood out. I mean, I loved the startup from Taipei. I loved their presentation. I loved their energy and how they're making bricks from waste. But I would say Innovius was really great too, because they're taking the agricultural waste and using that. It's already a waste in general, and it can biodegrade. So I'm a fan of that because they're thinking of the afterlife as well. But honestly, I was so inspired just sitting in that room. It was amazing.
I hope you guys at home were also inspired. And talking about inspiration, I want Arbany right now to inspire you and your day-to-day practices. So, can you give people back home 3 advices or 3 practices that they can take into their day-to-day to make their fashion use more sustainable?
Okay, 3 super easy, really, really easy.
Super easy.
Just 1, I love vintage shopping. That's how you find secondhand clothing instead of just buying new all the time. If you're buying secondhand, that's even better because that's less production and that's less waste. Another thing is, let's say, have you ever gotten a stain on your shirt, like your white shirt, and you're like, I cannot wear this anymore? I love to cut that up and make that into rags. Or if you really have free time, tie-dye it, make a cool design. I love doing that. And then 3rd, if your jeans don't fit anymore, you can take it to the tailor. You don't have to know how to sew. Take it to the tailor. They can sew it up for you if you have a hole in it. That way, you are really just making the longevity of your jeans so much more. So 3 easy things you can do.
Very easy things. And I have to say, you taught me a new word and a new practice. So I had never heard about upcycling before. And I saw her tutorial or your video, your reels. Can you tell people what upcycling is?
Upcycling is when you are taking an old piece of clothing, maybe it has a hole in it, you can't use it anymore, a friend gave it to you and you're like, I don't really want to wear this. And we're kind of playing off the word of recycle, but you're upgrading it. So that's where upcycling comes in. And actually the blazer I'm wearing now, I found this in the Miss Universe apartment. It was leftover from one of the previous queens, and I just chopped it up and kind of made it my own. And it's a whole upcycle project.
It looks amazing. And thank you for wearing an upcycled piece, a recycled piece, to our sustainable fashion event. Thank you so much for speaking with me as well. Thank you for being here. And thank you for lifting that platform as Miss Universe. And I know you're going to continue to do amazing work throughout your life. It is a pleasure knowing you.
Thank you. Same to you, girl. It's a pleasure to see you here and be a part of this with you.
And thank you, Hult Prize, for bringing all these misses. We're going to take a quick break, and then afterwards, we're going to speak to the startups. We want to know how they're feeling, what it was like to present, and what it's like knowing that maybe in just 1 hour and a half, they could become millionaires. See you in a bit.
We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do.
And we are back. What an amazing interview between you two. What a reunion. There's the whole reunion, and then there's you two as well.
Oh gosh, I mean, I hadn't seen her since January. We competed together. I'm a huge fan of the work that she does. And I remember when I first joined Hult Prize, and I realized what the theme for this year was. Yeah. I was like, well, we have to get Albany here. We have to.
Definitely. Well, we were just sitting together when the pitches were taking place, watching them all happen. And I think it was goosebumps after goosebumps after goosebumps. And just when you thought it was the best, it got even better.
It just kept getting better. And I was like crying, and he was behind me, kind of laughing at me.
She said she cried, and I was like, 4 times? I was, wow. So we're going to get to speak to the startups. Banoffee, the first team, take it away, come through.
Yeah, join us in the middle here.
Okay, so we spoke to you before. How do you feel like your pitch went?
It went well, without any hiccups, without any major hiccups, but it's hard to tell when you're on stage.
I have something to add. Janali's very critical. It went very well.
Cool, really? Wait, okay.
Have you already told, I mean, everybody saw your pitch, but this is amazing that this is your leather, right? I'm touching it because I've been wanting to touch it for days.
All the leather. Oh, it had a swatch in my pocket, but it's at the expo table if you go look later.
So I really want to know, who's the first person that started this and like first figured out that banana waste could become leather?
So I guess we tried a lot of different raw materials. We tried mango, wheat straw, but it's been a lot of R&D and 2 years of R&D, and that's how we have this product today.
What is your big ambition for Banoffee?
To replace a lot of animal leather out there.
To create a world where leather heals the planet.
It is a great slogan that you guys have at the end of the pitch.
So you've all been in this process before when, you know, the pitch Fridays take place, the practice pitches, the judges' deliberation, the anxiety. Is there anything different about this time? And what are the sorts of questions that go through your head when the deliberation is taking place?
I guess it's after this pitch, there's a lot more relief because there's nothing next week. This was the last one. So it definitely feels like a culmination of a lot of hard work.
I have a question that I'm going to ask every single startup, all of them. Once you win, because I like to think positively, once you win, how are you 3 celebrating the $1 million?
For me, it's my first time in Paris, so I expect us to go out, have some wine, have some nice dinner. But what about you all?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. We're excited to hang out with all the other teams as well. Celebrate. I guess not everyone will be celebrating fully together, but I don't know. It's
And what about you? How do you want to celebrate becoming a millionaire?
I think we just have a lot more work ahead of us, so.
You know, eyes on the prize, the real prize. But yeah, thank you so much, and let's see who wins. Best of luck, guys.
Thank you, guys. And up next, we have Tanya, who was one of the experts during the accelerator at the castle.
Yeah.
Tanya, join us, please.
Tanya,
first question. I already know what I want to ask her. Tell me about this outfit, where it comes from, how you were inspired by it. Is it from your native country?
Absolutely, absolutely. So hi, so this is a sari, if you've never seen one, by the way, and you look beautiful, if I may say so. This is a specific kind of silk available in India. It's called Mulberry 6, super light, super light. So for anyone who doesn't want to like carry a lot of jewel and a lot of weight, this is good.
So I actually have worn a sari before, and I remember somebody told me that the sari is like 6 meters long or 7, and you have to wrap it a couple of times around your waist. So I can really imagine that having a light fabric makes a huge difference. So I want to ask you, from your experience, what do you think you were able to bring to the startups, and did you see them grow throughout this accelerator?
So I'll give you 3 things that happen if I can have the mic. Thank you. Right, so I've been involved with Hult for over 3 years now, and I come in different stages. When we started out at the regional stage, these startups just had a pitch document, which was probably about 20 slides, not very sure of their story, their grounding. And that's the stage that you help them just evolve into understanding or finding their own voice. The second part we do is the judgment for the regionals, which is where it's my job to ask them the tough questions and really grill them so that they become better. And then is the third stage, wherein then I mentor the finalists into today's event. Here is where I sort of bring in stage choreography, communications, and negotiations, and the finishing touches. So how to, for example, behave like you on stage, and do voice modulation, and how to sort of interact with the judges, not sort of get tongue-tied, etc., etc. Those are really important nuances that people notice when they meet about you. And I don't think entrepreneurs think of them consciously, so that's why we're here.
Tanya, I want to say thank you very much for speaking with us. I hope we get to talk a little bit more because I have other questions, but I have to call up Labware to come and speak with us.
Thanks so much,
Thank
Tanya.
you so much, Tanya.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so Labware, I don't know if you guys noticed, but once they finished their pitches, they couldn't hold back a smile. And you're Max, right? He's Max. Max was so happy that he started giggling. So tell me, what were you feeling that brought out that smile and that giggle on stage at the end?
Really just, we were presenting something that we were really passionate about, and we got it done. We said everything we wanted to say. And it was just beautiful to get it out there and see the reactions of the people, happy to hear what we just said. And yeah, I just couldn't hold it in, I guess. I don't remember it. I don't remember it at all.
Were there any particular questions from the judges that kind of you didn't expect? If so, which was it?
I guess the first one was interesting with the zippers, and we were like, yeah, we can do it. We do more than T-shirts. Come on. Look. But it was a good start. Like, it got us rolling, and we felt good about what we do, which we should.
And the most important question, if you win, or when you win, how are you celebrating? Are you celebrating tonight, tomorrow? How long is it lasting?
Oh, we're definitely going to celebrate tonight. Tomorrow, we're hopefully going to have a day off. Maybe I'll get to see some of Paris, actually. Heard it's a beautiful city. And then after that, we got a lot of changing to do in the industry, I feel like.
So have any of you guys, so he told me he heard it's a beautiful city, so I gotta feel that you haven't been here before. Have any of you been to Paris before? You have. What do you love about Paris?
The people, the vibes, it's a city of fashion, like just different vibes, beautiful people, beautiful clothes. And it's a city where you create fashion and not consume, kind of. That's insane.
Okay, so we got a few more seconds. I love that question about how you're going to celebrate, and he stole it from me.
No, of course, you wanted to ask those questions for people.
No.
The last kind of thing, again, you've made it to the finals. You've been on that stage. After having been on that stage, what's your last piece of advice for the startups? For any other startups competing in the future?
Get your story together. Like, all the experts always told us, get the story for your pitch. And we managed to do that pretty much 3 days before the final. So you should get it earlier.
Well, it's an amazing story and be even better if you win the $1 million. Thank you so much, Labware. We'll speak to you soon.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. And we're going to go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. keep holding it, okay? Okay, sorry.
Are we doing an intro or is it straight?
Oh, wait, intro.
Okay.
And we are happy to be back from the break, and we have two really special people to speak with from English First. They're one of the benefactors helping make Hult Prize happen. So first we have Sarah Parsley from English First.
Sure.
Join us right here. I want to ask you, I mean, I feel like you've been to a Hult Prize before, but how was today and what did you think of the pitches?
I mean, it's impossible not to be just absolutely blown away by the creativity and knowledge that they all bring to the table, and every year just gets better and better.
Was there any startup that really called your attention, impressed you, or brought a solution that you were like, what? I could have never thought of that.
I thought they all did. I'm a bit partial, mainly because of our affiliation with EF, to the Hult team, but I also thought that the University of Taiwan team was absolutely incredible. But as every single person went, they just kind of got better and better and more amazing, and it was just so fun to watch.
And it was really exciting hearing, of course, the theme for next year is unlimited. But I want to ask, from your experience, for your understanding of the world, which area of problem solving are you most excited about? Which ones do you want to see the startups focus on?
I mean, I do think that this year is so incredibly important as far as the sustainability piece. Going forward, something around continuing that conversation, the global warming conversation, is so important to futures of today and tomorrow. So I'm excited to see what they do there.
Thank you so much for your time. Again, from Education First, next we have another person with Dana. Please come through. We'd love to speak to you.
Dana Santucci, welcome.
So Education First and Hult Prize, long-standing partnership. Could we ask a bit more about the history, how this arose, and what are the values they share in common that leads to this partnership?
Yeah, I think we heard this morning that the Hult Prize was started by a group of Hult students, and really with the idea to bring the brightest minds from all around the world to solve some of the most pressing issues. And so EF's belief in education and opening the world, it really ties in together.
And it's already scaled so much. It's touching so many more universities. But where is the vision? Where is the ambition? Where do you see how, maybe, I mean, honestly, in like 30 to 40 years' time, because I'm sure it plans to stay around that long?
I think for me today, I've been to the Hult Prize previous years, the level that it's been elevated to is incredible. The amount of energy and time that's gone into these ideas, it's really been taken to the next level, and it really shows in the presentation and the business plans. All of these business plans would be incredible contributions to the planet.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And up next, we have Carla. She is from the Human Resource at the Hult Prize. Join us, Carla. I have a question. So we were just talking about how next year's theme is unlimited. So it can be anything. I have a question for you. How difficult is it going to be for us to decide? Because the pitches are going to be amazing, but now is solving hunger more important than maybe solving poverty or, creating better wage? How are we going to compare apples, bananas to oranges?
Well, at the end of the day, it really is all about impact. That is what we're truly about, and I don't think that there's really a scale to say what impact is more important than the other. At the end of the day, what we're really trying to do is unite all of our forces to solve those SDGs. That year is coming up really, really fast, and we need critical impact. So that's why we're really excited to leverage all of the knowledge that we've had these past 15 years at Hult Prize, all of the challenges that we've done, bringing together as well the community that we've built of experts from all around the world, from all of the different industries, and bring all of those resources to really create meaningful and significant impact.
So I want to break down that word. What is impact to you, and how do you quantify it? Or, how are you dissecting the impact that these startups, I know it's a hard question, but you're the one that chose Unlimited.
So I'm going to give you a two-part answer. First, a personal answer from my point of view, and then what I've learned in my years with Hult Prize. So from a personal point of view, impact is changing something in someone, whether that is a belief that they have, whether that is a tradition that they had, whether it's a practice that they have, just something, it doesn't matter how small or how big, but it's something that truly created change. And then when it comes to entrepreneurship, impact is incredibly challenging. I think that that is one of the criteria that we always struggle with the most, that the judges always ask us the most amount of questions, because it's really hard to quantify. Like you were saying at the beginning, how do you know how many lives you've changed, how many lives you've really impacted? And that's something that we've started doing, and we've started really training our startups around, making sure that they are quantifying and understanding the whole impact of their company, you know? And that's something that us as staff of Hult Prize, we also love to take into consideration. You don't know how many lives you're impacting and how many lives you're changing, because now all of these startups are changing the lives of so many people, and it's thanks to all of the incredible work that the Hult Prize staff is doing. So I need to give my team a huge shout out as well.
Thank you, Carla, for talking to us. And I do not want to be in those judges' skin today or next year. Thank you so much, Carla. And we have up next
Dr. Majid Ghonemia, who's the Ministry of Higher Education in Egypt. Please take the stage. Speak to you.
Minister, thank you for joining us. So what is the importance of education to really create change? Because I see today, and this is something that we have a lot of dialogue at the United Nations, is that sustainability is something that the public sector and the private sector are talking about. But we need to bring it to the younger generation. So tell me about sustainable education, or bringing the theme of sustainability to education and the importance of that.
Thank you. So I think that's the right thing. It's how do we bring in the concept of sustainability to all of our younger generations? We should have a very huge, there's supposed to be important focus on these younger generations, because each of these are going to be the CEOs and presidents and ministers who are going to be in our society 20 to 30 years from now. So if we can embed in their mindset the concept of sustainability, the concept of impact, the concept of pushing economy forward, it's going to create a big change as we go forward, especially as we're looking at how can we make our planet a better place for the generations to come.
And in your role in Ministry of Higher Education, is there anything particularly you're proud of in what you've done to scale entrepreneurship or sustainability?
So one of the things that we're really proud of in Egypt is that we have a new strategy right now in the ministry that has been launched back in March. And one of the main 7 pillars that we are pushing the strategy in higher education is innovation and entrepreneurship. So how can we push every single undergraduate, every single researcher in any of our higher education institutions to believe in entrepreneurship, to understand entrepreneurship, and not just any kind of entrepreneurship, but innovation-based entrepreneurship. So we're looking forward to the many programs that have been planned and are going to be executing on the ground, so that we can graduate more graduates that understand entrepreneurship, can go out and be entrepreneurs, creating more startups or pushing their companies forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Majid, for this, but then also your work you're doing. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next up, we're going to be speaking again to one of the startups, the one who finally made it effect. Take the stage. Let's go through.
Welcome to our pink carpet. And you guys are all in pink.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Very thematic. So how are you feeling now that you're finally done?
Some worry. I will translate him in he will show in Arabic and I'll translate him in English.
Oh, okay.
Okay. متوتر و حاسس أنا مبسوط حاسس أنا very nervous, coupled was very happy. So this same feeling for after the pitching. But me, I have a confidence that already we went to be here on the Hult Prize stage. We're ready to know a lot of very important peoples. So if we won the $1 million, if we are not, we are good and we do all our best.
Yep, super relieved actually, and super excited to see who's going to win the $1 million. Even if it's not us, all the teams deserve it. I know it's a super hard decision. So yeah, we're super excited for the announcement right now.
Was there any particular question from the judges in the Q&A that kind of, got to you or anything that you didn't expect?
Actually, no, but we have a problem with like understanding the question. So we always get it wrong. So we were like, okay, hopefully we don't get this one wrong. And like, yeah, so.
I mean, it's a high pressure environment as well, right? Just 4 minutes of going through.
Yeah.
And I'm stealing your question again.
Please do.
If you win or when you win, how are you celebrating? Tonight, tomorrow, this weekend, what are you going to do?
Not just win, how are you?
How are you celebrating? Yeah.
Well, we say
Yeah,
a lot of
definitely an after party today and tomorrow. And because this is our first time in Paris, so probably.
Oh, first time. Oh,
yeah,
amazing.
Eiffel Tower, so.
Oh, yeah, you got to go there. Straight to the Eiffel Tower, everyone all together. Well, thank you so much. We're going to leave you to it. And
Thank you. And now we're going to speak to Mariam, who is one of the experts. Oh, I met this beautiful lady in Dubai. Wow. From Dubai to Paris. I don't know where next we're going to be. You look beautiful. Your makeup's stunning. I just had to compliment her. Sorry. Tell me a little bit about what you wanted to bring during the accelerator to the startups and to the competitors.
It's a great question. So I think I was the only expert that is bringing in the fashion element to all of the, experts' knowledge on terms of business and everything. So I come from a background of sustainability infused with fashion, and I just wanted to make sure that everything is related to the market from fashion to fashion, just to make sure it is addressed to resolve these immense impact that we have on the globe.
And we actually had the chance to have a fireside chat during the accelerator where Mariam spoke about her experience with sustainability and everything. Before and after the fireside chat, do you feel like any startups took away some of your guidance? Was there anything in particular you saw them implement?
Yes, for sure. So a lot of them knew exactly the market trends. That was an important point because it paved the way for their businesses. And they did a lot of tweaking on how are they going to address the market, which specific sustainability problem are they going to go, and what window would they have according to those new trends in the market itself.
One more question, because you've been a judge as well during the Pitch Fridays. What are the sorts of questions that are being asked there right now, and how tense? Can you give us an idea? How tense is the deliberation room probably right now?
Well, we prepped the startups for all kind of questions. So I think they're in good hands. But yes, the judges and the panel from a new perspective are going to have so many questions. But I think our startups are going to take that perfectly.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mariam. I have so many questions for you later. And up next, we have Reverse.
Let's go. I love their outfits.
I love their outfits. Yeah. Actually, I just want to touch the product.
We just move. I would just move a bit more forward so everyone can see you. There we are.
100% textile waste. So you can feel the fiber on it.
And also you can feel the pads here. Can I get a feeling as well?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me describe to you guys because I know I was dying to touch, and I bet you guys at home are too. These are the pallets, and then what? All made by the textile waste. And what can I make with these pallets?
We can have another different application, like hanger, and like lamp, and like.
Oh wow!
Like, yeah.
Oh, it's a lamp.
This is made of textile.
Yeah.
And all of this is made out of textile waste.
Yes.
Guys, it feels like plastic. Absolutely, and it's strong, and I was wondering if it was really as
strong, durable, and sustainable, because we can be recycled.
And
High quality. And 12 stronger than the ABS. It's the main plastic particles.
Yes.
Amazing. I mean, I would 100% trust a table made out of that.
Yeah. One of the things they mentioned actually.
Prototype already.
Yeah.
We actually do have a prototype of a table made of this kind of rewood. And it's very durable. It's actually sitting at her place right now.
I want to hear a conversation. So you managed to convince the president of Taiwan, I believe, that you want to make the biggest monument pink. What was that conversation? How did you end up doing it? And what was his reaction?
He's very excited. He's very excited.
Come forward.
Yes. So we had this online call with our president, and she gave us a lot of encouragement and a lot of suggestions on how we should present, how we should calm ourselves down and just, show our best. And yeah, we're excited to lighten up Taipei 101 in pink.
Oh, that would make headlines for sure. Thank you so much again, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We are reverse. Wait. Can we do this again? And Zayn and I are going to be part. Okay. So it's we are reverse.
Right.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. We are reverse.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
And next, we have Vinod joining us again. Oh, he's giving everyone a hug. He's very close to the teams. Vinod, I don't think you had the chance to speak to Vinod yet.
I have not.
One of the most loved experts during the accelerator. Yep. Vinod, you've been a judge, you've been there. How tense is the deliberation room probably right now, and what are the sorts of questions being thrown around?
I think it's like DEFCON 5. It's like intense pressure, totally hot, and I love it that the teams this year have made the judges' life miserable. They have done a fantastic job at pitching, and that is exactly what we want them to be doing.
When you were judging and it was close, because today is definitely close as well, how close does it get? What are the sort of factors that push a team apart? What are those things that the judges look at?
So the judges look at, first and foremost, the maximum upside for impact, and more importantly, the passion that the teams have and the connection that they have to each other, because it is as much a bet on the team as it is on their venture.
And do you feel like that's something, maybe, 1 week ago compared to now, can you tell us how much they've improved, or if they have?
So I would say there is a quadrupling or a quintupling of the kind of energy that they have brought to this. So I'm incredibly proud of the progress that they have made.
Oh, incredible. And are you going to be celebrating too with the startups afterwards?
100%.
And are we seeing you at the next accelerator as well?
Absolutely. You can
amazing. Thank you so much, Vinod.
Thank you so much for talking to us. You know what? You were talking about the energy, but I think you are the one.
He's the battery.
Yeah, you're the battery. You're the one that is building up the energy. Thank you so much for your passion.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Yeah. Fun fact about Vinod, we had a musical chairs game and he almost won it. He was so in it. He's the most competitive person.
He beat the startups on the musical chair?
The startups won in the end. But yeah.
Well, it has been lovely. We're going to go on a quick break. You stay right there.
We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do. We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do. We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do.
Welcome Welcome everyone, welcome back. The judges' deliberation is still happening. They're still, talking to each other, asking those hard questions, trying to decide which startup out of all of the amazing ones are going to take down the $1 million prize. But in the meantime, we're still going to be speaking to everyone who's been involved with Hult from the past, now, and maybe in the future. So to begin with, I'd like to speak to Mahib, one of our alumni. Please come through. How are you doing?
Fine, great.
Amazing. So you're an alumni of the Hult Prize. Could you tell us which year you were an alumni of? What was your sort of startup? What was the theme?
So 2022 was the year that UPEX flourished. We've been in the Global Accelerator. We've been making a great impact now in our society with our product. And I'm very grateful to be part of the Hult Prize community.
So you're still working on your startup as well, even after the accelerator. Could you tell us about what they do and how are you still continuing to make impact?
So UPEX is a social media platform for freelancers. We're helping youth getting experience through challenges offered by large companies and startups. So we're going to help students make their profile outstanding from the other competitors. You don't need a CV anymore. We'll automatically match you with the best and the suitable company for your profile, yeah.
Oh, perfect. And were you there to watch the pictures today as well?
Yes, I watched the 6 pitches. They are very great. I actually loved the last one and the first one. So I'm going to beg for these 2 choices. And yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, let's see who wins. Thank you. Next, we're going to have another expert who's been with us at the castle. William, please. Good to meet you, William.
Yes.
Amazing. You've been one of the judges in the Pitch Fridays, in the Accelerator and everything. Could you give us a hint of what the atmosphere is probably like in the judges' room and what are the questions they're asking?
I think very important things is the teams, they control everything, or they know what their specialties and how to reply to the judges. I think that's very important. They have confidence in what they're going to do. They know that. That's
Definitely. And I'm sure there have been situations where all the teams are kind of similar. When you're judging, for example, what do you believe is the most important factor that you try to push on? Like, come on, this team was doing this very importantly.
I think I would say a very important thing is they don't afraid to face the failures. They know how to handle it, and then they're willing to try and adopt all the opinion from the judges and the teams. I think they're very important things to show to the judges.
And so these 6 finalists, you got to see the first few pitches during the accelerator as well. From there till today, what's the biggest ways in which the startups have improved, and which startup have you found has improved the most?
I think in the very beginning, they probably not really like a team. And right now, I think everyone be a team. From this, I think after final today, I think for the champion and the other rest of 5, I think they will continue their, to doing their stuff. Yes.
Thank you, William. Let's see who the winner is. Thank you. And again, we've spoken to him already. We're going to speak to him again. I'm very, very excited to hear your thoughts. Howard, you've been in the judges' room. You know how tense the atmosphere is. If you were in that judges' room right now, what are the things you'd be asking the questions about?
Wow. So I have to start off by saying all the presentations really exceeded my expectations. There were some people going in, they were at a 95 level. They really raised the game up to 97, 98, maybe even 99. There were some, they were below 90, and they've soared. Absolutely incredible. So now if you're in the judges' room, you've got a really, really tough time. Because instead of having 1 or 2 or 3 contenders, there are 6 contenders. There wasn't a knockout. That means the judges have to make the decision. And much like any professional sport, when there's judges making the decision, boxing or UFC or whatever, it's really up to the judges. And every judge sees the competition differently. So hard to predict, hard to know. I wish I had a little peephole to peek in, or even a microphone, just to be able to see what's really going on. The tension continues.
Well, maybe you can go and try and get a little sneak peek. Well,
I'm on my way.
Let's go. All right, best of luck. We'll see who the winner is soon. Innovius. I was just giving them a little high five. You guys did amazing. That was incredible. Well done. So, first initial thoughts. How are you feeling about the pitch that you did?
We worked hard for it. I think we did great. And we couldn't have done it better, so.
Yep, for sure. And I mean, the judges are kind of, they're deliberating right now. Pitch Fridays, do you remember in the accelerator, they'd be doing it as well. What are the sorts of questions, the anxiety that goes through your head, or what's going through your head at the moment?
Well, honestly, every Pitch Friday was so different. We had such different feedbacks and questions. But I think for this round, we answered them all, whether it was in the pitch or whether it was in the Q&A. It was just about adding a few additional points which are not clear. So I think the competition, the accelerator has helped us so much.
And were there any particular questions that kind of you didn't expect from the judges in the Q&A?
I don't think so, but there might be one question which was like, how do you envision yourself in the 5 years, which we know, but we went to the technical part more. So that, yeah.
Well, I'll leave you to it, and best of luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Next, we have Biba, a regional specialist in Europe. Biba, hi. Tell us what brings you to the Hult Prize.
So I'm the regional specialist here in Hult Prize in Europe. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here. About 2 days ago, I completed 1 year of Hult Prize. So this is the best way to celebrate it.
Definitely. So, I mean, this time last year, what were you doing with the Hult Prize? What was the experience? Do you remember how much your involvement was?
By this time last year was like my second day of work, and I had the Hult Prize finals. I was still trying to catch up and understand what was it about. I remember watching the team speaking, and picturing how big and how impactful Hult Prize is.
You were there to see the pictures, right?
Yes.
I want to ask, and I haven't asked this to anyone yet, but you'll be the first. Your prediction, who do you think is going to be taking home the $1 million prize? I'm putting you on the spot. No, I don't want the answer of everyone. I want to hear a bold prediction.
Oh my God, this is so hard. But I would say reverse. I was really impressed by their work, and I think they have a really solid idea and action. So I feel they have everything it's needed for a $1 million prize.
Well, let's see. Thank you so much for your time. I'll speak to you soon. Next, we have Teresa, a country coordinator for Portugal. Teresa, how are you doing? So could you tell us, how long have you been involved with the Hult Prize, and what does your role as a country coordinator involve?
Okay, so my journey with Hult Prize started actually with EF in 2017. And then I joined Hult Prize this year, and I was the logistics leader, the events and operations leader of the Lisbon Summit. And then I got to be the first country coordinator of Portugal, and it really means a lot. It's to start the whole journey in a country that doesn't have a Hult Prize yet, and it will be a gigantic opportunity.
So it definitely isn't your first Hult Prize event. I'm guessing not the last either. Last was the first person I asked about predictions, and I'm going to put you on the spot. You watched the pictures, right?
Yeah.
Which one do you think is going to take home the $1 million prize, and why?
This is a very hard question. I mean, Labware Studios is forever in my heart because they were the winners of the Lisbon Summit. So they were the winners of my summit. But I think Graph has very high chance also. I think all of them are perfect and they can all win.
Yeah, no, the judges are having a hard time for sure. Thank you so much, Teresa.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we're going to be speaking to the team that was last to pitch everyone on the stage. My favorite outfits for sure. Graph, come on in, come in. All right. How are you feeling about how your pitch went?
Yes.
We're happy. We're really happy. So fingers crossed.
Nice. And you've been in Pitch Fridays before where the judges are doing their deliberation, etc. What does the anxiety feel like? You know, at the moment, are you feeling that sort of thing? What are the questions going through your head?
I'd love to take that, or you want to go for it? Honestly, straight after our pitch, it felt like the world had left our shoulders. We knew we gave our hearts out there on the stage, so we were really content with life, and we just looked at each other, hugged each other, and shared a moment that will stay with me for the rest of my life.
Oh, that's incredible. And yeah, does this feel different in terms of where do you feel like, you know, when you were in the accelerator, how do you feel like you've improved the most? On what part?
I think we improved the most in the way we work as a team, because now, even without saying words, we can understand what the other person is trying. Even we can have like hard conversations and hug 30 seconds later. So I think that's, and also, of course, our business.
One more question I have. So it's unlimited, the theme for next year. It could be anything and everything, but you all are sustainability experts. Which problem do you think is the most important? Which startup theme are you going to be looking out for?
I think the sustainability problem as of now that we face is the fact that there's a lot of overproduction and overconsumption of textiles, and a lot of people are not even aware that this exists right around them, and that's exactly what we're trying to solve over here by absorbing this textile waste. So we really hope we can do something for the world and for our future.
Sure. Thank you so much. Well, best of luck, and thank you so much again. Okay, we've heard from a lot of the team so far, and we're going to be taking a break again, so stay tuned and we'll see you shortly.
We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do.
Welcome back, everyone. We've had the chance to speak to the startups, the judges, but we're going to be speaking to even more. Karen and Victoria, I'd love to speak to you as well about how you're feeling. Come through. So, Karen, Victoria, you've been in the judging seat before. You've been there during Pitch Fridays. Can you describe how tense is the atmosphere probably, and what are the sort of questions being thrown around?
Well, I'm sure that it's a very stimulating discussions that are happening right now. I think that the teams were all really impressive today. They all did a great job in their pitches, so I'm sure it's a difficult decision.
Yes, and I would add to that, what's different the way we work is that we've seen these teams since day one. The judges today are in the judging room, never having seen these teams competing before. So it is really interesting that the different perspective that they'll bring and then have to come together to make a unanimous decision.
Which factor do you feel like the startups have all improved upon the most? Or, I mean, have they improved?
They've improved greatly. You know, so at the beginning they were reading sometimes off their phones. They pivoted. They helped each other if they needed a push. So I thought they all did really, really well.
Yeah, I was really impressed today that all of them looked so cohesive, and they somehow, I'm sure it's been exhausting to get to this point, but they somehow managed to find that extra gear. They had high energy, they looked great, they presented well.
Well, I mean, they're all very talented 6 teams, and let's say, I mean, in the judges' room, they're all stuck on all the factors, and they can't push. If there's one factor in the judging criteria that you would personally say is the most important, which one would it be?
Well, for me, it's about the team, because that's going to make the business.
Well, I think for me, it would be about the mission and also the vision in terms of their business model, how they're going to grow and achieve their metrics.
Well, we'll find out shortly which team it is. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Next, Supriya, we're going to get to speak to you again. And sure, Mia, come through.
And I am coming in because Supriya and we were together in Dubai. So tell me a little bit about how was today different from the semifinal, the regional experience, like the level of the startups?
So apart from startups, today was my favorite day because it was the On-Campus Awards. I primarily work for the On-Campus program. This is the time we get to celebrate our community, award the best campus directors. So I don't know if y'all were there for the first half, but we had the On-Campus Awards where we gave away 7 awards. So that was the highlight of my day. And of course, now was the global finals where we got to hear our top 6 pitches. For the first time for me live, I got to hear about all of the brilliant ideas. Another important thing for me was a lot of them are made in India products, which makes me very happy. I am a little biased towards India, but yeah, today was a monumental day for not just me, but for all of us Hult Prize staff.
Honestly, I would be biased if my country was participating as well.
So you've gotten to see all the pitches and everything. Let's throw you in the judges' room. Let's imagine you're one of the judges here. There are so many different factors. Let's say everything's equal. Which factor do you think is the most important in deciding who the winning team is?
That is a difficult question.
No. So since I'm a regional manager, I get to, speak to a lot of the on-campus programs and speak to the startups. I try to always tell them, I'm not the best at startups, but I think something very important for any business would be if it's scalable in the long run or not. Only if, the vision is strong, will it be scalable? So I think that is one important factor I think the judges should keep in consideration while rating the startups.
Thank you. Well, let's hope they do, and we'll find out the winner soon. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you, Supriya.
Thank you. Let's have a quick switch up whilst we introduce the new team. So this is actually, if any of, there's an expo going on behind us. And the expo is of just so many talented people in the sustainable development world. And we're going to get to speak to a startup called Inversa. Kahan, one of the co-founders.
And Henry as well is joining us.
Feel free.
He's head of development of Inversa.
Sure. So, Inversa, could you tell us a bit about what you do, what your startup does?
We're a materials company that takes invasive species and turns them into high-grade fashion or high-grade leather for the fashion industry. So invasive species are animals that are from somewhere else, and then brought into another ecosystem. And because they're not from there, there's no native predators, they destroy the ecosystem and they create a huge problem. So what we do is to remove those, allowing nature to recover and to regenerate itself by making beautiful leather out of it. So companies can still have their exotic, beautiful leather, but also save ecosystems.
Oh, that's incredible. I've been asking people this one question, and I don't want you to give me an answer of everyone. I want your bold prediction. You saw the pictures, right? Who do you think's taking home the $1 million prize?
Well, I think we know leather the best, so I think we'll bet on our fellow leather companies.
And you think, and do you think they could? If you were to ask a question, if you were in the judge's seat and you were to ask Banoffee one question, what would it have been?
If it's about leather, I'd like to know their plastic content, their bioavailability within the leather. I think that's a great question to ask.
So he answered, but what about you? Do you also think Banoffee is the winner, or do you have another prediction?
I actually had a chance to chat with them, and I think what they've done is incredible, and my bias is towards them too.
Yeah.
I think if I was to ask them a question, of course they've talked about their origin story, their inspiration, but how will they grow? How will they continue to protect more and more ecosystems? And, I see parallels in our story, so always happy to see another leather folk.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us and giving a little bit of your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And up next, we have Ignacio. He is a Hult Prize winner of 2021.
I got to tell you a story about him.
Pleasure to meet you.
So we were there at the Accelerator in 2021, and one of the most beautiful moments in my life was I witnessed their team, their energy, experiencing them being announced as one of the finalists. They broke into tears. It's one of the most amazing, wholesome videos. It's the first thing I think of. Can you describe to us the feeling of winning? I mean, this is what the startups are going to feel, or whoever wins in the end. How did it feel in that moment, and what led up to it?
Well, I mean, I know I can talk not only for me, but for my whole team, that it was like the strongest emotion ever, because we don't just weren't announced as a finalist, but we were also the last team to be announced. So it was like we were like waiting and waiting. The first team were announced, then the second, the third, and all that. And I remember in the last announcement, and they were doing like drums with the legs and the hands. And I remember they say Chilk, that was the finalist before us, and Rimango. And I remember that I jumped out of my chair and I hugged my guys, my team, and we were just like crying and screaming, and all the people.
For 10 minutes straight, I'm not even kidding.
Such a good storyteller that my eyes here, I'm not looking, I'm just like imagining the whole scene.
It was a very strong emotion. We were like hugging, and I couldn't hear anything. I only could hear my two guys screaming in my ears, like, ah, and it was really exciting. And then when I can watch the video of that time, it's like every time I see the video, I like remember those feelings, and it's like really makes me like missing that emotion. It's really emotional.
But I have a question. Before we go on a break, it sounds like when you were announced as a finalist, you celebrated like crazy. Did you celebrate even harder when you won?
No, I think we celebrated harder when we were announced, because we had 6 weeks on our back that we were like working on the pitch, on the idea, on the project, on everything. So it was like a very stressful moment for us, waiting, and we didn't know if we were going to make it. So yeah, I think that was like the most exciting moment for us, like make it through the last step we needed to make it. For me, I think that was the most exciting.
You know what? I don't want you to leave. We've got everyone from 2021 standing in there. I want you to all come up. We're not going to do it one by one. Come together. Yeah, Jessica, you as well. You're also one of the previous winners, and you were there witnessing that moment. Now, you saw the pictures, right? Yeah. Today. You are winners, and you know what it takes to be a winner. Starting with Jessica, how do you feel about the pictures, and who were you to place a bet on being the winner?
Oh, I cannot decide, but they were all amazing. I think this year is very different. It's super like another level, and it's hard to tell, but of course, and I'm rooting for one of them, secretly.
Yes. Wait, I couldn't hear.
She's rooting for one, but she's keeping it secret.
What about you? Are you going to keep it a secret as well?
You're going to keep it a secret as well?
I don't want the other teams to feel that I don't support them. I like all the teams. That's the best answer I can have.
Okay, amazing.
Very diplomatic answer.
You have to be diplomatic when you like say I'm going to root for somebody. So all the teams for me. I know which one, but.
Okay. One more question I have for both of you is the theme that's been announced is that's unlimited for next year. But in that theme, you're going to be looking out for startups. Which particular problem are you most interested in solutions that are going to come across?
Like if we can pick?
Yeah.
I would say education.
Okay.
Yes. Like coming from a country that needs the most, like education, I would say education.
Education.
So your question was, I mean, if we're going to do something for the next challenge.
Yeah.
I think I will do something related with the AI. AI, it's like the future, but it's really near us. I mean, everything is working on AI. So for me, I think AI, because you can you can target anything with AI. So for me, AI is the answer.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. But we're going to have to go in a quick break, and we'll be right back.
We're back from the break, and we have a very special guest who we're going to have a 2-minute chat with, who's at the center of all of this that is taking place. Matt, I'd love to invite you.
How are you?
Good. So Matt is the president of the Hult International Business School, and you were there at the global finals last year as well, right? In the lead up to, the announcement and everything, what was the energy like in the room?
It was just like this. It was really exciting. Everybody was talking in the audience, saying, "Who's your favourite? Who do you think is going to win?" And the great thing was last year and this year, if you ask 5 people who's going to win, you get at least 3 or 4 answers. There's so many great teams there. Really, any of them could win.
Some of them have given their answers. Some of them have said, we have we have one, but we're keeping it secret. Actually, this is the first year. Hult International Business School has been around for a while, but this is the first time we're seeing someone from that team actually make it to the finals. How are you feeling about that, and how did you feel about their pitch?
I thought they were great, and I know them. I know the students. They're fabulous students, and I wish them well. But this is a competition that's open to everybody, and no favors to them. I thought they were fabulous, and I know that whatever happens, they're going to go on to run a successful business.
And so you've got the Hult Prize, the competition, but then you've got Hult International Business School. What's maybe different or unique about Hult International Business School, and do they maybe have entrepreneurship or sustainability as part of their curriculum?
Yeah, the main thing that we are different for, I would say, is that we call ourselves the school for those made to do, and so we try and embed everything that we do with an application to the real world. And so instead of sort of individual study, almost all of our work, students do it together in teams to apply what they're learning to real business challenges and trying to solve business challenges together as a team. The other thing that's really different about us is we've got 140 nationalities, but no one nationality is ever more than 10% of the school. So everyone who comes is not normal, nobody's normal. Everybody has to adapt to being in a team with people who are different from them. And that teaches you a lot of things that's really valuable.
Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you soon. Thanks. Right. Thank you. So we're going to take another quick break, and we'll stay tuned.
We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do. We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you could learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do. We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you can learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do. We humans, we love to learn. We've got the hands, feet, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and brain to figure out what works and what doesn't work from the world around us. It's instinctive, it's natural, and it works. So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Hult, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with career coaching, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. You'll have a proven skill set from working on real-world business challenges so you can smash any interview and make an impact on the job from day one. Because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you can learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hult, for those made to do.
decision? Have we got a decision? Yeah? I was hoping for some interaction there. Everybody looked at me. I was like, do we have a decision? Brilliant. Fantastic. That means that one of our 6 startup finalists have met a few short hours ago will now take their social enterprise to the next level with $1 million in funding. Yeah, we got there. As the 2023 Hult Prize winner. But before we get to our announcement, we have a very, very special opportunity to hear from our CEO, as well as a true icon of sustainable fashion. And to moderate that conversation, it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Dana Thomas. Dana is a best-selling author of Fashionopolis, The Price of Fast Fashion, and The Future of Clothes, and the host of The Green Dream, a podcast focused on sustainability and human rights. We are thrilled to have her here. Welcome, Dana.
Has been nominated, actually is a finalist for a very major podcasting award, the Signal Awards, and there's a Listeners Award. I need your help, because I'm up against Jon Stewart. So get out there and vote for me. Signal Awards, The Green Dream, Best Host. And I hope I'm going to be able to live up to it today as your host today. So, I am thrilled to be here in this historic Trianon theater that dates to the 19th century, as you can tell, and has been the host of a lot of cool concerts and events, including this. I am thrilled to be here to help celebrate the Hult Prize, the annual award funded by the Hult family that helps hundreds of thousands of young people every year discover their inner social entrepreneur. The prize comes with a very impressive, life-changing purse. $1 million to the winner and $100,000 to the runner-ups. I mean, when I was talking to our special guest today, the answer was, if I had $1 million when I started, wow. So look for big change in the future from all of our winners. It will make a serious difference in the innovation for climate change, which is in the spotlight this week because we have Climate Week at the UN in New York. I'm also thrilled because I'm here to talk with an old and dear friend of mine who is a trailblazer in sustainable or conscious fashion and an bona fide entrepreneur. She started her company in a tiny apartment in London, and I learned this afternoon she started with $5,000. That's a long way from $1 million, which she borrowed from her family. The only time she swears she borrowed money from her family, and she said, and I've paid it back. She was hand sewing these really beautiful little slip dresses made from silk slips that she found in flea markets, and she embellished with glass beads and knickknacks that she also found at the flea markets. Circular model from day one, right? And she's a very independent and forthright entrepreneur, like all of our Hult Prize participants. Everybody, please welcome to the stage my great friend, super fabulous fashion rock star, Stella McCartney. We should all club it. It's I feel like let's club it. Let's rock on. Let's rock on. Ready. So Stella, let's start out with advice. What sort of advice can you give the Hult Prize finalists in this room, as well as the folks listening to us on the Green Dream podcast, and just everywhere? how do they get their business off the ground? What sort of decisions do they need to make? What should they focus on first? How did you lift off?
Well, I mean, no, I had quite a sort of different story, possibly to some of the others, but I always find it hard to answer that question. I don't really know. I mean, all I think is important is that you truly believe in what you're about to embark upon. I think for me personally, having a real commitment and a core belief system in why I do what I do, and having a reason that just goes beyond something kind of meaningless, I guess. So just really believing in your mission, fighting like hell. I mean, I think you really have to fight to stand out. You have to really work super hard. You have to, just have a mission, a dream, a focus, and work, alongside great people, but I think I think those are probably the answers. I can think of more, but not now.
So let's talk about when you started the Stella McCartney company. You were raised by, as I like to say, two of the world's most famous hippies. And you were raised to be a vegetarian and to not wear fur or leather. Now, as you told me for my book, Fashionopolis, The Price of Fast Fashion and the Future of Clothes, you wanted to carry on this conscious environment, respectful ethos in your personal life, but also in your professional life, which you did when you started your tiny little startup in London after you finished your studies at St. Martin's. And then when you arrived at Chloe in the late 90s, I saw you there on the first day, which was really thrilling. And later, when you launched your namesake brand at Gucci, with Gucci Group, which is now Kering. You told all these executives at Chloe and at Gucci Group, no leather, no fur. And they said, are you crazy? And the fashion world said, is she crazy? And they said a lot of other stuff too. And you said that you have found that you were feeling like the echo weirdo in the room. But in fact, as we all know now, she was just ahead of the curve. She was more fashion than fashion. Fashion's supposed to be looking forward. This one, she was looking forward, way into the future. So how did you find the strength to stand up for your convictions in the face of this blistering skepticism, which I can promise you, I can assure you, was virulent? How did you keep to it and say, trust me, I know this is what we need to do?
God, I think it's probably a lot worse than I realized by the sounds of things. Yeah, I mean, it's a very strange moment for me in my personal and life and in my career that this is now a conversation that's of the norm and accepted. I grew up, as you said, as a vegetarian on an organic farm, one of the first organic farms in England. My parents joined this thing called the Soil Association, and they were a pilot scheme. So I sort of grew up with change makers and pioneers right in my eye line.
Your mother had a vegetarian line, wrote vegetarian cookbooks.
Yeah, so I guess I saw as my main examples growing up in the home, a very kind of fearless and heartfelt, passionate, vision around. So everything that I grew up in was this sort of mix and this soup of doing the right thing and having the right reasons to do what you do. And then obviously one of my big privileges, I realized this a little later on in my career, was that I had the privilege of the privilege for me wasn't having famous parents. The privilege was that it allowed me to not compromise my ethics. It gave me it gave me the freedom to be true to myself, and it gave me the freedom to be fearless. So yeah, I mean, I was definitely a weirdo always growing up. I was always an outsider growing up because it was, if I wasn't the kid of someone, I was a vegetarian at a dinner party. So I'd always either get met with an argument or I'd have grilled vegetables and I'd have to apologize. And, there was always kind of an embarrassment around it. But I think that I just, I would not compromise what I truly believe to be also that privilege means I have to use it well, you know, in my opinion. I have to try and do something that is good with it, rather than just sort of, you know, the alternative. So I can't remember what your question was. But I think what I'm saying in so many words is that, yeah, and to be here today and to see how much it's changed is like, wow, it's incredible to me that now I'm sure many of the people that have entered, you know, even this prize today, they're all, it's a sustainable conversation. It's all people trying to provide positive and clear solutions. So you know, the area's changed massively, and I'm very thrilled that it has. And I think, you know, I've just had to ignore the noise. You just got to keep on going.
Ignore the noise and keep on going. It probably helped that you also already personally had this conviction, this, you know, to be a vegetarian, to not wear fur and leather in your everyday life. So you kind of were used to arguing with people or saying, no, this is how I do things.
Well, I mean, I think that what I've done in my career is provide an alternative. And I've shown my industry and the consumer that you don't have to compromise how you look, or, you know, your style, or what the quality of especially an accessory that's normally leather. You don't have to compromise that you want to be a fashionista, or you want to say who you are through what you wear, or, you know, the quality needs to be inferior. I think what I have done is I've provided an alternative solution that stands shoulder to shoulder. And I think that's the only way you can really make a difference. You have to show the business of fashion that this is, you know, a healthy business alternative. And I think it attracts a great generation of consumer, a great and younger and cooler and out-of-the-box thinker to work with. You know, for me, every single box is ticked. And I guess at the core of it, it's morally correct to me to work this way. You know, I didn't grow up buying into animal animal agriculture. So every hour, 100 football pitches are cut down just for cattle consumption in the Amazon rainforest. So, you know, that kind of stuff, I think, needs to stop happening.
And it's also community. You support entrepreneurs in innovation, such as startups that are trying to come up with alternative materials, alternative bio-based materials like bio-based leather-like materials, or bio-sequins, or bio, you know, all this cool, you know, Silicon Valley innovation. And you're out there not only saying, here, let me support you if it's financially, but also you fold it into your collections, even test drive some of the stuff straight out, which of course encourages all these entrepreneurs. It really does make for a community of entrepreneurs. Do you think that that's common in the fashion industry, or are you, again, trailblazing there too?
Yeah, I don't think it's common in the fashion industry because it costs a lot, it takes a lot of time, and it's not people's main focus. But for me, it's like one of the things that makes me get really excited about what I do. I think just talking about a new silhouette or the next color, or, you know, for me, I'm like, that's great, but really, who cares at this stage? Like, that seems so old school to me. And I think, you know, I agree with you. The fashion industry is incredibly old-fashioned. It uses about 10 materials at the end of the day. Half of them are cut. I mean, viscose is rayon for the Americans. Cuts down 150 million trees a year, and they don't replant them. So we're providing solutions, like we found a forest in Sweden, and we plant all the trees, and we're trying to kind of pave the way of a different future of fashion. But, you know, we did a great thing with this lady, a young scientist in London who was growing sequins out of algae, and you know, every day we were like, have you got some more? She was like, I can't grow them that quickly. And, you know, if water gets on them, they biodegrade. So I'm like, okay, this isn't going to work, but we'll do it anyway. Like, we'll do it anyway because it's so great. It's so exciting. And if you can plant the seed and show the seller community that there's, you know, shit happening that's great out there.
There really is great stuff happening. And then you help them scale it up. And by test driving, you say, like, look, your sequin's disintegrating in the rain, so keep at it. And when you got it fixed up, we'll use it again.
That's an extreme example. We've had a lot of successes. We have at Miram, which is a plastic-free leather alternative right now that is just so fantastic.
Made out of?
It's made out of rubber.
Rubber.
And it's 100% natural, and it's great because they can roll it out, hopefully, and hopefully it'll be a price point that can really, you know, match leather, which seems to not have a high price point on it, weirdly.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there. So back in those early days, you were one of the first women to helm a major luxury brand, Chloe. I think you might have even been the only one in Paris at the time, right? I couldn't think of anyone off the top of my head. I might be wrong, but in any case, it was a very small group, maybe of one. And how was it to navigate in such a historically male industry? Not just, you know, the offices, but also the designers and everybody. Like, it was just a lot of men, right? What kind of advice can you give our female entrepreneurs in how to get through that male-dominated world and again, maintaining your convictions?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't aware of it at the time, because I have to say I've only ever surrounded myself mostly with women.
You do.
And I've been in a privileged position, again, of leading a team or kind of being the boss lady. So I'll hire, you know, I kind of do the hiring. So there's a lot of women. There's tons of women at Stella McCartney. Most of them are mothers. I mean, we used to joke one year in the office that if you sat on a specific chair, you'd get pregnant. Like, there were that many pregnant women in the office. But yeah, there are still, to my great surprise, very few fashion creative directors that are women in the main houses today. Very few. Very few. Which is shocking and strange and not necessarily correct.
And a few of them have come through your studio, right?
Yeah, a few of them have. My advice to the question
to women, you know, entering into the male-dominated business of any sort, not just fashion, but any sort. When you walk in the room and there's only 2 women at the table and 18 men.
You know, I mean, I think it's a tricky time
Over-talking,
for men
like I'm
and
doing
women
to you.
in business. I don't know. I mean, I think just be yourself. And I mean, I definitely still to this day find myself in very high-powered boardrooms. And I have a seat at the table, and I find myself sort of going, oh, did I say that to appease, or have I become this character to appease, you know? And I think the advice is to, even to myself, is to be yourself.
Be yourself.
Yeah, and be, you know, just do your best, the best you can do, and don't worry about your gender. It shouldn't really have anything to do with it, should it?
That's right. Now, a big part of being a successful entrepreneur is having a team of advisors and mentors who can help you reach your full potential. Who have been your mentors over the years, and what was the most important lesson you learned that you still sort of apply every day, or some of the important lessons that you apply every day?
Gosh, my mentors. Yeah, I've never really been asked that before. I need to try and figure out that question right now. My mentors, I tell you, my career, if you're talking just purely about my private life mentors, my career, well, when I first started, I would say my main mentor, when I came out of Chloe and I was thinking, do I do my own brand or do I not, or do I go to some houses that wanted me to go and work with them, was probably Tom Ford.
Love Tom Ford.
Yeah, just, you know, Tom,
who at the time had just formed Gucci Group with Mr. De Soleil, Domenico De Soleil.
Tom and Domenico were a big part of my career. They, you know, I was the first person they actually asked to have a brand, and then I introduced them to Lee McQueen, so that they got, and the timing was they went with Lee, and then I came. But yeah, they created that group, and I think that Tom and Domenico, but Tom has been a big mentor for me, and we're really close friends. I think the fact that Tom just believed in me was like enough for me. You know, the fact that he asked me to go to Gucci when I was leaving Chloe, and he said, we'll stop doing fur for you. And I was like, wow, that's heavy. Like, that's a big deal, you know, especially in the Middle Ages, which is when I'm talking about. It's like 100 years ago. Now nobody does fur.
In the last century.
You know, nobody, everyone did fur then, and nobody was about to give it up. And so that gave me a huge boost in confidence, and it made me see that, you know, maybe I had a good talent in my own right. And then I turned to him and I said, well, Tom, but you know, I don't do leather either. And all the blood drained out of his body. And he kind of like was a wet pool of nothingness in front of me. I was like, So that fell through. But then he called me a week later and he was like, look, let's start our own brand with you. And that was an amazing mentoring moment. Just the fact that he believed in me and that he believed in me enough to invest in me.
And then helped with Mr. De Soleil form the company with you, right? They kind of gave you walked you through it.
Yeah, yeah. And I remember my second show, my first show was a bit of a hot mess. And my second
I was
show,
there. I thought it was great.
It was actually great. It didn't go very well. And then, but I'm man enough to admit it. And then my second show, Tom, I think, was so terrified about this executive decision in investment that he'd made. He was like, I'm going to come and look at look at the show the night before, which you never let anyone come and look at your show, especially Tom Ford. Anyway, he came, and I had a yellow dress, and I wasn't going to put it down the runway, and he was like, you have to put the yellow dress around the runway. So I did.
I remember
So
that yellow dress.
That's a mentor, I guess. That's like hardcore mentoring.
I totally remember that yellow dress. And your parents were at the show, both of them.
Yeah. No, my parents were not
at the first show.
No, my mum
the second
had
one. I
passed away.
talked to your mother at one of them.
Chloe.
Oh, at Chloe. Exactly.
Her podcast is excellent, trust me.
It is, it is. I remember meeting your mother.
Aww. Yeah, my mum was pretty ace. If there's fashionistas in the room, just research my mum and dad in the late 70s. It doesn't get any better than that, in my opinion.
So hip.
Pretty good look.
Pretty fantastic look. So, now, Lori.
Yes.
Lori, who is here with the Hult Prize, you shared earlier today that in the coming year, the Hult Prize will consider startups in any industry and with any mission as long as the business is aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. That's the pin I'm wearing.
Yes, she is. Very good.
And they have the potential to create a positive impact on climate change. Why did you all decide to make this change? What kind of positive impact are you hoping you'll get? Like, is it going to be big, small, the world-changing,
massive.
earth-shattering?
Absolutely. No, we really believe that Hult Prize winners can make huge changes in the world. So, we have done different topics over the last 14 years, and they've all been interesting. But what we have been realizing is that we only attract a small percentage of any group of social entrepreneurs because the topics limit you. And what we felt was that we were missing out on some great entrepreneurs who had fantastic ideas that just didn't happen to line up with the topic that we had chosen. So this is our 15th anniversary, and we thought, let's just bust this open and give everyone an opportunity so that we can really see all of the vibrant ideas that are out there in the world.
And innovation is really the key to solving climate and change and pursuing human, justice, climate justice, human justice, and human rights. But it's also, it's going to be the engine for the economy. I remember Al Gore said at an event I went to, the TED Summit in Edinburgh, that the green economy has potential to be bigger than the Industrial Revolution and the digital revolution, tech revolution combined.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's limitless in a way. And so you all are, by opening this up, you're really bringing more ideas to the table.
Exactly, exactly. And the thing that we really think is unique about Hult Prize is we're so distributed. We're in over 110 countries. And so it is really local people with local solutions. And that is, I think, much more effective than me parachuting in as an American and saying, I can tell you how to fix this.
Right.
So we energize young people to really look at what's happening in their communities. And even the 6 teams that pitched here today, that is really how they came to their solutions, is they looked around them, they saw what the issues were, and they thought, hey, we can actually come up with a solution to this problem.
Because to fix climate change, it's a bit like when people talk about we need to feed the world. It's not actually about feeding the world. It's about community by community by community and fixing the issues in each community and then sewing it together a bit like a patchwork quilt, and that becomes the world.
Exactly.
Well, Stella.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Then I don't even have to open my mouth. You've got it all.
So Stella, last question, because we're coming down to the end here. What would you say to anyone who wants to attack these issues in climate and human justice and, get in there and really go for it? I mean, how can we encourage people to to embrace change and innovation for the better for the planet and people? What do you tell yourself in the morning when you get up? Let's get going, let's keep going. What do you say?
Well, I mean, I've got kids, so when I get up in the morning, I'm exhausted, but I'm like, okay, and as I push them out the door to school, I just think, you know what, at the end of the day, I just want to make you proud and I want to give you a better future. So I'm driven by what's going to happen when I'm not here, for sure, with my brand. Like, I'm driven about what happens next.
Legacy and
well,
and
not
the future.
really my legacy,
and the
but
future.
just the brand having changing an industry. Like, I'm really adamant that I'm going to stop leather in the fashion industry. God damn it! Like, before I die, and I'm going to change law. I'm going to change policy because we have to do that first and foremost.
And you've been working with King Charles on these issues.
Yeah, you have to change the law. You know, I get taxed up to 30% more just taking a non-leather good into America, for example, than a leather good has no tax. So there's just a lot of kind of injustice and a lot of like just backward thinking. So I think in answer to your question, I think it's a community of people, it's growing, and there's great ways to find out about each other and learn. I think you need to want to learn. You need to be informed, I think, because it's so complex. This is a conversation that touches every part, especially in fashion, but every part of the process and the sourcing and the transparency. You need to know about it and you need to want to know about it.
Right.
And I think the day and age we live in is about connecting everyone that has this shared mission together, to be together, to learn from each other, to work off each other. And but I do think you've got to really be passionate about it. I think passion is a really, a strong element to change.
And maybe not too ambitious.
Not
Ambitious
too,
without...
No, definitely too ambitious.
No, but meaning...
Absolutely.
That many small changes add up to big change.
Yes, but if you're talking about like business and business leaders, I think you've got to be super ambitious. And I think, yes, something is better than nothing. But I think you've got to think really big and strong if you want to.
So then if you come in a little lower, it's still big.
Yeah, just you've got to get up and out of bed, right? You've got to be thinking big.
Let's change the world.
Yeah, but I think being inspired and passionate and that really helps.
You'll be happy to know that one of our core values is be passionate. So we're right there with you. Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much, Stella, for joining us today. And Laurie,
be positive. Be passionate and be positive. How's that? Because I think this is a conversation that can terrify people, put people off, put people's back up. And I think, like everyone, we're all in this together, and just be positive and passionate.
That's why we call the Green Dream podcast the podcast of hope.
Oh, fantastic.
Be positive and hopeful. We can get there if we work together. So thank you so much, Laurie, for telling us about great news of the Hult Prize and making this all possible. Thank you, Stella, for coming in from London
for
and joining us
everyone.
today. And now I think it's the time for the moment of truth, the big moment.
We get off stage.
Are we coming off?
Can I get another huge round of applause for our amazing guest? So I just wanted to share something a bit personal. Dana is actually a big part of my own story with sustainability, and her book, Fashionopolis, is one of the reasons that I actually started in this space. So I'm incredibly honoured and a little bit fangirling over here, I can't lie. Stella said some really poignant things, and I was furiously making notes as I was sitting backstage. So one of them was, don't compromise, and I think that that's a lesson that all of our finalists today can use going forward. And I think the other thing that she said that I was sitting there going, yes, is fight like hell. Can we all say that together? Fight like hell. That's the one. I like that. I like this audience. You guys give good participation. So, and Laurie even said it as well, you can go on and change the world. And I think these are the things that situations like this really do bring to the forefront for us all. So, without further ado, I think, are we ready? I'm waiting for the prompt. So, the moment that we've all been sort of waiting for. I think it would be good to get everybody kind of moving in the room, everybody getting really geared up. So let's all just have a massive round of applause for all of our finalists. Okay, cool. So if we'd like to welcome back to the stage, Laurie Van Dam and Stella McCartney.
So excited for the winner. I would like to quickly say, and it's really naff, but you are all winners, all of you that have come this far in a prize. So I just know because we work with a lot of these kind of things at Stella, and a lot of people enter amazing competitions like this, and it's stiff competition, and congratulations for getting to the final few. Really, really, it's a big deal. And so, with no further ado, I would like to announce the Hult Prize winner of 2023, and it is Banoffee Leather.
They're going to come up here. I'm going to give you this to give to them.
Up and get up, and now we just can't stop and let up to where we set up. And life can put us to the test, we're not gonna rest. We're here to give it our best. Taking this moment, look around and within. We have so much power, it's time to get out and it's our cue to begin. Changes in us. Changes in us.
Thank you so much for this. I should have planned this, but I did not. So here you will hear me ramble, but I'm just so happy. I'm so proud of us. I didn't think that we would be here, so thank you, everybody. We also have an incredible team of people in India who are watching and supporting and working very, very hard behind the scenes to create all of this that you see. And so we're really, really excited and grateful. And thank you to the Hult Prize, all our mentors, everybody who's just supported us, the teams. Yeah, before I get emotional, I'm just gonna stop. But thank you.
A big round of applause to all of the teams who competed. Just some of the best people we've ever met.
Congratulations. What a tremendous day, everyone. Congratulations to our amazing winners. Thanks to all of you for attending on our live stream, and don't forget to check out our website for all the details on the 2024 challenge, which will be available tomorrow. Thank you and have a great evening.
Changes in us, a spark of life, feel it build up. Strike the night, set the scene up to shine bright and reveal us. Changes in us, a spark of life, feel it build up. Ignite to fulfill our dreams so high in the sky. Now all we need to do is repeat it. Charge up and get up, and now we just can't stop and let up to where we say